Well, hello. Good morning to all. How are we?
We're very well indeed. Welcome back to Whilton Mill. It's round one of the Kart Championship for 2024. It's day two. We've had our heats. We're about to get into our super heats and then the all-important finals after the lunch break. All point-scoring opportunities. For instance, you can score points in the heats, you score points in the super heats, and you score even more points in the finals. If you win a heat, you get 40 points. If you win a super heat, you get 60. And if you win a final, you get 100. So you really have to be on it, Nick. And we had time qualifying.
Yep.
We had the heats yesterday. We had a mixed set of results. Some people have scored a lot of points. Other people had a bit of a recovery sort of process. But hey, we're about to go racing again, and we're kicking things off today with our two groups of Bambinos. We've got a lot of Bambinos, so we'll have to split them into groups.
Small Bambinos.
Also, what happens in the super heats is we sort out the grid for the all-important finals. That's where you maximise your point score. So it's very, very important to finish high up the order. And it's, you know, you might think, well, third is okay, but second is better. And even better than that is first, of course.
And what will happen now is Joe will explain motor racing. Because apparently third is not as good as second,
No.
but than first.
No.
You missed out a great chance because they're going for points. What do points make?
Prizes.
They do.
Well,
Frank,
trophies.
Show the track.
Actually. Trophies, not prizes.
Well,
you're not going to win a telly. However, Nick, our driver of the day will win a watch.
Oh, you tell them everyone about the driver of the day. Why so fiddlage?
Well, we're going to ask you, the viewers and listeners, to vote for your driver of the day, and don't just vote for your nephew or something. Actually, put some thought into it.
Yes.
Watch the coverage, watch the racing, see how well everybody goes, and we're going to have a watch to give away. However, Nick.
Yes. What are they going to watch?
We've got a Bambino driver that is struggling to stop.
Oh,
it looks like that's the number 33.
I think they're not necessarily the right order, to be honest.
Freddie Purnell has pulled off on the grass, and I think he may have had a brake failure.
Oh, wow, poor thing.
Yeah, we've got the grid then. The grid is formed from the results of yesterday's heats, of course. So Noah Wicklow was absolutely the child on a charge, let's say. And Noah will start on the pole position with Ollie West, who was right there with him, right the way alongside. On the second row is Benjamin Chivar with Calman Simon alongside him. Lohan Hodgetts and Lewis Wilson are on row 3. Jess Bailey and Nico Veselovsky is on row 4. Row 5 is John Stevens and Arthur Bowers. Then we've got Riley Aston Wilkins and Freddie Purnell on row 6. Row 7 is Santo Amico and Max Armit with Wraith Owen and Boston Wolf a row back on row 8. And then row 9, the final row, is Max St. Hilaire with Jax Wong, rounding off the 18 Kart Bambino field. We're about to go racing for the first time today, Nick.
Yep, can't wait to get it underway. There's a couple of a couple of gaps in the. No, was that a start?
I believe so. It was a standing start for Bambinos, and they're already away towards Oblivion.
Of course, the lights don't go out for this, do they? Because it's on a flag.
So we're at Whilton Mill. So first corner there, Oblivion, and then into the right-hander at Crook, and then that stretch, that drag race down that straight towards Christmas. And it's the corner, not the period in time. I'm going to say that a few times today, aren't I? So already a two-kart race breaking free from the rest of the pack, and that will be Noah Wicklow and Ollie West, who we saw doing this pretty much yesterday. Yesterday's weather conditions completely different to today. We've got bright sunshine, started frosty this morning, so we had a bit of a frost covering on the track and on the off track. That has totally dissipated now as the sun came up, and it's quite warming. I know the ambient temperature is pretty low, but the forecast is 0% chance of rain is what I saw, which was a little bit different from yesterday. So hopefully we will get consistent dry track conditions, and that's what we're seeing so far.
Yep, it is looking gorgeous. I mean, I know I became the world's most boring weatherman yesterday. Well, it's not going to rain. It's going to rain. It's hail. It's snow.
Useless weatherman.
Well, that is true. You can't argue that point. So out in the lead, it's Noah Wicklow. Now, Noah comprehensively won both his heats yesterday. I'm being waved at by Joe.
Yeah, volume.
Me too loud? Or you too loud? Well,
both of us.
Right, so you're on there.
All right.
You just do that.
All right. This one.
Yeah. See?
Excellent.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah.
Oh, I can turn you all the way off.
I'd like to point out this is the same equipment we've been using for the past 3 years.
That's not me.
Which one are you plugged into? 2. You're in 2.
Yeah, there we are.
Oh,
right, okay. Carry on.
More housekeeping live on air. Matt hates housekeeping live on air. He hates it almost as much as
I hate it live on air.
He hates it almost as much as the blooms I use to differentiate between various interviews.
He doesn't hate it as much as that.
Coming up at the in the lunch break, we do have our paddock walk. You could, if you haven't seen it already, you will get to see it with different graphics, basically. Yes, so with Bambino have been divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C. They both get 2 runs. This is AVB. You'll see AVC a bit later, and then CBB. BVC, so they mix up. But now Wicklow, in wet conditions, comprehensively won both of his heats.
He was the driver to beat, wasn't he? And already showing that Sunday is going to be pretty similar to Saturday.
He won by about 13 seconds. Both his wet, dry, wet and very wet races. This time, Logan Hodgetts, in the first chance the young lads and lasses have had to run in full dry in a competition situation since qualifying yesterday morning, and Logan's keeping him honest. He's less than a second behind.
Yeah, he's keeping up with him, is Logan Hodgetts. It wasn't Ollie West who I thought it was. It was Logan Hodgetts who went with Noah Wicklow, the driver from pole position. Behind this battle for first and second, we've got a lonely Lewis Wilson there. And then behind Lewis Wilson, Ollie West has got Calman Simon for company. John Stevens in 6th, Jess Bailey in 7th. Riley Aston Wilkins, Arthur Bowers, and it's Nico Veselovsky who rounds off that top 10. Jax Wong, I've noticed, Nick, coming up from the back of the grid and up to 11th already for Jax. Yeah,
he had a couple of good midfield runs as well. But this is a completely different situation for the kids than they had yesterday, as we keep saying, because it was, I think they had a wettish one and a very wet one. And whilst you can still, from the camera, by the way, that camera will have a better picture later when it's not got the sun right in it.
Thankfully, the sun moves.
The DigiFlag, I think the start is under investigation. I thought the start was very odd. So there'll be some re-looking at the start.
What was it about the start that you didn't like? Somebody jump-started
Nothing seemed to get flagged off properly. The lights didn't go out. It just seemed to just go in a very random way. I don't think anyone was trying to really gain advantage. I just think it was messy, and they did gain advantages.
The gap at the line between the first and second is about a second. Let's have a look back towards 4th if we can, Frank. We're looking for Kart 63, Lewis Wilson.
There we go. 4th
actually,
and
5th
we're not. We're looking for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 are all right together.
There we go. That was what we were looking for.
Like a playground bundle.
That's what I could see on the timing screens beginning to develop as Calman Simon finds a way past the number 20 of Ollie West. And now it's Jess Bailey and John Stevens looking to do likewise. That section of the track here at Whilton Mill is called the Boot. This is the last time you will see this track being live streamed, with this final corner, the Pitts Bend, going to be changed the next time we visit Whilton Mill, and it's going to have a chicane inserted there because the speeds, quite frankly, were just too great coming through there, and it was beginning to get towards being very unsafe. So action being put into, or situation being put to action by changing the configuration. Here we go then. The 77 is Jess Bailey right on the tail of Calman Simon, and this is a great battle, bumper to bumper racing there through Inkermans now.
Yeah, Calman Simon, easy to spot with the Ayrton Senna tribute helmet, including the cigarette advertising, which is interesting. But he's had a couple of good runs. Yesterday looked quite efficient. Got, I think I was leading one of the heats for a while, and then but he's under severe pressure from Jesse Bailey at the moment in the 77. Just a little bit quicker round the corner there.
Yeah, out of Chapman's there and along the back straight towards the boot. We had Jesse Bailey right on the bumper of Calman Simon, just a little bit of an air cushion between them now.
Now you want Ash down
as they come out of the boot now, through that very fast final turn here and across the line. It'll be 4 laps, 5 laps completed, I think, by the leaders. Across the line now, and it's still Wicklow in the lead. Logan Hodgetts about 1.5 seconds behind, but this is where the battle's at for 4th and 5th, as Jesse Bailey right under the rear bumper now, but not quite enough speed differential to have a go at Christmas corner. The right-hander there using all the curb on the inside is Inkermans. Down that short blast towards Ashby now. Off Camber corner here, very tricky, using all of the curb on the exit and more. Off to Parker, it's a left-hander. Very fast for these Bambinos. Their throttle foot, their accelerator foot will be absolutely buried. A little bit of a lift and a little bit dab on the brake there to get through Chapman, but then straight back on the throttle, and it's a drag race. A little bit of a wave there from Kalman Simon.
I think he was getting a
What
nudge.
that was.
A little nudge.
He did get a little nudge, yeah.
Ow! Oh, he nudged me. But I think the Kalman looking. He got past quite easy, but he certainly can't shake off the 70. This is 4th and 5th, of course. They're 3 seconds back from 3rd place. Noah Wilco not disappearing in distance, but is disappearing a little bit now because he's got a just shy of 3-second lead over Logan Hodgetts. So this is the closest battle in that top 7 or 8 karts at the moment. In fact, I think it's the only battle, actually.
We dare look away from this one because look at that. Jesse Bailey right under the bumper there. And it looks like, if there was a braking area for Christmas, there isn't. But these Bambinos can go through there virtually the same sort of speed as we see on the straight, which is not good for being given an opportunity to pass because we need a solid braking area to have a go. But then again, Kalman Simon is, on it as well and driving flat out. So these two very, very equally matched. And you can see that by the way they're positioning their karts on track. They're very, very similar in line. There's absolutely nothing in it. Maybe it's a waiting game and it's not much waiting left because we're getting towards 15 seconds on the clock remaining. Yeah,
I'm not sure. I think Noah Wilco might actually just... Yeah, he's gone. So he's got 2 more laps now. There's 2 laps to go when they go across the line at this point. Certainly, Jesse Bailey is having no issue in staying with Kalman, but they haven't really looked like making a move. They're effectively... I'll tell you what, they're doing some fantastic fuel saving because they're completely in the wheel tracks there. Yeah.
There they go. Kalman Simon, Jesse Bailey once again taunting us with a passing move, but not quite enough because they are both absolutely flat out. Just to remind everybody, the Bambinos are on the treaded tyre for all conditions, so not that anomaly of tyre choice when the weather changes today. Hopefully the weather's not going to change. Complete contrast to yesterday. A little bit of adjustment there, I think, from Kalman Simon. I'm not quite sure what's adjustable by the driver on the to the right of the seat.
Perhaps he's just psyching out Jesse. Oh, look at me! I can change something. Yeah,
tweaking me jet.
I've seen these guys, and they'll tune it, or they'll choke it, or they'll change the. They are pretty fit and forget engines. These 50cc. Comas, but a little bit of the first time for a while going through the boot there was actually a couple of kart lengths of air between the two of them.
Yeah, very rare we see that. We're on the final lap.
Wicklow's got a 5-second lead.
Wicklow, who's going to beat Noah Wicklow this weekend? I'm not sure anyone can. Logan Hodgetts is the driver who got closest to it. And now we've got side-by-side action. Side-by-side action up towards Christmas, and it's going to be the bravest of the brave who hangs down the inside. It is indeed Jesse Bailey who hangs in there. The switchback almost coming off for Kalman Simon, but still side by side in increments, and Simon has to slot in behind Bailey. And now we're going to get Simon following Bailey. Not happy, is he? Kalman Simon wants that position back. Jesse Bailey just looked at the edge, just stared them out across the over the shoulder.
Oh, looking up the inside of Chapman. No, he's running out of time now, so he's going to make a dive into the start of the boot. He's right behind, looking for a left, looking for...
Just ahead of these two, of course, we've got the leaders. I don't just looking over the shoulder.
Language, fantastic.
And it's not just a glance, is it? It's a look over the shoulder and stare. The checkered flag flies for Noah Wicklow, who takes the superheat win from Logan Hodgetts. 5.6 seconds was the gap, and we'll come to that in a minute as they cross the flag there to settle that 4th and 5th battle. Jesse Bailey and Kalman Simon 4th and 5th. It was Lewis Wilson just ahead of them in 3rd place. So it's Wicklow, Hodgetts and Wilson 1st, 2nd and 3rd. 4th is Jesse Bailey, Kalman Simon 5th, Arthur Bowers in 6th place, Ollie West settled for 7th, Nico Veslovsky 8th, 9th is John Stevens, and Jack's one great drive by Jax coming up from the back of the grid and rounding off the top 10. There's your result on your screen, everybody, as we conclude our first superheat of the season. Not just the weekend, but of the season. Exciting stuff, eh, Nick?
Yeah, it's very, very... no, it's great. It was a really good start there. And it's nice to see everything not getting wet.
Yeah, tonight the sun is shining. Yes, it's still chilly, but yes, it's one of those days where you still need your big coat.
Well, not in here.
But in
you're
the sun,
you're literally in a t-shirt.
I am. Don't tell everybody.
But then the sun is shining through the windows.
Don't tell everybody
brightly. So to just remember. So everyone just remember for a while, because also watching these fantastic early exchanges of the young drivers of any age up to 16, of course. We are looking for a driver of the day. You do need to suggest your driver of the day and a reason why. And if that driver is chosen, they'll win a watch. And if you select the correct driver, you will get some Kart Championship merch.
Right.
Yes,
so the person.
Yeah, I forgot to say it earlier.
Oh, right. Yes.
So the person.
The other thing, Nick, I was going to mention is if there is any suggestions of driver of the day after just one superheat, we're on to you.
Well, no, because it might be that they've had, they've been a real progress to get even to the event or something.
What I mean, Nick, is it's a bit dubious if you're going to vote for the driver of the day after one heat of Bambinos, and they haven't even raced today.
Well, yes, but I mean, I'm trying to get we need to get the volume of the votes up.
Yeah, we do. Yes, we do. Keep your votes coming in. We've got a grid to quickly run down as the Micromax.
Can I just point out, obviously, if you're called Barry Smith and you're voting for Don Smith, we're going to be a little bit more kind of, possibly.
Yeah, we're on to you. Pole position has gone to Alfie Mayer after yesterday's heat. Sebastian Behrman will start alongside. Second row is Logan Rolfe and Lewis Herbertson, with on row 3 Benedictus Amasiokis with Josh Cook alongside. Row 4 is Buddy Hugo and Archie Rogers-Tyler. Albie J. Stubbs and Chloe McGill share row 5 with Alfie Garrett and Dian Singh Pahal on row 6. Row 7 is Elijah West and Jensen Walker. Row 8 is Adam Galhoudi and Xavier Ramsey. And then we've got row 9, Matthew Lilly and Lewis Kirkcaldy. Toby Biggs and Ronnie Carter are next. Then Victor Popical and Jack Mellon on row 11. Ethan Lloyd and Logan Stanley Jones share row 12, with Ruben Seguin and Sebastian Crawford row 13. Freddie Blackshaw and Jamie Walsh are on row 14. Row 15 is Travis Giddings and Jensen Darlow, with Zach Andrew and Carter Jackson row 16. And then rounding off the 33 kart field is Ronnie Faulkner on row 17 all alone. But
excellent
right
work.
Now,
that was excellent work, Joe. And you kind of think you've really gone for it. And if they have a full start now, it's going to be so depressing, isn't it?
Well, we can talk
all
a bit.
the names through.
We can talk a bit.
Got all those names out.
We can talk a little bit
however,
about.
They are looking quite sensibly slow at this point. They all tended to go wrong as they came round the pits.
It's only the junior primos who cause us problems, because it's that age group, isn't it?
Well, these guys, only a couple of years older, aren't they? Well, they're the same age or younger, I think.
They're a bit younger.
Yeah.
Yes, they're a bit younger.
Here we go. Oh, that's quite a good start, that.
That's an excellent start. Stay in the tram lines, boys and girls. And we are going to get things underway for our first superheat for Micromax. This is a cadet class of kart, Rotax engine, 125cc. And we get things well and truly underway in that Micromax class with a charge up to Christmas Corner with about 4 wide, I think, for 6th place there. They sort themselves out by the time they get to Winkermans, though.
Yes, Mayor from Berman. Did we find out Berman's relation to Ollie Berman?
I haven't yet.
I
haven't yet. I'm pretty sure there is some sort of relation, like cousin or something.
Let's hope he's not being run by Primo, that's all I'll say. No spoilers there. Early start. They settled down quite quickly. Big top 3 have broken away. Berman now in 3rd. Is he?
Yeah, that's Behrman in the blue.
Yeah,
about to go to second.
Back into second again. Yeah, it was a 32 of Logan Rolfe was temporarily in second. Still leading the entire lap is the multicoloured, mainly yellow, Alfie Mayer out front. So it's going to be Mayer from Behrman from Rolfe of London. Coming to the party, Benedictus Masiokis. Benedictus now makes it a 4 run at the front. Then a poor Albie J. Stubbs all on his own in 5th, and then the rest of the pack.
Here we go. 3-car battle for the lead turns into a 4-car battle as Behrman takes the lead at Christmas Corner. Behrman sized down the inside of Alfie Mayer, and Mayer will not be happy with that. But if Mayer's not careful, Logan Rolfe and Benedictus Masiokis will be there as well. Side by side towards Parker. And there's a bit of gesticulation there.
Alfie Mayer not happy.
Yep, we've changed position again. As Behrman
has gone up in another position.
Behrman's down to 4. No, is that Behrman in the lead? Yes. So who's that?
No, it's Behrman in 4th. I think it's the 37 or the 32. There's 2 cars, the 32 and 37, look exactly the same. No, it's 32. So it's Behrman leading. The 32.
Logan Rolfe.
Is Rolfe in also a blue and white car with a 3, and the 2 and the 7 look quite similar. He's got less blue on his car.
Well, I looked
quite as bluey.
I looked at the timing screens.
I
back at the screen.
Don't worry about that.
And I saw a blue cart in 4th. I thought, oh my goodness, Behrman has gone from 1st to 4th. He hasn't. He's got a gap of 7/10 once he got past Alfie Mayer.
Albie J. Stubbs trying to join the back of this pack. But it is Behrman, Mayer, Masiokis. And they sweep now down to Ashby.
Yeah, Masiokis looking challenging, isn't he? He's actually looking quicker than Meb. Remember, though, just to remind everybody, got a very chilly ambient temperature there, about 5-6 degrees. That means the track temperature is very low. So it means these slick tyres on these Micromax, it's the Dunlop tyre that Micromax run here in this series. it's going to be lap 3 before we get the drivers being happy with their tyre pressures and tyre temps. And I think that's what we're seeing here with Alfie Mehr, who's been struggling to find the pace. I think we're going to, with what have we got? Still got 5 minutes. This is where Mehr, who started on the pole, he had a great day yesterday, putting him on pole position. This is where he's going to come into it.
The problem is, and I'm not just saying you're wrong in your outlook, the problem is that everything we saw yesterday, all bets are off. Because yesterday was wet.
Well, that's a good point.
And today is dry.
Yeah, that's a good
point. And so,
whilst
these are a good carter is a good carter,
yes,
the difference in the conditions could mean that the order at the top is shuffled round slightly.
We might be having a distorted grid here formed from yesterday's heats.
We have a wet grid.
We have a wet heats. We had wet heats where
so the grid is.
It can be a bit. And some of the conditions we saw yesterday, it was an absolute lottery. The track was absolutely awash. The plumes of spray. Thankfully, sun shining, flags barely fluttering in what very little breeze we have. It is a beautiful day here in early March in the UK to go motor racing of any sort. But none more better than having none more betterer than have round 1 of the Kart Championship here at Whilton Mill. And as I said, what did I say, Nick?
He said he'd come back. And I then tried to say why he wouldn't. But
well, no. It was a good point. But we're waiting for Alfie to prove me right, which I'll then talk about all day. So come on, Alfie. He's not. I tell you what, Benedictus Masiokas there, that third kart in the train, these 3 pulling away from Logan Rolfe, Albie J. Stubbs and Lewis Herbertson. And this is, and again, a kart that's not too far away is, of course, Sebastian Behrman, who was at one point almost a second clear. He's not now, though. He's half a second.
The 12 kart in third of Benedictus Masiokas has got a contact warning.
Oh,
so
really?
That may have been when we saw Alfie Mehr a couple of laps ago waving his hand, being upset with life. So it's the other, it's that 12 kart, the kart third in the shot here. You can read the 12 brightly from the back of the kart, but he has got a contact warning. Obviously, he does it again, that'll be a 5-second penalty.
It can be sometimes a little bit sort of inadvertent, if you like, because when you race this closely, you are going to nestle against your competitor's bumper. I mean, we have got drop bumpers here in this series, so that negates that, and that sort of combats that. But I tell you what, Nick, this is turning into a cracking battle for the lead. This is the lead battle, first, second, and
1,
third
2, and
there.
3. Yeah, I mean, Behrman got ahead. He's now had a nice bit of fresh air on his face for the last 4 laps. He hasn't really broken away. At one point, he had a bit of a gap. As you say, Alfie's cart's come back to him. Benedictus is giving him a little bit more of a... Alfie had a check behind him because he's obviously got his... Are they similarly stickered carts or are they the same team? They look very similar stickers. Very similar stickers.
You keep talking, Nick, and I'm going to find out.
It's what I do best. Actually, it's not. But
no, it's not.
It's interesting because Behrman went out wide then onto the massive rumble strips through the pit bend, which is obviously going to be going soon. But the tyre did throw up some spray. So there's still some water trapped in the edges of the more vicious curb, shall we say. So be careful of that. You go off lines, they're mostly dry. As Alfie Mehr lines up a move through Inkermans. Now looking a little bit more... Oh, just didn't quite go for it. Going round and looking a little bit more like it now.
Well, Alfie Mehr is in the entry as a privateer, and we've got Benedictus Masiokas as a zip kart driver, but that's not to say that Alfie Mehr isn't on a zip as well.
But he's got the zip kart sticker kit.
He's on a zip. I'm not sure if he's been run by the Zip Works team.
It was quite a big tent over there.
It was, yes. So I'm going to say they're teammates. If they're not, they're on the same kart for sure.
So they can.
In fact, they've got the same overalls.
So they can
got zip kart overalls.
Perhaps they'll be as good teammates as Yuki Tsunoda and Danny Ricciardo.
Yeah, we haven't seen them.
They're not very happy at all with each other.
No, they're not. No.
There's some afters to that as well.
There's what?
There's some afters to that as well.
Is there really?
Yeah.
Oh, we'll keep that for later then.
No, not this is just for the F1 story, but
no, that's what I mean. Yeah. Right.
Here we go.
Alfie Mehr.
Thinking about it.
His tyres are what we've been waiting for. Alfie Mehr's been waiting. They didn't really start to come in until towards the end of lap 3 for Alfie, and he was struggling before that. He's not now, though.
Quick question: what are the tyre rules? Is it one set per meeting? Is it?
I believe so.
So,
yes.
Of course, they've not used it as much as they would have done. So these tyres are fresher than they were expecting.
Yeah. But everybody's on the same sort of tyre wear.
I assume they would have just used them for the qualifying session yesterday.
There was some slick tyres that came out early on before the rain really came, wasn't there? Yeah.
Yeah, we had the first 2 heats. You're right. Yeah,
but they've been barely scrubbed, didn't it? The sort of dry running that we had yesterday.
Look at that.
Yeah, we are really with 30 seconds on the clock. We're getting towards the last lap board next time by, and if Sebastian Behrman does not have his wits about him, Alfie Mair's going to pounce these two absolutely flat out, and Masiokas as well, flat out, but just dropping off the rear bumper of Alfie Mair. He's been challenging. We've got back markers coming into play as well. The back markers will be aware, or will they be aware?
It's Zach Andrew, the 26 car, and he's going. He's got between them. That's helped Behrman, but there's three more about to be lapped karts just ahead of them. And interestingly, whilst you thought it helped Behrman, actually
it didn't.
Mair suddenly got a drive off the back straight into the boot. Behrman now has got one lap to go. He's got two back markers. He's got a man behind him. This is not the simplicity of finishing a race he'd be wanting.
Yeah, he's got two back markers who are having a race of their own, and they have. This is not Formula One where double blue wave flags, etc.
Oh, Mair's got round the outside. Mair's got round the outside
because Behrman has been held up. But here we go towards Christmas. And the back markers there just trying to keep out the way and have their own race. Masiokas gets through as well, so it's still 1, 2, 3. Masiokas has cost that. The back markers have cost Masiokas the most time.
Yeah.
This has allowed the two in front, Behrman and Mair, to basically get away from that third place kart of Masiokas. So it's going to be a 2-kart race all the way to the flag, Nick.
Yeah, going down the back straight for the final time. I think Behrman, unless Alfie's prepared to make a pretty impressive lunge, which he's thinking about, you can tell. Behrman should be okay. It's very hard to get past if you don't make a mistake. Stay tight. A little bit of a nudge out there. You can't wave, Alfie, because you hit him. He wasn't doing anything wrong.
He seemed to slow up in the mid corner. He may have got a little bit of a tweak.
Well, he might be playing games, but I don't think so. I think it was more a case. I quite like that. I think Alfie's still upset from the contact earlier on, but great race.
Well, the first superheat of the second superheat of the season, and this one's for Micromax, has had their checkered flag, and we can give you a rundown of the top 10. There's the full result as they come through to complete 10 laps. Sebastian Behrman takes the win, full points to him. Alfie Mair second, right on his bumper. Benedictus Masiokas had a problem with back markers there and just dropped off the back to about 4/10. Still not much really, still nose to tail really. LBJ Stubbs fourth, Lewis Herbertson fifth, Logan Rolfe sixth, Josh Cook seventh, Dian Singh Pahal eighth, ninth is Alfie Garrett, and we had Archie Rogers Tyler was the driver that finished in the top 10. Just looking down the order, and we had a full 30. We got 28 karts that look like they've completed the full distance. Ronnie Faulkner and Carter Jackson we lost on lap 5, but everybody else all the way through 10 laps completed.
Yep. So another very good race. Behrman from Mair from Masiokas. Apologies if you were particularly interested in someone who was running in the middle of the field, but the top three were battling away, and that's the key part of any race.
Yeah, that's the
where
problem.
That's where the big points are handed out. You started with your point statement. That's where the big points are.
Well, yes. I mean, it's you can look at it that where it's very, very hard to draw our attention away when it's a battle for maximum honours. For full honours and maximum points all through the superheats. This is a sporting event. And that was the story of the race, and we will try. If things get boring at the front, don't worry, everybody. We will have a look down the order for some action. Congratulatory high fives going on the way into Park Fermé.
For some reason,
we're checking bumpers. That if we have too much contact, bumper to bumper, that front nose section on these carts there's a mechanism that affixes them to the chassis of the cart, and if it has too much of an impact, the mechanism releases the bumper and the bumper drops down. It stays on the cart, it just a bit loose, and it drops down and sometimes even scrapes the floor, and that is what those scrutineers are looking for. They're looking for, and I think are we getting some artistic photographs? We're not scrutinising.
I think there's some elements of photography.
There is an element.
The guy on the left,
I
think, is some form of
that's scrutineering.
Yeah. The guy on the right is taking photographs of people.
Yes, of getting the
team
look in the helmets, the look under the visor, isn't he?
Yes,
that's the action shot. That's the passion shot, isn't it?
Yes.
The look of the drivers as they come off the track, wide-eyed. They've been working intensely there, and getting that action shot there. He gets the okay there.
It's all right, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Of course, even more. That was Ruben Segu in the 13. He doesn't even check in the 77 Kart Jackson. He was 5 laps down, so he's obviously had a bit of a
he had a problem there,
off the
didn't
track.
he? Yeah,
no, to break through. That's fine.
So I think he's just rejoined.
That cone's really sad, isn't it? The left-hand side.
Sad little cone.
It's just a little sad. It's
We have got Intermax coming next, and we've got 20 karts that have qualified through from yesterday's heats. Let's have a quick rundown of that grid, Nick, before we get the karts out on track. It's Adam Turacek. He's going to be hard to beat, actually, from what we saw yesterday. He's on the pole position with Max Gilman alongside. It's Harvey Bacon sharing row 2 with JJ Plowman. Sebastian Clark and Josh Cormack are on row 3. Row 4 is Larry Price and Jensen Sale. Nathan Edwards and Thomas Jackson are on row 5. Drew Davidson and Jensen White are on row 6, with Fraser Anderson and James Fabricus on row 7. George Ralston and Sandro Kemp share row 8. Jack Moss and Oscar Roach are on row 9, and then row 10 rounding off the 20 kart field, Grayson Wortley and Bailey Wolfe. Now then, you can tell everybody what you were giggling at there.
I was giggling at the sad cone, look.
There's the sad cone.
Look how sad that cone is.
That is a sad cone. Or is it just a resting cone?
No, I think that's...
Is it resting?
I've got 2 comments on this cone, one of which is not suitable for the current audience. But that, as you say, that is a cone that's had a big day. It's kind of looks like it's leaning against the fence. It's absolutely knackered.
It looks like it's just resting. No, yeah, it's just taking it easy.
I've done way too much cone-based work.
It's got a long day ahead.
Yeah. Okay. No more cone shot, unfortunately. So the 20 Intermaxes. 950, that's the width of the chassis in millimetres. It's 95 centimetres. Yeah, that's quite narrow. I mean,
it's not narrow, Nick, it's the length.
It's the length?
Yes.
Well, they're a metre long?
Yeah, about that.
Well, 3 foot?
Of course they are.
That's tiny.
Yes, they're a smaller chassis, yes.
So it's width. It's the width. It's not the length.
No. We're going to clarify that. I've always thought it was the length.
That's not 3 foot. No, hang on. Could you say it a bit louder?
Why are the karts weaving around? Well, slick tyres do not like the cold temperatures.
I know that you've had to ask yourself a question.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I know that. We're going to be deliberating that. We'll get an expert in to tell us.
No, it's the width of the chassis.
And by weaving around and getting some movement in the tyres, you are going to get some temperature into those slicks. We talked about the Magnamax karts, and it was... their tyres not coming on for 3 laps. It's going to be the same thing here as the Intermax are looking in very ordered fashion there. Stay in your lines.
No. That didn't seem too bad, that one, actually.
It wasn't, but there was a people out of tram lines there that wouldn't have been to Dan Ashton's liking. He's very particular about his tram lines, is Dan.
Yes. Is he particular as Johnny about trams?
No, not quite. No. So this gives the drivers another lap of opportunity to get some heat into those slick tyres.
That car. Who's that?
We saw this yesterday. I can't quite see the number on the car.
Zoom on that one, Paul, so we can read the number.
Yeah,
thanks, Paul. 158.
158 is Jensen White.
Oh, starting in 12th, so
possibly an oiling issue. That's possibly an oiling issue. We find that the more rolling laps we do, the engines don't like it. They like to be at full chat. So here we go. We've got the grid forming up and going slowly, a little bit early in the lap than what we've seen prior. It's usually through this corner and then on the back straight where we all sort of gather up, but we're doing that now. And gathered up very nicely. Adam Turacek and Max Gilman are the drivers that control. Well, it's Turacek on pole position who governs the pace. He dictates the pace, I should say. That's a nice shot of across the expanse of Whilton Mill. You can see grass looking very healthy indeed. Very wet winter we've had here. The sun coming out. We'll see a bit of growth coming in as we hurtle towards spring. Here they are through the boot then, and it'll not be long before we get things underway. So it's Turacek, Gilman, Harvey Bacon and JJ Plowman, 3rd and 4th. And we should get things underway if the drivers can, keep your discipline. And then we go racing. We've got this underway, Nick, through Oblivion and into Crook, and already onto that uphill straight towards Christmas Corner.
Yeah, nice clean start. Adam Turacek Certainly was the class of the field in the damp conditions yesterday, but there's 3 karts very much scuttering behind him there as they came to break in the bumpy entry section to the Christmas corner. Through Inkermans down to Ashby, and it looks like there's a change of second and third.
Oh, it's the number 180 there of Harvey Bacon. He ended up on the outside of Ashby. That's not where you want to be. I think he's lost out there to that second place, Nick.
Yeah.
Turning into Chapman's now and heading towards the final stages of this lap. Into the left-hander, that leads into the boot, and then the double apex hairpin. Little bit of contact there.
That was a bump and run, wasn't it?
Josh Cormack there, just getting caught out, I think, by Harvey Bacon's braking for the entrance to the boot. Very wet on the outside, that curb I noticed as well for the number 121, Josh Cormack. But it's Turicek leading, Gilman second, Cormack third. Then we've got Harvey Bacon, JJ Plowman, Sebastian Clark, James Fabricus, Nathan Edwards, Larry Price, Drew Davidson. The cart that rounds off that top 10.
We've been corrected.
Have we? What?
We were both wrong.
Were we?
Yeah. In 950 is the wheelbase.
All right, okay.
So it's not the length, it's not the width, it's the wheelbase.
Well, it's kind of the width. Oh, the wheelbase.
Wheelbase, yeah.
Yeah.
Centre line of wheel, 950 millimetres.
Right.
1100.
So hang on a second.
1100 is Volmid. It's 1100 is the maximum rear width. Harvey said 950 is the length in the front of the axle. Between the axles.
So between the front and the back?
No, between the middle of the front and the middle of the back. That's the wheelbase.
Yes.
So that's not the length.
Well, it kind of is.
No, because the length has got a more wheel at the back and all the pedal box at the front.
Yeah, but I was in the right sort of.
Were you?
Yes. What's the word? Thanks for that. Who was that?
It was Caramel. It was Harvey and it was Volmid. In fairness, we were both wrong in different ways.
Yeah, we were. I was closer to being right though. We've got a battle for the lead as Turicek.
No need to ask who's the woman in this marriage.
There you go. Turicek is now being pestered somewhat by the number 169 of Max Gilman as their tyres begin to come in. We're on to lap 3 and Gilman has found that pace to narrow that gap towards Turicek. Turicek looks over his shoulder. Yep, he's there. As Gilman just nestles under the bumper of our leader. Out of the boot and will cross the line to complete 3 laps. It was fastest lap for Gilman in second to get onto the rear bumper of our leader. As they cross the line now, it's another fastest lap for Gilman.
Yeah, great run now through as Gilman trying to catch back up to Turicek. Gilman is the white and the mauve in second place, and it's the blue over blue. A little bit of orange, Adam Turicek, as they go round Inkermans again and sprint down towards the Ashby hairpin. Third place there, the 121 of Josh Cormack.
Through Chapman's. Are they playing a waiting game, Nick? Because we're not even at half distance now. And is Max Gilman? Max Gilman looks like he's got Thule Motorsport. They're down as privateers, both of these drivers.
Yeah.
So
but there's privateers and privateer, isn't there, really?
Well, yes. That's just because they haven't necessarily put their team name on the entry. Through Crook there, very, very fast, using all the curb on the outside, and this is the charge up to Christmas. And Gilman had a better line and hence better speed onto that straight, and by the time he got to the braking area, he'd had to use very, very little brake at all there to get by. Turicek has nothing in the toolbox to come back at him, and if anything, Gilman has pulled out a couple of karts lengths already by the time they get to Parker. Into the left-hander of Parker now, then they'll go down a short straight to Chapman. Not too much on the exit there as there's a kink to the right onto the back straight and then in towards the boot. The left-hander now and then the double apex right and then they'll come underneath our cameraman Ash through the first turn and it'll be Max Gilman who leads for the first time. Keep an eye on third place though as Adam Turicek looks over his shoulder because Josh Cormack had just put in a fastest lap there last time by. Not so much this time. Fastest man on the track is that leader, Max Gilman. Josh Cormack, though. Now, he's with KR Sport, is Cormack. So, question is, can Cormack catch that second place kart of Adam Turicek? Here they come, back into our view. That's Chapman now. He's pulling out quite a lead. He had 7 tenths. He cleared Adam Turicek on the previous lap, and within 3/4 of a lap, it pulled 7 tenths of a second gap. A further second back is Josh Cormack, We'll keep an eye on them. Looking down the order, 4th is Sebastian Clark. Harvey Bacon is 5th. James Fabric is 6th. JJ Plowman 7th. Nathan Edwards is 8th. Larry Price now up to 9th. And it's Jensen Seal who rounds off that top 10. Gap stays at about a second between first, second, third. So equidistant now. Let's have a look and see if we can find Harvey Bacon on the number 180, as he's got company with James Fabricas and JJ Plowman. That's 5th, 6th and 7th that have got a battle going through. Frank, that's the first 3, 4, 5. There they are. That's the gaggle we want to speak about. We'll keep an eye on the lead as this is where the action's at now. And it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4 carts into the boot. The paddock just to the right of, just the left of the outside of the boot, and then across the line. Sebastian Clark, Harvey Bacon, James Fabricas, JJ Plowman, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. That's the 180 of Harvey Bacon there, just at the front of that Sebastian Clark, the cart just ahead of them, and we've got a challenge at Inkerman's, and then down the inside into Ashby. Oh, he's got to slot back in. It's Harvey Bacon having a look down the inside as these continue to circulate. It looks at any point that any of these 4 carts will change position. Everyone looking for an opportunity, and then down the inside has gone the number 191 of James Fabricas, down the inside of Harvey Bacon, and there's a coming together, and that's cost Harvey Bacon dearly. Let's see what happens there, Nick. So we've got 1 cart going down the inside, and then the one, and it's the 171 of JJ Plowman.
And then a thump in the side for Bacon as well. I find it hard to attribute any blame on that one, to be honest.
Well, it was JJ Plowman who just was somewhere he didn't want to be, actually, and he couldn't exactly move out of the way. And the number 180 was the cart that paid the biggest price there, and finds himself down in 17th. Cost him dearly, that off. Bit of kind of inadvertent contact, let's call it.
So we're down. Where are we down at the moment? That's the battle for. Well, Ashley's up with 191, James Fabricas. So he's coming round now in 5th place. With behind him, it's JJ Plowman.
Yeah, that was a 4-card battle a second ago, Nick,
and
wasn't
then 2 of them were facing the wrong way.
Yeah, and with 0 time on the clock, we're on to the penultimate lap. It'll be the 1 lap to go board next time by. Let's see if we can pick up our leader, Max Gilman, and watch him through. There's a battle for second, though. Turacek has now got Josh Cormack right with him. So we need to see if we can find those carts on the track. Max Gilman leading. He's got a gap of 2 seconds to Adam Turacek, and it's Josh Cormack and Turacek who are battling it out there for that second place. We'll see if there's been a change of position as they come through next time. They're just about to cross the line now, so they're just coming under Asher's camera there. There's the number 121 of Josh Cormack, who has indeed got by Adam Turacek into and out of Crook. There's the leader, Max Gilman. There's the battle for second, who's now got KR Sports' Josh Cormack into that second spot and ahead of Adam Turacek, who did start this superheat on the pole position. So that's the battle for second. There's the leader just going away there, the number 169. Nice
move. Yeah, so Gilman's had an excellent run. Cormack has taken over Turacek, who was obviously the master of the damp. He's going to have to make a few little chassis adjustments to tune the car into the dry weather we now have, and it's going to get warmer. It's not particularly warm, but with the sun out, you will get some track temperature, won't you? You get a little bit of tarmac temperature coming into as the day goes on, and we are predicted to have nothing but this sort of weather all day.
Yeah, this is forecast.
Are that late? And is that it?
Checkered flag, Checkered flag flies for Max Gilman, who takes the superheat for Intermax. Josh Cormack for KR Sport takes second place, with Adam Turacek, our pole sitter, coming through in third place. Fastest lap of the race, and the only cart into the 49s was Josh Cormack there. So that bodes well for later on today in the second and final superheat for Intermax. We've got Sebastian Clark finishing fourth, James Fabricus finishing in 5th. JJ Plowman 6th. Jensen Sale in 7th. Larry Price 8th. 9th is Nathan Edwards, and it was Oscar Roach who rounded off the top 10. There's your full result on the time on the TV screens if you're watching at home.
Darryl Peacock says, Team Amy Peacock, number 17, wishing a good day to our BSR teammates. And Will Mid said, I've chatted with Nick before, we went to DXR Dirt Kings. You see all this RC and karting overlap, you see. It's happening all the time, Joe. Yeah,
that's great. I mean, they're very, very similar pastimes, aren't they?
It's basically they're the cheapest form of motorsport and the second cheapest form of motorsport, but they're still not cheap. Cheap is relative.
Yeah, Sam Daimler confirms as well. 950 is the wheelbase.
Oh, well, you see, we were nearly there.
That was from Gaz
We
Bury.
kind of knew it was
going on. Width is 1.1 metres. Maximum, I would imagine.
1 point width, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
We've got a change of technology, I'm going to say, coming next as we just recover a couple of karts that need to be recovered. We've got our Mighty Bambinos out for their first superheat of the weekend. Mighty, of course, being our electric-powered karts and a very healthy grid of 18 karts on the Mighty product. I'm not going to get into any kind of technicalities of power outputs and what have you, because that's something that Nick knows much more about with regards to batteries and motor powers and what have you. What I can tell you is they're a very, very similar lap time to our other Bambinos that are here today. The petrol-powered Coma C50s, similar lap times, and exactly the same chassis. They're on the they're on a fixed sprocket gearing. They've got a minimum weight of 83 kilograms. They're on the same LeConte tyre, and drivers are from the age of 6. And the chassis have to be the MSU registered Bambino chassis. We are just pushing a cart back, so we've got a little bit of time to give you the grid. Pole position then from yesterday's heats. Ralph Martin starts on the pole. Ollie West starts alongside, so that's going to be a pretty healthy battle for the lead, I would think, after watching these two karters go head-to-head yesterday. Heath Smith and Jack Harper are the drivers on row 2. Row 3 are Junior Wright and Jensen James Williams. Maximilian Mikalski is on row 4 with Ava Garrett. And then row 5, Oliver Woodhull and Felix Tandy. Frank Pearson and Hadley Jarvis are on row 6, with row 7, Etienne Gardner and Nico Mohan. Row 8 is Kai Erginsoy and Arthur Bath. And then rounding off the 18 kart field on row 9 is Hugo Williams and Henry Hales. Just about to release the karts onto the track. Complete lack of noise. So I detected the karts being released purely by seeing the heads of drivers going past beyond the other side of the barrier. No noise whatsoever, which is in complete contrast to our other classes here. But zero emissions, of course, from these electrically powered karts. And very, very similar in performance levels, similar in lap times, similar in driving style from the 6-year-old to 8-year-old drivers, and very, very close racing from what we saw yesterday. So we expect pretty much more of the same, would be my expectations. It's the Mighty Bambino, the Gen 4 powertrain is what we're up to at the moment. And if you want to find out more about these karts, because you fancy putting your 6 to 8-year-old son or daughter into karting, this is a very simplistic way of going karting, and I mean that in the best possible terms. Now, Felix Tandy, who starts on the 5th row of the grid here, his father is a professional race driver, Le Mans winner for in 2015. He's currently a works Porsche driver in the American Sports Car Series in the GTP prototype class. And Nick has very few, Nick, his father of Felix, has very few weekends spare. So the least tinkering he has to do to get Felix on the track, the better. And he described this kart as less complicated, a little bit more simple. Not having, in comparison to the petrol engine karts, you can tinker with the carburetors until you take all day about it and never stop tinkering with carburetors and the like. This is a little bit different. It's a plug and play kind of comparison to plug your driver in and away you go. And that suits some people. It doesn't suit other people. Other people perhaps enjoy the tinkering. I know a lot of people who get satisfaction out of tinkering with the kart and get the performance up for their child to go racing. We are indeed racing, and we get things underway with our standing start. And it looks like Ralph Martin silhouetted against that bright morning sunshine here at Whilton Mill. It's a side-by-side charge. Nope, they slot in grid order as they go through Christmas for the first time. The right-hander they're going through now is called Inkermans. We'll be referring to these names. This right-hander now is Ashby. It's downhill right-hand, almost hairpin, not quite, but you can use that curb on the outside to keep the speed well up. It's the number 32 of Ralph Martin that leads, by the way. He started on the pole position, did Ralph. Ollie West going with him, though, not that far behind. These two beginning to pull away from the rest of the karts behind them. We'll stay with the leaders for now, into the boot section across the fields there, and then out of the boot. And then they will be completing lap number 1. So first lap completed in the first of the superheats for the mighty Bambinos. Ralph Martin leads, Ollie West second, Heath Smith. We've got Junior Wright, Jack Harper and Maximilian Michalski absolutely nose to tail there, with Oliver Woodall in 7th. Ava Garrett is 8th, 9th is Henry Hales, and it's Felix Stanley, who we spoke about earlier, rounding off that top 10. Etienne Gardner just outside the top 10 in 11th spot. Still a two-card battle for the lead. And I think this is what we saw yesterday, isn't it? We saw the mighty Bambinos coming down to being between Ralph Martin and Ollie West. And we're also going to be enjoying the company of Heath Smith in 3rd place in a moment, it seems. Heath Smith on the number 18. Just beginning to pull that gap back to Ollie West in 2nd place. Ollie West in the bright yellow-green helmet. Into the boot. That's the right-hander. They'll come back into the view of our commentary position on the start-finish straight. We're just looking across the expanse of Whilton Mill. That's the start-finish straight there. You can see the very busy paddock and the busy clubhouse with this great view and balcony. Great facilities here at Whilton Mill with the fully functioning restaurant and bar, which is something you don't see very often, with great food on offer. And at the end of the day, a nice alcoholic beverage there for everyone. So this race pretty much about these two at the front. We've got Maximilian Michalski and Oliver Woodall and Henry Hales, who are absolutely nose to tail, 6th, 7th and 8th. That's kart number 51, Frank, if we can have a look back. Currently in 6th place. So that's your 1st, 2nd, 3rd. Now you've got the 4th kart about to come through, dropping well off. 4th, 5th, there it is. That's the battle we want to look at now, Frank. There, that one there. We'll see how this one develops. We'll keep an eye on the lead, of course. And if anything, Ralph Martin in the lead of this mighty Bambino race, consolidating the lead to half a second there by putting in the fastest lap of the race. However, Ollie West at the front, just maintaining that with a fastest lap. 1 minute 5.5 for both of our 1st, 2nd and 3rd. But right now, move 4 position there from Jack Harper. Maximilian Michalski drops behind in the 51. Let's have a look at that pass, Frank, if we've got it. It was pretty textbook, wasn't it? Just down the inside. That's the 45. And then he has indeed made it stick. So Martin leads still at half a second from Ollie West. Heath Smith third. Junior Wright is in 4th place. Then we've got Jack Harper, the 57, from Maximilian Michalski. Henry Hills. They're beginning to spread out, those two. Oliver Woodall 8th. Felix Tandy now up to 9th. Etienne Gardner moves into the top 10. Oh, and they're coming together there. And it's involved a third kart there. So they came together, the third kart in the picture there, avoiding action taken. That was at Ashby, that downhill. And that's the number 57 of Jack Harper. Just getting underneath the rear axle. So Jack Harper, Maximilian Michalski, finding himself involved in that as well. So all resume and get back on with it. Massively out and offline on that wet curbing. Lost momentum to Ralph Martin, and Ralph Martin's come back. So we've had a change of lead in this last lap, but it'll not show on the lap chart as Ralph Martin will take the checkered flag. It'll be a lights to flag win for him. Lost the lead in the middle of the final lap, but gained it back a couple of corners later. So the thing is, as Ralph Martin takes the win, Ollie West second, Heath Smith is third. We wait for Henry Hills to confirm 4th. Junior Wright, that lonely 5th place for him. That was 4th. Junior Wright dropping back to... Oh, he's dropping down the order. We've lost Junior Wright, actually. We followed Junior on the number 11 for some time, and now he's dropping down the order because it's Henry Hills in 4th. 5th is Jack Harper. Felix Tandy... Great drive for young Felix there from what is 10th on the grid and finishes in 6th place there with Oliver Woodall also moving up to 7th. Maximilian Michalski 8th. 9th is Etienne Gardner. Ava Garrett is 10th. Nico Mohan coming through in what is 11th place. Arthur Barth, Frank Pearson, Kai Ergensoy, Jensen James Williams went out early, I'm afraid. But once again, some very, very close racing, and if you're looking at the screen there, you might think we've got the sound turned down. We haven't. They're electric powered motored Bambino karts that perform in exactly the same way as the petrol kart, and why not? It's just a different form of technology to propel the karts around the track. And we'll be seeing more of the mighty Bambinos out for their second superheat later on today. Let's see what the time is for that. We should be, that's about 12:40, 12:45. We'll see them out for their second and final superheat of the weekend. Now then, perhaps the biggest grid of round 1 of the Kart Championships, our junior Rotax class. Junior Rotax, drivers aged between 12 and 16. They're on the 1050 millimetre wheelbase karts. Just to get that in there, thank you for everybody who's put Nick and I right. They're on a minimum weight of 145 kilograms, and they're on the Mojo slick tyre. So slightly different rubber than what we've seen the other classes. So we have got a grid already in waiting. Gives us ample time to have a look. Our 2023 Kart Championship champion, Kasper Tomaszewski, in this class, as started 2024 as he finished 2023 at the front of the field, and he will start the super heats after a great day's heats yesterday. He starts on the pole position. That's Kart 220. Addison Smith is alongside on that front row. Row 2 is Harry Hurst-Grover and Oliver Fabricus, with Gregor Reed and James Keller in row 3. Row 4 is Logan Howes and Jack Robinson. Ewan House and Marcel Poppercull share row 5. Row 6 is Ben Horner and Aidan McDonald. Lewis Sumner and Leon Barlow are on row 17. Charlie Very with SD Racing are on row 8 with Braith Murdoch. Riley Morgan and Molly Pugh share row 9. Row 10 is Emily Cooper and Luke Sawyers. Callum Gosh and Andrew Dixon are on row 11, with Connor Dolan and Lewis Holt on row 12. Row 13, Max Haller and Elliot Foster. Matt Scott and Archie Doherty are on row 14. Bella Brown and Sam Green Gomez on row 15. Row 16 is John J. Buchan and Aston Brown. And then rounding off the 17 rows of grid here for Junior Rotax is Joshua Jarvis and Calvin Moffat.
A big grid and a popular event to see, but they've got to get round. So it's Kasper Tomleski who'll be taking it out from the top.
So, all right, so ages 12 to 16. However, because of our junior Primo class in the Kart Championship, we tend to have the drivers 15 and 16 years of age in this junior Rotax. Exactly the same karts as we will see in junior Primo, just different ages. And so this is for the older drivers in that junior Rotax bracket, if you like.
Yep, and they are showing their experience by absolutely waggling themselves to death to try and get some bit of heat into the tyres. It's always going to be the point where someone's probably going to throw the thing off the track, is my feeling at some point.
Well, you're not allowed to weave, but you are allowed to wiggle, I think is the best way to put it. Yeah.
You can't weave, you can wiggle.
Well, nobody said, I've just made that up, actually. Here we go then. Are we going to get these? Are we going to get these races underway? I think we are. No sign of a false start, so we've got an incident at Oblivion with karts going off to our left, their right, as we are already at Christmas Corner, and the karts flare out into the braking area. 4 karts already beginning to break away and pulling a bit of a gap as they're already into Ashby, out of Ashby, and literally falling and tripping over one another. As we get towards Parker, we've got to move down the inside into second. Kart ending up being pushed off there, just regaining as we head towards the boot for the first time then. 8 minutes and 1 lap are super heats. A little bit different, the finals. Finals coming up after lunch. There will be a duration of 10 minutes and 1 lap, but right now we are 8 minutes and 1 lap. As we cross the line to complete the first lap, it is indeed Harry Hurst-Grover who took the lead at the start. He's about to lose out, though, to Oliver Fabricus, who's come through and takes the lead back at Christmas Corner. Addison Smith across the line in third, Logan House, Gregor Reid, Ewan House. That's your top 6, but right now, all action at the front of this field. Oliver Fabricus at the head of the grid, at the head of the field, I should say. He started on the second row, fought his way back, and as Nick mentioned yesterday, with yesterday's wet weather running conditions, tends to be a bit different today. The number 2, carrying the number 2 because he's the 2023 vice champion. Where is Tomaszewski? Tomaszewski,
he's down in 12th place.
Yeah, down in 12th, so poor position.
I think he got a little bit involved. Yeah, I think he got involved a little bit in the kerfuffleage of that first corner in through Oblivion.
Still all to play for as the number 290 gets more of a gap pulled as he continues round. Oliver Fabricus with Bradley Shepherd Racing leading side-by-side action, though, coming towards the boot. And not quite sure what happened there, but a lot of drivers being... That driver there in the middle of the screen there being held up somewhat.
Yeah, there was a kind of a coming together. Not coming together, kind of a confusion. There's Harry Hurst-Grover in second. He's 1.2 seconds behind the 272. Sorry, he's third with Ben Horner behind him. So similar run we saw before. Coming up the hill is second and third. Just ahead of them, you can see the third and fourth, and just ahead of them, as Grover drops down to fourth, up to third goes Horner. You look in the distance, there are the top 2 just streaking down.
Yeah, Addison Smith coming through, finally getting by the number 2 of Harry Hurst-Grover. And off they go, charging towards that lead in Junior Rotax. We are still a good chunk of a minute away from half distance, so plenty of time. And things beginning to settle down now. We had a very, very frantic first few minutes of this Junior Rotax Superheat, but now it's beginning to settle in. As they cross the line now, our leader Oliver Fabricus leading by 7/10. Addison Smith second. Ben Horner third. Harry Hurst-Grover fourth. Logan Howes, Marcel Poppicle, Braith Murdoch seventh. Gregor Reid, Ewan House and Lewis Sumner rounding off the top 10. We've got action on Nick.
Yeah, the 2:38 there. Braked really hard, Lewis Sumner, and he just went slightly out of shape and was kind of knocked back into shape again. I mean, I know when you're locking the rear end, it's not anything like a spectacular as it actually is, because the kart will then follow the path of the unbraked front wheels, but he did get knocked back online again by somebody else entirely. 2-3-4, Marcel Poppicle there in the back of the shop with the KMS emblazoned on his overalls. And just to gain the place there, he must have gone past Logan Howes, I think, unless they've already swapped twice this lap already, which can happen, of course.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's hard to keep you need eyes in the back of your head, quite literally. Yeah, let's see if there is any change. Harry Hurst-Grover through in fourth. Ben Horner now up into third. Logan Howes it was in fifth. Braith Murdoch, Ewan House, Gregor Reid, Marcel Poppicle on the 2-3-4, dropping down to ninth, Nick.
Yeah.
Lewis Sumner, he was the driver that lost out there and got held up massively. It seemed like he just sort of, the kart just stopped for him, didn't it?
Yeah.
And now he's coming under threat from the driver behind him, and is that the 2:38 Lewis Sumner?
Yeah, it's the 2:20. I'm not sure that's 2:20. They're all very similar numbers. That's the problem.
Yeah, the 3 digits really work for us.
Old eyes. That's a 2:14 that's leads. There's Braith Murdoch ahead, and I think it is Ewan House and the 2:26 behind him. So Braith Murdoch and that with the red one right in front of the multicoloured helmet, and then it's the purple and white. Almost Ant Davidson, that blue and white helmet behind him.
Harry Hurst-Grover lost out there as Logan Howes went down the inside, I think, coming through the final turn there at Pitts Bend, and Logan Howes now up to fourth. Harry Hurst-Grover, the current vice champion in the Kart Championship, now dropping down the order to fifth. He's been dropping like a stone through this order, and I'm not quite sure why.
It's about dropping like a stone. There's like 4 or 5 powered paragliders just whizzing past up there now, just sort of disappearing in the background of the field.
4 karts in that train there, and that consists of Logan Howes in fourth, Harry Hurst-Grover, Braith Murdoch, Ewan House. That's not over though.
No.
Still 2 minutes of racing here, and that finishing position there for those positions of fourth down over, that's not done, is it? It's got everything. Look at how wet that exit curb is. You need to keep well away from there.
Yeah.
Hurst-Grover is not done.
He's not. He's thinking he can get fourth place. I'm not sure. The top 3, they're each separated by a second or so. The second and third actually are right together, I think. I think you've got a second and third battle going on. Yeah, let's see if we can move forward to second and third battle, please. So that's it. Second and third just coming through. That's the battle for second and third.
Addison Smith, and he's got Ben Horner down the inside. Yeah. We joined that just as the action was unfolding.
Bit of a wave.
Little bit of a gesticulation. I'm not sure what that was. I think that's Addison Smith moving back into that second. So we have had a change for second, but as they come through and underneath us, that's not going to be apparent as it stays the same. Fabricus leads. He's got 2.5 seconds to Smith now, and Ben Horner in third. That's them coming towards us. And look at that defensive line.
For it.
Defensive line though, with over a minute to go. I mean, that's a long way to defend into every braking area. He does there into Ashby. Comes out of Ashby. The kart's being flung around. They're side by side towards Parker. Can he go around the outside? He does indeed. Ben Horner finds a way around the outside of Addison Smith, and then
Smith down on the back straight, and you get there's a little waving going on. Ben Horner big on the waving.
I'm not sure what he's trying to say.
Because they're going to say, follow me, we'll chase down Oliver Fabricus 2.5 seconds, 3 seconds ahead, is he?
He is. That's exactly what he's saying.
He's saying, with 2 laps to go?
Yeah, absolutely. He's saying, come on, we'll make up that 3.2 seconds deficit for the lead.
Don't overtake me, of course. Leave me alone.
Stay where you are.
No, I'm fine where I am. Yeah, it's fine. No, it's fine.
I think Addison Smith's been there and got that T-shirt. Yeah, Addison will be looking for a way by Ben Horner. They are on their penultimate lap. It'll be the 1 lap to go board, or last lap board, as it is here at Whilton Mill, as they come towards the end of this lap. Oliver Fabricus has been the class act here in the first of our super heats. He's off and away, 3.2 seconds up the road from this second place battle. As we come through the boot then, 1 lap to go.
Poleman Casper, frontman Casper Tomalewski's after that problem in the first corner, or second corner. He's up to 9th now, made 3 places.
Yeah, he's bringing Charlie Very from ST Racing through as well. That rounds off our top 10 places. Oh, and I say that Very dropping down to 11th as Lewis Sumner comes up to the top 10. This is the battle for second, though, Nick.
Yeah, last lap, you just seen the distance going through Inkerman's there. Distance was indeed our leader. He's got a 3 seconds. That's Oliver Fabricus. It's now whether Horner can hold on and hold Smith back for those final few corners.
Opportunities are running out, aren't they? As they come out of Chapman's. Oh, and he slides wide there, does Addison.
That's probably done it.
Smith slid wide, looks over his shoulder there from Ben Horner. Into the boot for the final time. Out of the boot as Fabregas heads towards the checkered flag just ahead of these two. Will take the checkered flag in the first superheat win in junior Rotax. Addison Smith finishes in third behind Ben Horner in second there at the line. It's Logan House in fourth, fifth is Braith Murdoch. Harry Hurst-Grover, who was right there in the thick of the front battle, finally ends up in sixth. Marcel Poppercull seventh, Ewan House eighth. The recovering pole position driver Kasper Tomilewski in ninth. In the top 10, rounded off by Lewis Sumner. The rest of the order there just on your TV screens. Charlie Very had a problem on the final lap there. Charlie Very dropping down that screen as we get towards the checkered flag. So first of our superheats, then more points in the bag for the championship honours. And Kasper Tomilewski will be wanting to not repeat that into the second superheat. He dropped from pole position to ninth place, the current Kart Championship champion.
Yep. That's not good because really it does mean that he's blown his chance of a front row start, even front 2 row start probably at the for the main final where the big points are given out. So every race counts. It's not a case where you just got to get yourself into the final and then see what you can do, because during the course of the day you've been scoring points, and it's not having a go at anyone in particular, but that unfortunate little error has cost him twice. It'll cost him in this particular race, and then it will cost him in his grid position for the final.
And you're doing that, you're dropping points. We mentioned earlier the points for throughout the weekend, Nick, and I can give you even more. So you get, in our heats classification, that was yesterday, you get 40 for a win, 38 for a second, 36 for a third, 35 for a fourth, 50 you get 34, 60 you get 33, and it decreases by 1 all the way down the field. Superheats, more points at stake here. 60 for a win, 57 for second, 55 for third, 54, 53, decreasing by 1.
Yep.
The finals, even more points.
More points!
Fantastic. 100 points for the win, 95 for second, 92 for third, 90 for fourth, 89 for fifth, and
down. So the maximum points you can get in the day is 300 over the 2 days.
80 points yesterday, 120 points today.
And then 100 points for final.
300
points, yeah.
Sorry, 220 points today is up for grabs. Maximum. I mean, you're doing very well if you can win all your heats and all your super heats and then your final.
Got a few comments. Most happened when the Mighty E's were on, when I was running around doing cabling.
Yes, I know you were doing cabling, yes.
Ian McCarthy, in terms of rocking up to your local to put a few laps in, electric karting is a blast. Similar speed, instant power delivery, and various non-related benefits. That is true, actually. Oh, we got the paragliders who are up there. There were about 12 of the persons earlier coming down. It's very distracting. You look up and see a man on a powered parachute coming into land. Luckily, in the field behind the track. Alan Crossfire, agree about electric karts. Good in the MEN arena. I actually did electric kart racing in Slovakia.
The thing is, Nick, the thing that's been stifling them for use in motorsport is range. We see even see that in Formula E. They seem to have gotten around that. We can't talk about that yet.
No.
Because we've got a grid of Honda Cadets, 17 rows and 34 karts have qualified out of the superheats. I'll try and get through these.
Go.
We've got Ed Spain on the pole position from the current British champion, current Vera Tools British champion, Ryan White, carrying the number 1 for that reason. Archie Loveridge and Ralphie Branscombe is on row 2. Kian Sullivan and Archie Cannon on row 3. Ronnie Smart and Kevin Evanoff, row 4. Albie Smith and Luke McGall are on row 5. Riley Blakemore, and Ashton Horspool on row 6. Row 7, Elliot Bourke and Tyler Banks. Oliver Ratton and Ella Dixon are next. Then Jack Wykes, Otto Arney, Magiris Kovekis and Luke Jardine are next. Dino Rowlands and Finley Thursfield. We've then got Sophie Morris and Ollie Knox. Gian Prakash and Ricky Junior McIntosh, Daniel Barton and Hartley Bradbury Stretton, Jacob Letherby, Jerry Dufficy, Freddie Budd, James Pearson, Jaden Patel Scott and Reggie Dufficy end the 34 kart field. We've got 32 that have come out. So
yeah, I think we have a situation where a couple didn't actually
did.
run yesterday either.
Yes.
They obviously paid their entry fee. They can turn up. Just you haven't come yesterday doesn't mean you can't come today, as they say.
Yeah, that's right. So this is the Honda engined Cadet, and Honda Cadets again. Drivers range from 8 to 12. It'll be a standing start. They're on the 900 or 950mm approved chassis. They're on the Dunlop tyres, and they have the blue tag MSUK GX200 engine. So we refer to these usually as the Honda Cadet 200s. So a standing start for these. So
they come in a little bit of conversation now about how
absolutely. Yeah,
don't forget the first corner.
A little bit of a quick grid walk it would be, wouldn't it?
I'll tell you what, there's certainly some money in helmet painting, isn't there?
Yes. Yes, because all the kids like their own design.
There's a few on the whites because they've obviously just haven't done this year.
Yeah.
They've got the bigger one. Their head grew, and now the poor old parent has had to spend 400 quid on a new helmet.
Yeah. From a commentator's point of view, keep it simple, lads and lasses. Keep it simple. Bright green, bright orange, that'll do. Bright blue, anything. But all these patterns we can't see.
Yeah.
Anyway, here we go. Lights on, tension rises, engine revs rise. And away we go, and what a beautiful start that is. Look at that, what a fabulous sight. The Honda 200 Cadets, all 32 of them, get off and into oblivion through the right-hander at Crook, just underneath our camera there, and the charge up to Christmas.
White.
Brilliant. Is that Ryan White off into the lead?
I know that car from his charges through the pit. But qualified really poorly, Ryan, in the...
yes, he did. Had a problem
yesterday,
with qualifying,
and then drove through in the heats. He drove through the front to the front both times. Started in second place, and now he's up and away. And as you say, he is the British national champion in cadets.
Yeah, and he's usually run by his dad Paul. They've been with Project One now, and are with Project One here this weekend. But Paul and Ryan were pure dad and lad. Paul works in Aberdeen. He's from the northeast of England, works in Aberdeen, and he's got a 500-mile drive just to get to his home track at Warden Law.
Wow.
To get onto Whilton Mill another 3 or 4 hours. So a lot of effort going in there.
And we're looking really kind of focusing currently on the very tight battle for second and third. That's Ralphie Branscombe in the 96 and Archie Lovage in the 73. Though interesting, the first and second battles are very close as well. So let's make it a first and second, Paul. Let's see what we can get there. And then to change the lead, and through goes Ed Spain at Christmas Corner. And they sweep down the right hand of Inkerman, and they're going to come now to the sharp stop of Ashby with the big runoff area, which I think sometimes tempts people to go a little bit quicker than you should do.
Yeah, that sucks you in, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's not always useful being quite as far out wide as you are. Now, interestingly, Spain's got past. That's not the entire country, there's a driver. And he's now beginning to just gap. Actually, gapping White quite easily, which is a surprise, because White was so quick. But again, it's wet pace and dry pace, third and fourth there. The 73 now, Archie Lovage has picked up third place. Ralph Branscombe behind him. So that's the yellowy zip-carty coloured car in the 73. And they are just sweeping into oblivion again. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then behind them you've got another battle for 5, 6, 7 and 8, which is, in fact, the gap between 5th and 11th is 1 second and a half. So that's really about, you can't get many more than 5 karts in a second and a half.
So great move by Ed Spain there. Ryan White, who's the current Kart Championship vice champion in the Honda Cadet 200. We haven't got the champion running with us this year, Max Tadei. I'm not sure. He may have. I'm look out for Max Tadei in maybe Intermax or Junior Rotax. But Max Tadei was the 2023 champion. Ryan White finished second behind him. Took wins in round 1 in the finals, that is. Round 2 did Ryan White. And then continued to race in this championship as well as the British Championship. Carrying the number 1 as reigning Honda Cadet champion. But right now he's coming under pressure from Archie Lovage,
and he was under pressure yesterday as well for you, wasn't he?
We got
hands
in the air. We've got the Battenberg flag.
That's full course yellow, isn't it?
For car racing fans out there who are joining us for the first time, the Battenberg flag is kind of like a virtual safety car. The leader has to take the role of monitoring the speed. Everybody slows
he is
down.
the safety car.
He is
the leader is the safety car.
Yeah.
You can see you've got the 84. That's Freddie Budd off the side of the track here. I'm not sure why they've full course yellowed it.
That's at the final turn.
Oh right, because people are going
That's
for it.
why.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's a very fast section of racetrack. It's the final time we're going to see that on you're going to see that on any live stream.
Because I think there's 2 karts. It must be an instant. There's 2 karts
that's
off.
That's at the boot, isn't it? Then further on,
2 or 3 karts have gone off, and that wasn't Alfie Budd. So 3 karts. We lost 3 karts. I assume J.M. Prakash's one as well, just from the timing. But the 3rd kart, I'm not quite sure. Maybe that may be not involved, not appearing in this problem.
Yeah, we'll see. So a nice pace being held by Ed Spain. This is going to bunch everybody up again, though, and that's a problem if you are in that train. He had a bit of a lead, didn't he, already? He had a second.
He brought the lead out. This obviously is not like a virtual safety car, because obviously at that point the gaps would remain. This is, as you say, a safety car run by the leader.
That's right, yes.
At a low speed. Everyone backs up as close as they want to. He was just thinking it was going to go green, but it's not, and he raises his hand. The other drivers make sure they don't change any positions. These are 9-year-olds really following the rules exceptionally well.
You've got a very experienced people at the front of the grid, though. They may only be between 8 and 12. However,
they've
been doing a lot of racing.
Tracks for the last 6 years.
They've been doing a lot of racing.
When this was called, we were just having a little bit. We were talking about Ryan White, and don't forget, you want to find out more about Ryan White. Joe talks to him during our paddock walk.
I do.
The walk bit where you walk around. The paddock walk, which we'll be playing during the lunch break, which is currently timed for 2 o'clock, and I don't think they're that far off currently the timetable.
And I asked him the question of why he's come back to the Kart Championship, and he said, he kind of looked at me strangely and as if to say, well, why not? It's racing. I'll race anywhere.
Do you know why not? Because he's not writing the checks. He's going out having a lovely time every weekend.
He absolutely is.
And he's not sitting there going, how much for what?
His dad really loved the fact that he's in a red and white kart as well. Being from Newcastle, he's a black and white fan. I'm from Sunderland, though, and that kart suits me down to the ground, Ryan and Paul White. Here we go then. I think we're getting towards bringing the Battenberg in. I think we've cleared and gotten everyone to safety.
At the moment.
So we will be maybe going green. I'm just looking at the board there just outside of our commentary box position. We do get the green flag.
Green, yep.
The Battenberg flag goes and the green flag waves, so we are racing, and we've got a 4-card battle through Oblivion and through Crook, and we're going to have a train of Cadet 200s all the way to Christmas.
Yeah, they're coming up the hill again, and what Ed Spain has to do is he has to try and do exactly what he did in the 2 laps before the Battenberg, and that is gap Ryan White, who's obviously got a little bit of enthusiasm, because Ryan White just before, but it's really picked up where it was, because Ryan White was really under heavy pressure from Archie Loveridge, as we called that temporary pause in racing, if not the race clock. 4th place, Ralphie Branscombe, so they've all come back together again.
Well, it's going to take a half a lap or so, maybe a lap, for the tyres to come back up to temperature as well. That going around at a slow pace has not done their tyre temps any good at all. Their tyres will have cooled off slightly. It'll not take as long to get them back up to operating temperature. And here's a challenge at the final turn there, as Loveridge did have a look. Ryan White was fully aware, though, and across the line, Ed Spain already pulling 8/10.
I don't think Ryan White's got this kart set up very well, to be honest. He obviously has the basic pace of the leaders, but he's just not. Once they've got to the temperature, he's got no answer now. He's going to swamp.
There's Loveridge.
And he's going to Branscombe. He defended hard. In fact, slightly over-defended. But
Loveridge and Branscombe through, and I think Kevin Evanoff has gone with him as well.
No, he's going to get back to 3rd again. So he just came back into 3rd. But yeah, it was noticeable that Ed Spain's able to gap him really easily. And this level of karting and this level of experience, that shouldn't happen. So it's almost certainly, it's going to be a conversation back at the garage or the tent, or whatever it is, with the
awning.
The awning.
Project 1 awning.
The Project 1 awning about, okay, this is not working, because once we get up to temperature, Mr. Spain can pull away from me, and now, unfortunately, I'm also in 3rd because Archie Loveridge has pulled away from me. In fact, Ed Spain has disappeared. He's checked out. He's literally like he's driving a different class. He's 2 seconds ahead. So they've got 2 laps to go. This and 1 more. Ryan White in that Sunderland coloured, I have to say that, red and white kart. Now being a little bit more intelligent in the defence. He's not getting full defence, just doing enough to kind of discourage Archie Loveridge from making that move into Christmas.
He's got the textbook on defensive driving out here, hasn't he? And he's maintaining his speed. That's making it very, very difficult for Archie Loveridge and Kevin Evanoff to get by him. Ralphie Branscombe managed, and that's probably going to be Archie Loveridge's motivation, that Branscombe could get by. But I tell you what, Ryan White's making it very hard, and it's purely, he's not driving the defensive line, Nick. He's just keeping that momentum and speed up, making it very difficult for the karts behind to have a go into the corners. Final turn then, last lap board flies. The leader already through Ed Spain, gaps out to 2.5 seconds. Behind him, Branscombe, Ryan White, Loveridge, Ivanov, Blakemore, Sullivan, Smart, Kuvekis and Archie Cannon's the driver who rounds off the top 10.
Yeah, it's been a... Oh, no. I don't know why, but I'm just loving the gesticulation between drivers. It's like... It's. I just feel that none of them... no one can hear. I'm probably shouting at the same time, which you can't hear over the voice of the engines. It's to me very similar to when you're in iRacing, you give another driver a hard stare because they just don't know.
Loveridge falling foul there of having to use the curb on the inside, lost all his momentum, and I think that's Ivanov who's gone by. Ryan White just looking over his shoulder.
No, it's 70. It's still Loveridge behind.
It's still Loveridge.
He's going around the outside. He's going to have a go for the boot. They both gone. That was very opportunities. Kevin Ivanov there. That was a really opportunist move there. He dived up the inside. And they've got 2 places for Ryan White there on the last lap, and a bit of a wave of disappointment from White. He just got completely jumped coming into this final corner. Look, suddenly Loveridge goes, I'll go around the outside, and then look at Ivanov. Oh, I can see a bit of a space there. I'll come in there.
Because when you go around the outside, the left-hander, it gives you the optimum line into the right-hand hairpin at the boot, and then Ryan White couldn't do anything about it. He's out there. He's been left to dry. Ed Spain, though, great victory for him. Almost 3 seconds, the gap at the front between himself and Ralphie Branscombe, who finished second. Archie Loveridge then claimed that third right there on the penultimate corner to the lap, with Archie Loveridge going through with him. With Kevin Ivanov going through with him. So third and fourth there. Ryan White ends up fifth. Riley Blakemore was sixth. Magiris Kavekis was seventh. Cian Sullivan eighth. Archie Cannon ninth. And rounding off the top 10 was Ricky Junior McIntosh.
And another great heat, and a little bit of fun with the
with the Battenberg there. That's reminded us all of that regulation. Dan Ashton throwing the Battenberg there to recover those karts from the from that very tricky part of this track here. So tricky, they've decided to change it. The pits bend just after the boot is where we're talking here at Whilton Mill. That's not it there. That's Christmas Corner. That's just underneath Ash. As we watch the process of judging the bumpers on these karts to see if anyone's been overly aggressive, and bumping and boring has gone on. And there's the red and white Project 1 livery there, clear to see. Now there's a dropped bumper. You see how the bumpers... There it is. You see how it's flopping about?
He's in trouble.
Yeah, so he's had a contact front to back. Now we're not to say it's deliberate. That's a one there as well, it looks like. That's not flopping around too much. That looks like a one as well. Oh no, he's been given a thumbs up. So you have to be right on it. He's looking at the mechanism as well, not just the angle of the bumper. It's forming a nose section and very aerodynamically designed these days to get through the air as best as possible. So that's the process we're watching there, and that's the first part of scrutineering. Other parts of scrutineering, of course, will be engines and stuff. Now, these are sealed engines, so that's pretty easy. You're checking the seals. Found another one. You'll get a 5-second penalty. There's no argument about it. If your bumper's down, whether it was your fault or not, if your bumper's been snagged and it's hanging off and you've got what's called a drop bumper, you will get 5-second penalties, 5 seconds added to your race time. And that's not even open to appeal. It's a straightforward process that makes life a lot easy. And sometimes it can be not necessarily your fault. You can be sometimes pushed into someone in front, and that would be my excuse, of course. Right then, we've got Junior Max Primo next, Nick, and this is a class that bridges that gap between the cadet classes and junior Rotax. It's for ages 12 to 14. You may be not old enough already to race in the full junior Rotax class. Some you'll find some kids are, but this gives you an option here in the Kart Championship. So Junior Primo, it's the entry-level junior class is what we're calling it. They're on the 125cc engined, exactly the same as our junior Rotax class. It's just all about the age group. They're on the 1050mm chassis, and they are on the same Mojo tyres as the, let's call it the more senior junior Rotax. It's got a good healthy grid as well. 22 karts have come out, 21 have appeared. On the pole position, we saw Daniel Hartley have a very good day yesterday. Maya Simpson is alongside. Ellis Daly and Leighton Kelly are on row 2. Row 3 is Zach Kane and Ethan Bath. Jack Johnson and Kart Championship Clarkson, I should say, are on row 4. Row 5 is Alfie Forrester and Alessio Lamalfa. Oscar Pitt and Eddie Stewart are on row 6. Dominic Thornton and Laurie McVeigh are on row 7 with Finley Hans and Sophie Caldwell. Row 8, Thomas Butcher and Ewan Stevenson on row 9. Row 10 is Riley Mason-Lewis and Bella Fairclough. Got Tyler Davis and Riley Till on my list. However, we've only got 21 karts out there, and the last one there is Tyler Davis and Bella Fairclough. So Riley Till, is Riley Till out there? No, Riley Till has not made an appearance.
So how many goes to get this one off, eh?
Well, we had problems with this grid of youngsters yesterday who just could not quite get it right. And we had at one point 4 attempts before Dan Ashton decided to pull them up and give them a good talking to. They've had a good talking to this morning as well, and that looks a lot better, doesn't it? We've got a few karts coming out of the... But no, that's...
No. Yes.
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 Yes,
well
we get
done.
Things underway. Well done, guys and gals. Well done, girls and boys.
Guys and gals, as it happens. We
Racing,
can't do that, sorry.
Racing up to Christmas corner.
Oh dear, sorry about that.
It looks like Daniel Hartley leading. It is indeed Daniel Hartley with Maya Simpson alongside. These two certainly were battling at the front of this field all day yesterday through the heats. And as we go through Ashby and on towards Parker, Chapman's corner is this left-hander through the right-hand kink and then onto the back straight. We head towards the boot. This is the left-hander that causes problems because it immediately is let then into the right-hand double apex corner of the boot. And Daniel Hartley would lead. 1 lap completed. It's Hartley leading. Maya Simpson second. They've got a huge gap of 3 seconds before Ethan Bath, Ellis Daly, Zach Kane, Carter, Inskip, Clarkson, Alessio Lamalfa, Jack Johnson, Lloyd McVeigh, Oscar Pitt is the driver rounding off the top 10. I think we should drop back to that 3rd, 4th down over Nick because we've got a train of karts. I don't think Daniel Hartley is going to be troubled by Maya Simpson.
You're not? Okay, well, there's 3 and 4. Okay,
Maya,
5 and 6.
Maya struggled to have a go at Daniel Hartley yesterday. And I know it's only early days. Tyres not quite up to temperature and stuff, but I'll take a gamble at that. And we'll have a look down the order. That's the number 23 of Zach Kane in 5th place there. Things beginning to settle in Junior Primo. And there's behind the number 23. If we just drop back to that one there, it's the Alessio Lamalfa, Zach Kane, Alessio Lamalfa and Jack Johnson as they came through. Look at that. Defensive driving with 6 minutes remaining there from the number 66, I think. And this is a great midfield battle with karts getting out of shape.
Oh.
And there's the 15 through. That's Bella Fairclough making her way from the back of the grid. Bella Fairclough not really having a great day yesterday, finding herself starting near the back. But already Bella up to 13th on that number 15. That's the yellow coloured kart. Challenging for that 12th spot of Ewan Stevenson, who likewise is challenging the kart in front of Laurie McVeigh. All sorts of battles happening. Bella Fairclough now really following in the wheel tracks of Ewan Stevenson. We're battling outside the top 10 here.
Ooh,
and Bella Fairclough round the outside of Parker.
Yellow, yeah, nice one.
That's very rare to see that one. She's going to lose that number 5 off her back bumper if she's not careful. But look at that, Bella breaking free there, just indicating how she was out of grid position really after her results yesterday, and already pulling out a gap to Stevenson. Across the line, it's 4 laps completed. Daniel Hartley and Maya Simpson have got a second between them now. They've got 7 seconds before Ellis Daly comes through in third. And then Ethan Bath fourth, Carter Inskip Clarkson in fifth, Zach Kane seventh, Alessio Lamalfa in seventh place, Alfie Forrester eighth, Jack Johnson, and now Bella Fairclough gets into the top 10 and is chasing down the 27 and taking Ewan Stevenson with her by the looks of things.
Yeah.
She's got a gaggle of 4 carts ahead of her that she's got her sights set on. 4 minutes, we're just inside of 4 minutes now, 3 minutes 50 on the clock. And with the 4 carts ahead of Bella Fairclough, that's the 4 there. Bella Fairclough is the cart behind. Let's stay with the 4, Frank, if we can. That's a great battle there. And that is involving Jack Johnson, Alfie Forrester, Alessio Lamalfa and Zach Kane, the cart at the head of that train of 4. They're about to be joined by Bella Fairclough, I think, and the bright yellow car just coming into our view behind them. I think there's been a change of position there. Just couldn't quite see the number on that cart.
23 from Zach Kane in the middle of that pack there.
All right, so he has dropped from
the
6th.
Red and white helmet. And behind him is the 79 of Alfie Forrester. Yeah, so Alessio must have got Alessio's got past him. Jack Johnson's behind. So he got in this pack around 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10.
Yeah, it's Lamalfa up to 6th, Zach Kane now 7th, Alfie Forrester 8th, Jack Johnson 9th, Bella Fairclough just around 9/10 of a second off the rear of Jack Johnson. And with time running out now, we're inside of 3 minutes. And there you can see Bella just beginning to get in touch and making ground on Jack Johnson. The 4-cart train beginning to become a bit of a 5-cart train, let's say, with Alessio Lamalfa now off into 6th and putting a bit of a cushion between himself and Zach Kane, who was under immense pressure from Alfie Forrester. And there's Forrester down the inside. He did have a sneak peek, didn't he? Slots back in. Fairclough right on the tail now with the 27 of Jack Johnson. That's the yellow cart now, right there, just in the picture there, out towards Christmas. Fairclough's, she's going to have a go, Nick.
She's had a bad day yesterday. I think she didn't finish one of the heats. Well, now obviously it instantly puts you a long way down on the grid. But certainly in this area of the track, which is the lower end of the top 10, she's got a huge amount of pace advantage, it seems to me.
Pace there to get through this field. She's scything her way through. This is a great drive from Bella Fairclough, and look at that.
Oh wow, that's a move and a half.
Down the inside at Oblivion, used all of that wet curbing, which is a bit treacherous. All of that wet curbing there on the outside, and there she is down the inside of Christmas as well. So Alfie Forrester and Zach Kane have been ticked off. She's got clear road ahead of her. She's came through that gaggle of 4 carts, and now we'll head off after Alessio Lamalfa.
So she's put herself into 7th. I kind of wonder what magic setup trick she's found, because that thing's just flying.
It is, absolutely. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, Daniel Hartley continues to put... I know. Again, you mean?
But again, in fairness to Maya, she's put 8 seconds ahead of Ellis.
Well, Daniel Hartley has been the driver to beat in this Junior Primo category. He's continuing to put in purple lap times, purple sectors. He's just put in the fastest lap. He's halfway through the lap. Meanwhile, behind, Maya Simpson stays in that very solid 2nd place. Ellis Daly, an equally solid 3rd from Ethan Bath, who's in 4th. Carter Inskip Clarkson is about to be joined by Alessio Lamalfa just ahead of these. Those are the 2 that are battling there for that position of 5th and 6th. As we see them there, spot on, Frank, well done. We've come upon the Carter Inskip Clarkson and Alessio Lamalfa battle just ahead there of Bella Fairclough.
Yeah, I mean, she probably hasn't got enough time because they're about to start the last lap. There's the 66 there of Alessio. Got to kind of have a Carter Inskip Carter going a little bit of a kind of a coming together. I don't think it was anyone particularly no harm, no foul, but this is the battle on the track. 5th and 6th, up goes Carter Inskip Clark, and he gets past.
No, it's Lamalfa.
Lamalfa gets past Carter. Sorry, way around there.
Lamalfa.
66 passes 44.
Well, who's this coming though? But the bright yellow cart of Bella Fairclough looks like she could get past them both. look at this, into the final lap now. We're well into the final lap. This is Chapman, and again, Bella Fairclough down the inside of Inskip Clarkson, who's losing 2 places in this final lap. The checkered flag flies for Daniel Hartley, Maya Simpson second, Ellis Daly third. But who's it going to be in fourth? It is indeed going to be Ethan Bath. And then it's Alessia Malfa from Bella Fairclough.
Running up the hill, and then Bella got past as well. So Fairclough, where did she start?
Bella Fairclough started in 20th place.
So that's one hell of a run. Don't forget, what we're looking for today is driver of the day.
Driver of the day is...
Was that your driver of the day?
Bella Fairclough.
We have many races to go, but...
Bella Fairclough has put herself massively in contention for our driver of the day award. There is a watch up for grabs, and if you choose the driver of the day and you get it right, and your choice is the correct one...
And you're randomly chosen from the people who got it right.
Yep, you're randomly chosen for a prize of some Kart Championship merchandise.
Merchandise.
We'll find out exactly what merchandise it is, but there's T-shirts,
it's a T-shirt.
jackets.
It is a T-shirt.
It is a T-shirt.
Yes.
Right, brilliant. You can come and blend in with us all.
Yeah, come work for us.
We've got our youngsters out next, our Bambino C50 class. We kicked off the Super Heats with them. We are going to end our first Super Heats with the Coma C50s again. This is the last of our Super Heats Heat 1. We've got another round of Super Heats coming. So Bambino C50s out next, drivers from the age of 6 years old. Yes, indeed. 6 to 8 years old. Incredible, isn't it? Hello to Peter Snowden, who joins us.
Does he?
At home, lounging.
Hello, Snowy.
He's read the Financial Times. His stocks are doing well.
Are they?
And he's settling into some karting live
Marvellous
coverage. Nice to have you along, Snowy.
Does he need to explain anything about how these racing cars work?
Possibly.
Yes.
Yes. He's well up on his historics and well up on his contemporary racing, but I think he knows very little about karting, so it's a bit of a learning experience for him. So the Coma C50s, 6 to 8 years old. They're on the Coma C50 engine or C50G engine. They've got a minimum weight of 71 kilograms. They're on the Lacon tyre, treaded tyres. Fixed sprocket gearing takes away that element of chance from the parents preparing them. We've got a grid of 18 karts, and this is groups A and C. That's how many Bambinos we have. This is the entry-level to entry-level motorsport, because these are the youngest drivers in British karting out at the moment. It's on pole position. Noah Wicklow starts on the pole. Hendrix Fallat starts alongside on row 1. And then on row 2, we've got Benjamin Shivart with Brady Atkin alongside. Logan Hodgetts and William Wainwright are on row 3. Row 4 is Jesse Bailey and Henry Hales. Row 5, John Stevens and Arlo Gamble. Riley Aston Wilkins and Ernie Wade. Santo Amico shares row 7 with Etienne Gardner. Wraith Owen and Nauman Faizan starts on row 8. And row 9, rounding off the 18 kart field, Max Saint-Hilaire and Krishan Doshi.
Steve Weil has a question from the previous race. Steve Weil says, if junior primos for novice drivers, how come number 63...
No, it's not. It's not for novice.
How come number 63 is a very experienced driver, seems strange and not very sporty? Now you could answer.
It's not for novice drivers. It's for age group. It's not junior primo. There is nothing to do with novice drivers in that title. It's the younger drivers within the junior Rotax category. So junior max is for ages 12 to 16. And junior primo is for that age group 12 to 14. So the 15-year-old and 16-year-olds are not in junior primo, and it gives kids the chance when they're moving up into that rough and tumble of the 15 to 16-year-olds, and they go head to head with the 15 to 16-year-olds. It gives them that transitional period, and it gives the Kart Championship has offered this opportunity of splitting the junior Rotax, and the younger drivers within junior Rotax can go off and race themselves in junior primo. So it's not about being a novice. We've got a lot of experience on that grid. It's purely to do with ages and sizes. It's not quite playing rugby with the fifth years.
No.
When you're in the second year. But it can be very similar out there on the track. It's a standing start for Bambinos. So we clear the grid. Parents and helpers, thumbs up from our grid marshal. And it'll be a lights formation. The lights will come on and then go off. 2 red lights will come on and then they will go off, and it'll be a standing start. The engine revs rise and we get away, jumping around in the seat just to help that grip release and the engines pick up. And off into the first corner of Oblivion and then through Crook Corner. And then it's a charge up the hill towards Christmas Corner. And it looks like Benjamin Shivar.
It's Wicklow leading.
It is Wicklow, but Benjamin Shivar pulling alongside. The man in the boy in the bright green helmet gets into the lead into Christmas for the first time.
Is that Shivar?
I think so. He's in
right.
a green
74
car.
or
Yeah.
78. No, 74. That is,
that's
Logan Hodges.
Is it?
Yeah, it's Hodges, 74.
Oh, it's 74.
It's Logan
Where are
Hodges
we?
in the 74.
Yeah, Shivar 78. Hodgetts.
And then
From the third row for Hodgetts.
I'd like to point out this is the first time in any of the previous heats he's been in that Noah Wicklow's been led.
That is true.
He's led
yes.
from the pole and pulled away in both the wet ones yesterday and the dry one this morning.
And he has pulled away indeed, hasn't he?
Mm.
So it is Hodgetts, Logan Hodgetts. We were deliberating whether Logan Hodgetts was of that Hodgetts family dynasty.
The race family dynasty, absolutely, yeah.
He is Wicklow, though. Wicklow side by side through the final turn. We're almost 3 wide into Oblivion for the second time. And there's not room there for 3 karts wide. Hodgetts hangs onto the lead, barely. It's the number 21 of William Wainwright as well. I think William Wainwright is actually the brother of Harry Wainwright, who we've seen racing in the series.
Ah, right.
Yeah, we'll have that confirmed for us, no doubt.
So Wicklow now needs to prove that not only can he lead from the front and pull out a massive gap, he can also have a little nibble round people who get past him. But Hodgetts at the moment managed to put a cadet kart length between the two of them as they sweep into Ashby for the second time. So Wicklow, easy to see because he's in a grey suit and he's got his name on the back of it, which makes it easy for us.
Yeah, thanks for that.
What I like is that I'm sitting there. Wicklow he looks quite big. Wicklow, yeah, he looks slightly bigger in comparison to Hodgetts. They're both tiny, but it's like you scale things up because for the karts they're in.
I absolutely find it remarkable that these youngsters between the ages of 6 and 8 have such an understanding. It's kind of a natural understanding. It's a natural instinct of understanding speed and momentum. And just look at the way they drive their karts, where they position their karts on the track. It's all about speed, and that's a very fast. That's flat out in a Bambino, through the left and then the right, and then using the momentum and not scrubbing off any speed with the steering, all the way up the hill. And look at that.
There he goes.
Yes, but
right.
He's not close enough. He just took a different line.
What I like was they darted to the right as they see it so quickly. It was faster than Paul can move the camera.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's how quick they turn in. There's very little speed difference between that far corner up at the furthest point away from us here at Whilton Mill.
Well, they're small. They have a small footprint and they have a short wheelbase, so they're going to turn the sixpence effectively. They're going to be very darty, as they say, going down the back straight. And they've not dropped William Wainwright, in fairness, so Williams managed to hold on to these two. So it's Logan Hodgetts in the green and sort of red and orange machine. And in fact, if anything, he just put a little bit of a gap there on Noah Wicklow, who's the mostly red with a bit of white there, and a bit of black on the back of his helmet. And then in the selection of flory colours, it's the 21 of William Wainwright. Behind them, Arlo Gamble and Benjamin Sivar. Actually, Sivar's got past Gamble on that race, in that lap, so perhaps he can now begin to move onto this pack.
I actually think, Nick, that if Wicklow could get by Hodgetts, which isn't a simple thing.
No.
I think he's actually got slightly better pace and would indeed pull away like we've seen him in the previous heats in Superheat. But at the moment, Hodgetts is doing a cracking job. Logan Hodgetts doing a master job at keeping him behind. And that's purely just getting on with it. Look at how they use all of the track and more. You know, there's no fear in being out there on the curb, across the white line there on the exit, using all of the track on the entry to the corner. Out of that right-hand kick. Oh, he just dropped a little bit of pace there, didn't he, did Wicklow? Just jumped around in the seat just to get the engine to pick up a little bit better. Through the boot. And you can really, because of the speeds of the Bambinos, you can really sort of study study how to go karting, really, and all about momentum.
In fairness, the 21 car of Wainwright was getting a little bit closer there. Oh, and now Wicklow trying it round the outside.
Yeah, he feels like he's been held up, doesn't he? Shivar's closed the gap to 1.2 off the back of Wainwright. That yellow kart, the number 21 there, easy to spot the number, and then the bright green helmet of Benjamin Shivar, that confused me at the start there between him and Hodgetts. It's definitely Logan Hodgetts, though, who's led this race from the start. Wicklow looking very racy, and there are lots of this Whilton Mill track absolutely flat chat for these Bambinos. So it's all about positioning your kart, not scrubbing off speed, not using that not sapping that engine power. What little engine power you have for these 6, 7, and 8 year olds.
Yeah, is Shivar getting any closer? He was 1.7 back last time.
Yeah, he's 1.2. He's took half a second out. And there's Wainwright, William Wainwright. He's on the novice plate there, the black, with the black number plate with white numbers denoting that he is a novice driver.
Aren't they all novices?
Well, I suppose they are, but some of them have got more than 6 races under their belt.
Right.
Or 6 race weekends.
You couldn't get in the old-fashioned word a cigarette paper between those two, could you? I think he's actually helping him up the straight at the moment.
Here we go then. Are we going to see a move at Christmas? I'm not sure we can, because there's very little speed difference there. We're getting towards the final 2 minutes of this superheat for Bambino's groups A and C. And time beginning to get precious, isn't it, for Wicklow to make that move. Hodgetts, though, Logan Hodgetts, the composure of this 7-year-old. I don't know how old exactly the kids are, but between 6 and 8 for the Bambinos. But the composure under pressure of driving around the track and not making a mistake is phenomenal.
Too young to feel
it's
pressure.
Phenomenal.
I don't know what pressure
phenomenal.
is. The biggest pressure they get is them in their homework. But, so Hodgetts there's a tiny little gap actually on Wilco there, because I think Wicklow made a little mistake, because I saw that Wainwright got close as well. Shivar was 1.3 behind, and I don't think it's changed very much.
No, it's about the same.
It's come down. It's got a bit closer.
Fastest lap from Logan Hodgetts, 1 minute 4.423, 1 minute 4.426 from Wicklow. In second place, William Wainwright, not that far off as well in third. It's a 3-card battle that's had us transfixed here in the Bambino Superheats, Groups A and C. It really is phenomenal. It's going to, you know what, Nick, this bodes very well for the all-important final coming up this afternoon.
Yeah.
Great racing here inside the final minute, as the question that's been certainly on our lips as to whether or not Noah Wicklow can find a way by. Hodgetts is making it very difficult purely by driving as fast as he can. Showing the Union Jack on the side of that helmet. That's a great helmet design there, Logan. They've got back markers going to come into play on this lap, I think. It's going to be 2 more laps of racing. 25 seconds on the clock as they cross the line. The number 18 of Max Saint-Hilaire is right there at the apex of Crook Corner. I'm not sure he's delayed the karts behind him by much.
No, it's okay.
Not at all.
Perhaps slightly in the way of Wainwright, but the top 2, as they begin, they're halfway around the penultimate lap now.
Benjamin Shivar reducing the gap to a second there. We'll see if the back markers have had an effect on this leading 4. Still 2 at the front, though. Still Logan Hodgetts there with the green helmet, and then the red and black of Noah Wilco. Wicklow needing to find a way by. It's going to be the 1 lap to go board next time by. And Wicklow has literally been glued to the rear bumper of Hodgetts, hasn't he, pretty much?
Well, at some point there has been no gap. At some point there's been a whole 2 karts, and now they're median, they're a single kart. And now is the chance. Wicklow's decided this is the chance, and he's just gone.
Oh, he's gone. He had the momentum, didn't he, through Pitts Bend?
Yeah, Logan didn't fight it.
Yeah, I think Logan Hodgetts has been caught napping somewhat, and maybe should have been a bit more to the left, protecting that line into oblivion. But right now, Noah Wicklow will show as the leader going into the final lap. He led the penultimate lap.
Yeah, Wicklow
at the end of it.
Wicklow now not really gapping Hodgetts. Hodgetts, in fact, called a bit of space up. The overtaking manoeuvre has also brought William Wainwright back into play again. As they come round through Chapman for the final time. And it's the final heat for Wicklow. I think Logan's in the Group C, so he'll be out again later for his second heat.
Here comes Wainwright. Wainwright back onto the rear bumper of Hodgetts.
Wicklow now putting a little bit of a gap. He's got past, and now he's just able to ease out a couple of tenths.
I thought he would do that, Nick, if, we're right there with the checkered flag flying now. So it is Noah Wicklow with a full 100% record of heats and super heats. Hodgetts, a cracking drive there, held him back as much as he could, and then I would say caught napping there. William Wainwright takes the fastest lap of the race there with a 1 minute 4.118 at the end, and then the gap to Benjamin Shivar, which we'd been monitoring, was 1.7. Shivar in 4th, Ernie Wade 5th, 6th is Arlo Gamble, 7th is Riley Aston Wilkins. Then we've got John Stevens 8th, Hendricks Fallat is 9th, Wraith Owen rounds off the top 10 there. And then the rest of the field just coming through to take their checkered flag. Santo Amico, Henry Hills, Norman Faizan, Max Centelaire, Brady Atkin, we lost on lap 4, and Jesse Bailey on lap 1. We're into the last of our super heats. The second round of super heats, I should say, Nick.
Last, there's still many hours to go.
Yes, indeed. Many hours to go before we have our short lunch break.
Yes.
Now there's Harry Wainwright, you see, walking past our position.
The coffee machine should be on.
It's kicked in. Yeah. It's kicked in, mate. There is coffee there.
Excellent. Can't argue that point.
Do you want to take us? There's the grid for the Micromax, which is quite large.
I want to see if we've got anybody.
Is that me?
I'm not getting many votes for.
I need to go next door.
Oh, do you?
Yes.
Okay, I thought maybe making me coffee.
And I'll do that on the way back.
That's you. There we are. You could pass me the grid because it would help things. I can't read kind of. It's spouse. Don't forget, we are looking for a driver of the day. You can nominate the driver of the day, and if your nomination is the winner, then you will be put into a draw to win some merch. So perhaps we're waiting to perhaps see the driver of the day in the finals. We've only seen one round of heats so far. So next up will be the Micromax Super Heat number 2. Same grid as last time as they roll off, which is Alfie Marr in pole, Sebastian Berman second, Logan Rolfe is third, Lewis Herbertson is fourth. Then you have Benitez Masiokas, he's in fifth. The weird thing about the way they hand us these grid sheets is they have pole bottom right. I always think pole should be top left. Why am I reading this upside down? Anyway, so it's Benitez Masiokas, then it's Josh Cook in 6th. Buddy Hugo starts in 7th. Then it's Archie Rogers-Tyler. Next up is ABJ Stubbs. Then you've got Chloe McGill. And you have Alfie Garrett, Singh Pahal, Elijah West, Jensen Walker, Adam Galoudi, that's moved down to 15th now, and Xavier Ramsey is 16th, and then you've got Matthew Lilly, Lewis Kokadi, Toby Biggs, Ronnie Carter, he's 20th, then Victor Popakul, Jack Mellon, Ethan Lloyd, Logan Stanley Jones, and Ruben Segu, he's 25th. And then after that, you have Sebastian Crawford, Freddie Blackshaw, Jamie Wolfe, Travis Giddings, Jensen Darlow, Zach Andrew, Carter Jackson, and Ronnie Faulkner are the runners. The 56 is now not placing in any definition the correct direction. And I'll try and work out which one 56 is. It changes round again. I'm about to get underway, I think, without the 56. And they are going round for another lap, which gives me a chance to work out who the heck the 56 is. It must have been 66. It must have been 66 and Ethan Lloyd. So it's Ethan Lloyd, I think, now. Because there's no 56, but there's a 66. And sometimes these numbers get a little bit scruffy and scratched, and it actually makes it quite hard to see what the heck's going on. But you know, I'm not just looking for any old excuse, you know me. Anyway, so they'll get a bit of a quick run, because they'll try and get some temperature in the tyres in the first part of the lap. Bit of free warming as they sweep through the link between Ashby and Parker. That's Parker, as they in front of you, and then they go round Chapman, then slow down on the back straight, and they try and reform. Now, here they go. So the blue and white cart, that is Sebastian Bierman on the bottom, I suppose, your screen, you'd say. Next to him, sharing the front row, in fact, leading the front row is Alfie Marr, and then the 32, the white cart in third is Logan Rolfe, and then swerving about in the number 9 machine is Lewis Herbertson. Herbertson was one didn't really show in the first heat. The other three at various stages were battling for all sorts of important positions. And the good news is my barista has arrived, and he's played the coffee, he's own drip, and it's Joe Bradley now who'll take you to the start of the Micromax Superheat 2.
Hope you enjoy your coffee, Nick. Micromax Superheat 2 about to get underway then as they come through.
Where's my shamrock?
Pitts Bend. We are about to go racing. We get things underway, and that pack of Micromax karts make their way through Oblivion. All of the curb and more being used by the kart at the front there.
That was the poor start by Behrman. I think he's down in 5th.
But Alfie Mayer, great start by him. You could see the momentum he carried out of turn 1, using all of that curb to great effect. It's the 32 of Logan Rolfe who's latched himself onto the bumper there. The number 12 of Benedictus Masiokas through in 3rd as well. And just look at that. This is typical cadet racing in the Micromax. These are the Rotax engined karts, the 125cc. Effectively the same engine, exactly the same engine that will take you all the way through to Senior Max, just with a massive amount of restriction here in Micromax and a little less restriction as you go through the age group.
Is it the same? Would you change the restriction when you buy a new engine?
Well, you tend to buy a new engine because by the time you get to seniors, it's worn out somewhat.
But you could.
Effectively the same. Yeah, theoretically, yes. Yes. Battle for 3rd there, Nick.
Way wide out there from Herbertson. Sorry, that's not, is it?
Yes, it was.
Yes, it was Herbertson.
Josh Cook is the driver that was weaving around there, just trying to find a way by.
5th place, yeah.
He's right. So it's a 4-card battle at the front, which is always something we like to see. And there's absolutely nothing in it. A waiting game being played somewhat.
Yeah,
as ever.
Quite a lot of visual pace as they sweep round the back straight.
Alfie Mayer in control there at the front.
He's looked good, the 15. All the way through.
I haven't seen Earl from Zipcard, but he'll be delighted there at the barrier watching his driver, Alfie Mayer, leading this field through.
Good move by the 9 there of Cook up the inside of the 12 of Benedict and Masaki. Just again, it's interesting that drive off the final corner, which we weren't seeing yesterday because it was wet. What's happening is some people are being checked up. Well, look at the move there. Two corners, and two big corners. He's picked up 2 places. Josh Cook absolutely on the move in the 9. That's the white kart currently scored in 2nd. Just ahead of Alfie Mayer, but realistically, it's interesting now to see how this different drive is helping karts. Sometimes not being right up the backside of the kart in front of them is helping them get a bit of a run.
Because you don't trip over, do you?
Yeah,
that's the thing.
1, 2, 3, and 4 are you could throw a tablecloth over them. Not a very big tablecloth. A tablecloth you get from IKEA and then finds 2 feet shorter than you think it should be. It's a metric tablecloth. And that will cover all 4 of these karts.
Oh, and the Chaos Sport Junior driver moving down the inside of the Zip team.
That wasn't the gap. That was kind of he hoped there'd be a gap there. He visualised the gap. There wasn't a gap.
What happened there was exactly what you were describing, Nick. Giving yourself a bit of space to make that move, but once if you haven't got that space, you end up tripping over. Here we go down the inside of Christmas.
This is for the
Josh
lead.
Cook. No, because the momentum around the outside is once again what we saw. The Zipcart driver Alfie Mayer finding himself with great speed on turning, but I tell you
Cook's
what,
got some pace in that kart.
He's been held up, hasn't he?
He's got some pace, but I'm not sure whether it's just Cook, because if Cook now looks to go the outside of Parker, and that's not going to work. But look up the inside now, as Benedictus Masiokas he's looking to do it as well. So the top 3, absolutely captain waiting brief is 53 Lewis Herbertson. He's thinking, well, just what these 3 idiots do, and I'll see what happens next.
Yeah,
but the big loser out of this, where is?
Oh, there's a change. There's the move outside of the boot, momentum coming out of the boot and carrying that all the way through Pitts Bend and across the line for a change of lead. Josh Cook, the number 9, the Chaos Sport driver, been promising to do that from the start, but it's not over yet, is it? No. Alfie Mayer coming back at him, and Benedictus Masiokas going to be involved as well as a change of lead is come back, and Masiokas through into 2nd. Cook down to 3rd. There they go, off into the lead again and back to where he was. Alfie Mayer saying, how dare you take my lead off me.
Some real soaring of the steering wheel going on there as well.
Textbook this, Nick.
Up the inside.
Textbook. Did he take his Zipcart teammate with him?
Now, I can't see Sebastian Behrman anywhere on this. Is he dropped out?
Let me have a look at that. Talk amongst yourselves while I check that.
37. First and second right together coming around the boot. They go underneath our camera position and they'll go onto the pit bend right together. And there they go. So Josh Cook was scored in the lead, and now he's in third.
You were looking for a drive that's in Intermax.
I've got the wrong thing. What? Oh no, Micromax. Sebastian Berman, 37.
Where's he gone then?
I don't know.
Because he's not on the list at all.
No.
Did he not come out for the start?
No, he did at the start. Dropped to fourth place. But I'm just wondering whether his transponder's not working. He did at the start. Dropped to fourth place. But I'm just wondering whether his transponder's not working. I'm going to have to. You commentate. I'm going to see if I can see him on the track.
Yeah, good point. Because we have got. I can't find him on the timing screen whatsoever.
He started second.
Yeah, he started second, of course. Yeah. Great.
He's got
battle
a bright blue cart.
We've got a Zip 1-2, Zip Kart 1-2. Earl will be smiling. Oh, and the number 12 of Masioka's just beginning to trip over Alfie Mare there. Josh Cook for KR Sport Juniors coming through as well. And there's the number 32, the 32 of Logan Rolfe latching onto the back of Cook. Cook's coming back. Look at the momentum he carried through Crook.
Nope.
Cook through Crook is a tricky thing to say, and there's a change for lead as the two Zipcart teammates come together side by side through Christmas, sorting themselves out by the time they get to the right-hander at Inkermans. Down towards Ashby now, and there's Cook down the inside. Cook is down the inside, and it's side by side towards Parker.
Gee,
It's the Zipcart 1-2 that remains.
Yeah, but the 9 cart there was leaning so heavily on the 12 of Masioka's that he was actually pushing him off the track. But I think it was kind of tug of war argument. By the way, I don't think Sebastian Berman completed the first lap, and therefore he didn't get scored. He's not on the track. That's a problem when he started. But these four have been entertaining us royally. I'd like to point out that actually now it says it's got a different fourth place man. It's saying that fourth place is Dean Singh Pahal.
I've got Logan Rolfe in fourth, mate.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of a. Yes, it's slightly wrong on the timing. Third and fourth are just like round the wrong way. Don't worry about it.
Right, let's forget about that because we've got
in the watching brief.
Yeah, we've got first to fourth, so close you could pitch a tent, is the old adage I use, and that remains as we continue round with coming towards the final minute. Is going to show. I think we're going to be inside the final minute by the time we get to the line. And Josh Cook just trying to find a way by these two Zipcart teammates in front of him. And then Logan Rolfe is that number 32, the blue liveried cart behind. Into the boot then. And we are indeed inside that final minute.
Oh, inside there, he just nibbled off the backside of Masioka's, did Cook. And I think he's lost momentum. I think up the inside now. Rolfe got him. Rolfe got him coming out for the second half of the boot because he lost all the momentum and just getting too close and then being backed up by where Masioka was going around the first part of the boot. So now we have two pairs and the lapping coming up.
So we've got a Zip 1-2, then Logan Rolfe with Synergy in third and KR Sport Junior.
And it's Josh Cook in fourth. It's just the fourth and fifth for some reason is just not coming out correct in the time. Don't worry about it. So fourth and fifth is the other way around. There's the back marker being lapped, and I think, yep, that's fine. That was the 61 of Jensen Darlow. Getting out of the way. Well done, Jensen. Good driving. So the four are back together again because they were split there for a few seconds and were feeling a bit lonely.
Yeah, they're back together.
This is the penultimate lap. They are going to be getting the last lap ball when they cross the start-finish line in about 15 seconds. But first they've got to go around the boot for the penultimate time. And this is where it all went wrong for Josh Cook last time because he got too close. Now he's going to do the reverse trigger. And he's done it. He's got the inside of Logan Rolfe. So third and fourth swaps round. There's a quick glance over the shoulder. And there they go. Singh Patel's actually in fifth, not fourth.
Up towards Christmas for the final time then.
Oh,
and using momentum because that's a very fast turn. It feels like a hairpin, but it's not. You've got a very fast entry into that. Blue flags flying for the back markers. The two Zipcart drivers jostling around at the front of this pack, just trying to find space to maybe have a try. Mare, Masiokas, Cook, Rolfe. That's the order onto the back straight for the final time, then towards the boot for the final time, and it's going to be a back marker that settles this. Alfie Mare through round the outside of the back marker, and then we've got Josh Cook down the inside. And is it the Synergy cart of Logan Rolfe who's going to challenge? No, he doesn't.
Not quite.
The win is took by Alfie Mare. Benedictus Masiokas makes the Zipcart 1-2. Josh Cook for KR Sport in third, and then we've got the Synergy driver Logan Rolfe in fourth. The Singh Pahal was fifth, Archie Rogers Talley sixth, seventh was Lewis Herbertson, Jensen Walker eighth, Buddy Hugo ninth, and rounding off that top 10 was indeed Ronnie Carter. What a great race that was. Doesn't that bode well for the final?
Yeah, I think there's a very disappointed Josh Cook there. I think he could see a way to victory, and he was even leading for half a lap, but it just didn't come off, which is a bit unfortunate for him. He made that move with a couple of laps to go into the boot, but got backed up by other of the drivers.
Alfie Mayr's going to be hard to beat. We saw that. He's got the pace, yes, he's got the pace. Benedictus Masiokas was just, if
it's the racecraft. It's the racecraft.
I know, that's what I mean. They're relying upon the other drivers making a mistake.
What mistake?
Now then, let's see if we can see if there's any bumper penalties. This is for you, Peter Snowden, listening at home, watching at home. The front bumpers are attached with a mechanism that if they have an impact on the front, it will drop off. The mechanism opens up and the bumper drops. It's called a drop bumper. You'll get a 5-second penalty. And that scrutineer in the grey jacket there is checking for drop bumpers. If we see a drop bumper, he'll step up and he'll take a photograph of the drop bumper. So far, this is where we see. So he's seen a drop bumper on the 25.
Who's 25?
That's Jensen Walker
from 8.
So Jensen will get a 5-second penalty. And you see Jensen's head go back, thinking, "Oh man."
So Jensen should go down
nothing
to
I could do.
11th. He'll drop down to.
It's not open to appeal. It's not open to argument. You get a 5-second penalty when your bumper has dropped off that mechanism, and it's a great way to combat contact driving. When I raced karts, it was normal practice to feel a bump going into any braking area, and then the next time round you do it back.
I'm seeing everyone's picture.
That's not really, you saw how askew that bumper was.
That's gone.
On that zip cart.
That's 61's definitely
you can
down.
see it trailing. It's actually dropped, scraping the ground. I heard a story in the paddock the other day in I think it was one of the practice sessions. It might have been one of the heats yesterday, where I'm not going to name names, but one of the youngsters came in 2 laps early because he saw that he'd hit his bumper, and the bumper had dropped. So, and it was brand new, so he didn't want to scrape the underside, so he came in, which I found cute.
That's sweet, that, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so.
I like my bumper so much, I don't want it broken.
Just saw the number 16, Sebastian Crawford, who's with Hunter Motorsport from the North East. He's the current North East Bambino champion, moving up to Micromax this season. But for now, we've got to leave the Micromax field behind us. We've got the Intermax class back out. Intermax for 10 to 13-year-olds. Slightly less restriction on the engines. Mojo tyres, very similar chassis and tyre sizes than what we've just seen in Micromax. But like I say, a little bit less restriction. So more power being given to these youngsters. Adam Turacek is going to be very, very hard to beat. He starts on pole, Max Gilman alongside. Harvey Bacon and JJ Plowman are in the second row. Sebastian Clark, Josh Cormack on row 3. Larry Price and Jensen Sale are on row 4. Row 5 is Nathan Edwards and Thomas Jackson. Drew Davidson and Jensen White. Fraser Anderson and James Fabricus start on row 7. Row 8 sees George Ralston sat alongside Sandro Kemp, with Jack Moss and Oscar Roach on row 9. Row 10 rounding off the 20-cart field. We've only got 18 out there as Grayson Wortley and Bailey Wolfe on my list.
Well, Wortley's there, but Bailey Wolfe isn't. So a couple of the people aren't taking the start. But as you say, Max Gilman with the predominantly blue with the orange edging kart has been rather effective as a racing driver throughout the 2 days so far. I expect that Max Gilman would like to take that away. Now, will they get these guys away first time? It's a little bit loose at the back. And no.
It's a false start, so we have another rolling lap, Nick. Gives us time to gather our breath in readiness for another frantic race start from
blimey, that was
our karters.
They did these Intermaxes, and I think also the Minimax, love to get the kart up at an angle of about 90 degrees as they try and warm the tyres up. They attack it with a massive amount of braking. Kerry Probert, hello for you on the chat, saying good luck Team Garnet. Emma Parsons, good luck to all of Isla Parsons' Honda friends. That was a bit of a while away. Don't always get the messages that quickly, especially if we're trying to adjust other things most of the time.
So we'll see the field being gathered up. Adam Turacek, who's been absolutely on fire this weekend. Completely different track conditions from what we saw yesterday. And it's kind of brought the field together, hasn't it? The wet weather yesterday, torrential wet weather. And that is a Thule Motorsport kart that Max Gilman is on. So he's down as a privateer, which is
so high-quality cameraman.
He might not be with Thule this weekend, but that's certainly a Thule Motorsport kart, so he may race another series with Thule. He's down as a privateer here, but that might be just because they haven't got the team name.
The 180 is also a Thule car, it's just got a different nose without the stickers. So that's the same for Harvey Bacon as well. Down they go, and they're away, and this time I think it's going to be a bit of a... they got off, so they're running and they sweep through a briefing for the first time now, climbing up the hill towards Christmas Corner. All cars safely through those first couple of corners.
Gilman in the lead.
And he's all over the shop trying to make sure he doesn't lose in the first corner. He's still trying to get that little bit of extra heat into the tyres, just give them a little bit more agitation as they run through those first few corners. But Turacek finds himself in an unusual situation for this weekend of not being in the lead. Massive look over the shoulder from the 169 of Max Gilman. And then they go a bit further down. Third is the 121 now. Just Cormac's picked up third. And it's a move already as Turacek got through on the outside, but he couldn't make it stick. So he led for about 12 metres. And now he's back in second again, but he's got the inside line through the boot. That was a little bit...
Turacek will lead across the line, Nick.
Gilman drifted wide. I think that may have just been a situation where he decided to use the speed he'd normally use, but the kart pointed out, I haven't got those tyre temperatures you need for that.
Yeah,
and
he
just
slid
drifted
wide. Yeah. Turacek's kart was able to keep up the pace, allowed him to move down the inside. So Turacek from pole will see to be leading on lap one, and then behind him, Gilman, Cormac, Plowman, Seal. It's 5-kart train now into Max.
The question is, can Turacek pull away, Joe, isn't it, really? Because he has done that in the wet, and he didn't seem terribly troubled before.
We did that this morning in the first super
he's gapping a little bit now. But, yes, he's got the talent and everything else, but you would think that there is the opportunity for other of the drivers, A, to get their eye in, but B, to make a couple of subtle changes to the karts, given the fact they've now got some decent dry running in the temperatures they need to see today. But it's not a big lead, but it's a lead from Turacek, from Gilman, from Cormac, from Plowman, from Sile. Bacon is in 6th and Sebastian Clark in 7th, but it's the first 5 who are covered by less than a second.
And we've got Gilman telling Turacek just to get on with it and we'll pull away. He's not pulling away from Josh Cormac, the KR Sport driver, hanging on to the tail of that Thule Motorsport kart of the 169.
They're slightly dropping. Well,
yeah, they're slightly dropping JJ Plowman.
I said slightly, and now he's got a bit closer again.
Yeah, I know they're going to come back. So JJ Plowman's with ST Racing down from the northeast of England.
They've dropped him to the extent where he's actually now in a train. What's actually happened is suddenly Turacek's got a few lengths, but it's right the inside there. That was the 171 of Plowman. Suddenly thought, I'll do something different, but it's cost him. Because Sile's come up the inside of him.
Yeah, Sale, the Synergy driver, getting down the inside because Plowman did go wide. These two squabbling for
wide in third.
Squabbling for the 4th and 5th places. We're allowing the top 3 to get ahead.
Second and third swap.
And there's a change.
So Cormac now into second place. Gilman will drop to third, but still it's Turacek leading. So very similarly liveried karts in second and third.
Can Cormac now have a go at Turacek as Turacek continues to kind of maintain his composure at the front of this field. He just looks over his shoulder, he sees where they are. It's the KR Sport driver in second now, the Thule kart of Gilman in third, and this is where you get a variation of line coming out of that boot corner, don't you? And right on the bumper now across the line, the gap is barely able to be seen.
Yep.
It was 66 thousandths of a second there to be exact. Both looking over their shoulder there. Are we going to see a challenge?
There he goes. Cormac into the lead. Ooh, a little nudge from his pleasure as he didn't quite carry the same apex speed as Turacek, but Cormac takes the lead coming out there. Comes
textbook momentum out of Crook onto the brakes there, and as they braked, puts the car on the inside, and
it's not deliberate. It's
it's inadvertent.
People are carrying different speeds at different parts of corners,
and that didn't look hard enough to cause the nose to
looking
fall.
Low on the front right.
It is, isn't it? It's looking low, but it's not looking loose. So change of lead this time by 5 laps completed, and Cormac will show as the leader, having just put in a fastest lap of the race. Cormac, Turacek, Gilman, Sale, Plowman, Clark, Bacon, Fabricus, Fraser Anderson and Larry Price. That's your top 10.
I would say there may be a nose issue for our second place man Turacek, but weirdly it's looking down on one side, which of course is not what happens if you get a nose drop. It just looks down, doesn't it, across both sides, and it could be an optical illusion based on the colours of that nose cone, but it is lower, it seems, than the others. The 169 of Max Gilman with the Tony Kart with green and white overalls. is looking to try and bridge the gap. But interesting, the top two now the thing is, we're talking about gaps, and the gaps is like, 5 kart lengths. It's not like, he's pulled away by half a straight. It's not like Max Verstappen doing his pit stops yesterday, is it? It's like, it's a slight gap. It's like, there's nothing.
And you know what, Nick? That gap can disappear in a blink of an eye if you
braking area.
Yeah, one braking area too deep. It's settled down somewhat, though, hasn't it? Cormac, Turacek, Gilman, Sale, JJ Plowman for ST Racing, dropping off the tail of these 4 in front of him now.
Second and third is where it's at now, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely. This could be a change. Turacek seems to be. You know what? It's my fault, Adam, that you've dropped a second, because I said you looked so composed and in control of the lead of this Intermax race, this final superheat of the weekend for these Intermax drivers, and now, having lost that lead, you're now looking under threat for second place with Max Gilman all over your rear end.
Yeah, it's a. Just coming out. Oh, that's a dive.
There's the dive.
Yeah. Diving got him. It must admit, it did seem that the Turacek kart has not been particularly fast down the middle part of the back straight. He kind of comes out, punches out the corner out Chapman quite well, but kind of lacks a little bit of oomph, it seems. Or perhaps he's just taking a slightly more conservative line as he breaks into the. That nose is very low, Joe.
It was an out-braking manoeuvre.
That nose is very low, Joe.
Well, we'll see that at the end when Ash can monitor the bumper checks when they're coming underneath him. But right now, Turacek lacking the pace we saw earlier in this race, lacking the pace we saw in the first of the superheats. So he's struggling now, and he knows that just behind him is Jensen Sale. Jensen Sale not far behind him. And Sale with Synergy looking behind him and finding that we've lost JJ Plowman off the tail end of this 4-card battle for the front. We're inside of 90 seconds remaining, so plenty of time.
Yeah, they've got 3. They've got this and 2 more.
Plenty of time for Sale to catch and even indeed overtake Turacek. Turacek's a privateer in the entry. So really cracking racing from our privateer entrants today here in the Kart Championship. And showing very well in all of our classes.
So through Inkermans, it's interesting because you basically confidently told us that Turacek was going to walk away with the whole thing. I think it's
my fault, Adam.
Well, I'm not sure. I think there's some elements where perhaps that kart is now suffering from a nose drop, which whilst performance-wise might not have, it will certainly psychologically affect the driver's opinion if he knows he's sitting on a 5-second penalty.
Yeah, possibly. It does look a bit suspect.
It looks suspect compared to the 2 other karts around it, but the thing to remember is there is not a standard ride height for the nose, is there?
It's not like there's aero on these Intermax karts that, the nose has dropped and we're getting a different aero flow.
And here goes third.
Yeah, there it is.
Just gone. It's
Jensen Sale.
So whatever amendments that the top 3 have made have worked. Whatever amendments that Turek didn't make setup changes haven't worked. Oh, that was a nice little run back.
Oh, I think that was Sale sort of being a bit hesitant through.
He wasn't
Ashby
happy about
there.
that.
No, he wasn't. Let's see what happens here.
Is he a little punt?
Yeah, he does. He gets a big punt there.
You know why? He knows the nose has gone.
Oh,
so he can do it again.
Indeed, yeah.
You can't. The second time, you don't get 10 seconds for doing it twice.
That's right, yeah.
And so he thought, I'll just give him a little bit of a shovette.
Or do you? Because if
and that's definitely down now.
If the officials see that, they can give you another.
They've got penalty 191. We've got on there, which is James Fabregas. But I would say that is definitely down now. The nose. I know we could get obsessed about nose penalties, but it's definitely down now. I would say. He backs around.
Seal will possibly, more than likely, be completely unaware that we're potentially looking at a bumper penalty for Adam Turacek. These two getting, you know what? These two will.
A bit personal.
I think they'll find themselves. We'll see them just passing this window, heading towards race control after this race. There's no question about it. They both will. Meanwhile, Josh Cormack just ahead.
Just shift forward, leader.
If we can get these two, we don't want to be part of that judicial process. So let's have a look at the leader. As they come through, nose to tail.
Well done.
But KR Sports, I should say, Josh Cormack takes the superheat win. Max Gilman second. It's Adam Turacek that finishes third on the road. Jensen Sale fourth. JJ Plowman for ST Racing fifth. Sebastian Clark sixth. Jim Fabregas seventh. Harvey Bacon eighth. Ninth is Grayson Wortley. And Fraser Anderson is the driver. That rounds off the top 10 here.
Yeah, so we now need to go to Ash. We'll take it off Ash now. I'm going to go to Ash Spycam in the collecting area. And let's see what happens on the Spycam for the collecting area.
Yeah, so the question that we are asking as commentators, and interested fans of that Intermax race. It was a very, very good race indeed from all of our drivers all the way down the 18 kart field. Battles ensuing all the way down the field. And too much for us to get everything.
Serena House, I have a message I had to get actually on time. Serena House has said, "Well done, Josh," with a clapping hands emoji, a car emoji, and looks like a cloud emoji.
Right.
The sticker's off it.
The sticker's off it, yes. Oh, no, he's waved him on.
Really, with the sticker off?
Yeah, well, that doesn't mean anything.
Okay.
He's waved him on. So, no, we were deliberating and speculating as to whether there was a bumper issue with...
It's just how they mount them, really low.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Really low. So that's not an issue whatsoever. And everybody's cleared bumper checks so far.
Well done.
In this Intermax battle. We've got zero sound coming from the track, which means we've got the mighty Bambinos, the mighty Bambinos, the electric-powered karts, on track for their second and final superheat. Ralph Martin on the pole position from Ollie West. These two have been battling all weekend. Heath Smith and Jack Harper are on row 2. Junior Wright and Jensen James Williams are on row 3. Row 4 is Maximilian Mikalski with Ava Garrett alongside. Oliver Woodall and Felix Tandy are on row 5. Then we've got Frank Pearson and Hadley Jarvis, Etienne Gardner and Nico Mohan, Kai Ergensoy and Arthur Bather on row 8, and then row 9, the final row of the grid, is Hugo Williams and Henry Hales. So we mentioned Felix Tandy's dad, the Le Mans winner Nick Tandy, finding the electric motor aspect being very simple for him to run, given the time that he gets very few weekends off, being a Porsche factory driver in the GTP Championship in America. That's got to be a sales point for Mighty. You don't have to be an expert on the internal combustion engine. It's basically relatively plug and play. There's still an element of preparation. You've still got to get the right tyre pressures and the right kart setup and stuff. So there is an element to play with. But the part that takes the time, engine management and the like, is kind of negated by the fact that you can very much equalise these electric motors, Nick, and you're the expert on that.
You certainly can, because there is the motors are not particularly stressed members. You can, but basically, the more voltage and more wattage you put through the motor, the more revs you get out of it, and any sort of electric speed control can throttle that to a specific amount. And you say, right, the maximum you can have is exactly the same as in Formula One, where the batteries are only allowed to give 160 kilowatts of power, and that's it. You can't have any more. I mean, the battery could give loads more if you wanted to, but that's the limit to the hybridization that's currently allowed. And again, also in IMSA, where it's maximum, I think, of 60 kilowatts or 80 horsepower. It's all done with electronic control, and software. Okay, we're waiting now. So it's a roll away, and it's a good start for the 32 of Ralph Martin. He's got away. He's lost the lead, though, because up the inside's gone Ollie West.
Yeah, the two green nose cones of the two karts that we've seen at the front of this mighty Bambino field, once again, showing the rest of the field. But it's very bunched together, isn't it, Nick? It's very good racing from these electric karts. They have exactly the same tyre, the treaded LeConte tyre, all-weather tyre for Bambinos, ages 6 to 8, just to remind everybody. And they're a very, very similar pace to the petrol-engined C50 Coma engine Bambino. So no difference lap time-wise, etc. As we continue on then, it's going to be side-by-side action into the boot. No, not side-by-side at all. They have to sort themselves out. It's the number 20, Ollie West, who leads. I'm going to say his teammate purely down to the fact that they've got the same liveries.
So yeah, it's the 20 from the 32, then it's the 18 of Heath Smith, and then it's the 57 of Jack Harper, and then it's Jensen James Wright, Junior Wright, James Williams, Junior Wright, Felix Tandy, Oliver Woodall, and second and third now. First thing about to get changed up the inside has come Ralph Martin. He's getting a long hard stare by Ollie West, but he still gets through. But we can West over and under him. No, he can't. And then we see that Heath Smith in the 18. That's the red-edged mighty cart behind him. And there's a kind of a trundle of carts behind them.
Ollie West is down as being with MP Coaching whereas Ralph Martin is down as nothing.
He's not even a privateer. So he's not even a privateer. It's magic.
He's just not entered MP coaching. Felix Tandy's down as a privateer. There's a few other privateers in there. RCE are represented as well. They have a Garrett.
Well, I mean, this is probably the class where you could run as a privateer because it's, as you say, there's so little that you can do to the cards, and it's really, really about teaching the drivers the tactics and the strategies and the nuances of actually racing. And at the moment, there's pretty nuanced racing at the top three, but Ralph Martin back in the lead from West from Smith. And then there's 4 karts after. Tandy's gone up to 5th, actually, so his dad will be pleased by that because he had a bit of a torrid time yesterday in the wet. I saw him facing the wrong way on, I think, two or three occasions.
He will go. The race is on. Very little speed difference, though, through Christmas Corner than we have on the straight. Almost flat chat there through Christmas. And then on through the right-hander there at Inkerman's, using all the curb on the right. If you are looking and watching from home and think that your child, your son and daughter, or even grandson and granddaughter would be interested in getting involved in karting, this is, once again, this championship, the Kart Championship, is a great entry-level way of getting involved on a national level. We do travel around the country. But check out the Might E. It's MIGHT with a capital E on the end. Might E. Check out their website for prices and costs of chassis and motors and what have you. And as we've got Ralph Martin
let's just drift back to the next part of the battle because we've seen these guys before. There's 4 karts.
I was about
5
to say,
cars.
Nick.
No, 4 cars.
Yeah, there it
going
is.
for it.
I was about to say, Nick, Ralph Martin's pretty much plugged himself into that lead, hasn't he? We've seen this in the past.
So that was Harper. It's Harper. It's still Harper. It's the 40. Yeah. So it's the. I don't know. I'm trying to read the numbers here. 45, who isn't on my score sheet at all.
We haven't got a 45. Who's 45?
Is it? Is he on your numbers?
No.
Right, so somebody who doesn't exist is currently running. That is interesting, isn't he? He's got 45. He's definitely 45, and he's not down.
That's 28. So that's Felix Tandy, the second kart in that train,
so
I think,
apparently
isn't it?
It's Jack Harper, but he's not 45. He's 57 officially. No, it's Jensen James Williams is a lap down. It's a lapped kart. The 45 is a lapped kart, right.
Okay.
So that leading kart is not appearing in, unless he's missed the lap, of course.
Yes, unless that's a transponder issue, because I didn't see anybody dropping down the order.
Right.
So 45 does exist. It's just at the bottom of the timing screen, which is a bit odd.
Then it's Tandy on the 28.
Yeah, Tandy under pressure from Junior Wright.
And then the Ducky Blue, that 11, that's Junior Wright. It's a 57. It's Jack Harper who's pressurising Tandy. They are swapping positions.
They are. As we, I look away from the monitor at the timing screen. I look back and they've changed positions.
And then behind them, there's 3 more karts that are having a bit of a scrap at. So yeah, so it's all they've done that kind of clumping thing where they've got themselves into 3 or 4 separate groups. Actually, looking just ahead down the way towards Ashby, you can see that Heath Smith's been dropped by the top 2. So the top 2, again, as you say, Ralph Martin seems quite secure with a relatively small lead. This is all happening. I do think that Jensen James Williams is actually in 4th, and there's been a transponder error because there's no indication why he'd be a lap slower when he's having no issue whatsoever in running the pace of the others. So actually, is Felix Tandy, I think, yes, who's got into the lead of this group in the.
Looking over his shoulder there, Felix.
Blue,
looking over his left-hand shoulder.
Yellow, and then you've got Jensen James behind him, and then the 57 of Jack Harper, and then Harper's about to lose a position to Junior Wright in the Ducky Blue car.
Jensen James Williams started in 6th place, so I suspect that's as they come together there. Felix Tandy showing a bit of a family trait there with a bit of wheel banging there.
Well, his dad comes from the oval racing where it was all about wheel banging. He had to learn his manners for circuit racing.
Yeah, that's very true. Now, Jensen has pulled away. Jensen James Williams has pulled out a little bit. Is that? No, it's Felix Tandy. They've done it again.
Tandy's leading, yep.
Yeah, Tandy's
leading.
Not
leading, he's in 4th.
Well, Tandy in 4th.
There's a big gap. There's about 5 seconds between 3rd and 4th. But the vast number of these young men and young women, it's their first ever competitive race. So you can imagine the absolute vertical learning curve they're on. And
I tell you wouldn't think it though, looking at that's natural. That's a natural instinct that we're seeing from these youngsters of how to drive around a racetrack. It's not like they've studied a textbook.
Because Jensen James now is looking to get up the inside of Tandy.
Jensen James Williams is that?
Yeah, I think having 3 names is just over the top. I think I'm only ever going to give you 2 names, and I'm going to choose which 2 they are.
Well, Tandy had momentum through Pitts Bend there and he continues in fourth. The lead, by the way, we neglected the leader for a little bit. He's got an 8/10 lead. Ralph Martin leads, Ollie West, Heath Smith. Then the battle that we've got here. We've got a little bit of a back marker there getting involved. But through the corner, looking over your shoulder as you're turning right. That's incredible. Felix Tandy in fourth there. That's the blue and yellow kart. The 45 is Jensen James Williams, who's showing at the bottom of the screen, but I suspect that might be a transponder issue. Didn't pick him up for a lap.
He's just missed a lap, I think,
the
absolutely.
The number 11 is Junior Wright, and then the number 57, just hanging on to this train of 4 karts, is Jack Harper in the 57. Looking like it's settled down a little bit, isn't it? Inside the final 30 seconds. And the lead has gone through, so it'll be 2 more laps of racing for these mighty Bambinos. Across the line now.
In this, actually, Ollie West and Martin are a bit closer than they have been. So you can talk about this, and I'm going to have a quicker shufty at the. Let's go back to the leaders.
Let's have a look at the leaders.
They're right underneath you now, Paul. We should be on a different camera doing that, but never mind. We don't need the whip pans on camera.
There they are. Yeah, we've done that well. We've all got whiplash, but we've done that well. As we've picked up the lead battle because that has come from 8/10 down to a 1/10 of a second last time by.
And they've got a lap and a bit to go, so they won't. They'll get the last lap next time round.
So still time for Ollie West there, the second kart in that train, the bright green helmet of Ollie West. Getting on to the back end of Ralph Martin, the number 32. We've seen these two looking over his shoulder there as Ralph. As they turn right into the boot through the double apex, staying away from the curb on the right there on the last of the curbs, and then through that very fast pitch bend. That's going to be changed the next time we visit Whilton Mill further in the season. So last lap board, final lap there.
Martin.
Easy to see for the drivers.
Yeah, Martin picked up a couple of tenths on the timing, but if you look at it, it's pretty close. And up this rise towards Christmas Corner, Ollie West definitely got some momentum, and he's been told you can go, but you've got to go the long way round. He's almost going to go the long way round, but he just didn't quite have enough speed to go round the corner and round Ralph Martin. But Martin very much opened up and said, well, have a go, outside line off.
Round the corner and stay on the track, because he found himself washed right out on the exit curb. That's allowed Ralph Martin to remain very cool and composed, being challenged there by Ollie West. And we're into the final stages now, into Chapman, onto the back straight just opposite the paddock here, and then towards the final section of the lap here at Whilton Mill. It's called the boot, into the left-hander first and then into the toe of the boot next. This is the right-hander, that's the toe there. We're coming onto the sole of the boot and now the heel, which is Pitts Bend, actually.
You've very much enjoyed describing the parts of the foot. It's 2 or 3 times you've done that now.
Checkered flag flies for Ralph Martin. Ollie West takes second place. Third place is Heath Smith. Quite a lonely third place. There's the battle for fourth. And it went the way of Heath Smith third. Felix Tandy finishes, I think, behind Jensen James Williams. He did, on the track. So that will sort itself out in the timing in race control. We'll see if that will stand. Jack Harper was next. Junior Wright in 7th. Maximilian Mikalski 8th. Henry Ailes 9th. Oliver Woodall was 10th. David Garrett just outside the top 10. Brilliant. What we got next? Junior Rotax. And we are joined by a guest commentator. Eddie Stewart, who's in our Junior Primo category, is going to join us. How are you, Eddie?
I'm good, all right. Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah? You enjoy your racing so far?
It's, not too bad. Not too bad.
Not too bad. You're going to have to have a bit more conviction to convince me there. You've had a bit of a mixed weekend, haven't you?
Yeah, very mixed.
Yeah.
Started off not too bad, and, well, it's not too bad now.
You're still smiling, though?
Yeah.
That's not too bad then if you're still smiling. So you've got another superheat coming?
Yeah, Pete 2.
Yeah, you're our last superheat of the day. So you are, sorry, what did you say there? You're P2?
No.
Another P2.
Yeah,
I thought you said P2 there. I thought I've lost track.
Wish.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's what it's all about, isn't it? You have highs, you have lows, and you've just got to keep on pushing, haven't you?
Yeah.
So what have we got now then? We've got our Junior Rotax. Now these are they're on the same carts as you drive here this weekend. You are in a slightly different age group in Junior Primo. You're slightly younger than the 15 and 16-year-old lads that we've got, and girls, of course, that we've got out in the collecting area now. Kasper Tomilewski is on the pole position. He's the current champion in the Kart Championship, and alongside him is Addison Smith. These two, Eddie, have been going at it hammer and tongs. However, Tomilewski, in the first of the superheats, found himself down the order. And it must be tricky, that, as a driver, when you fall down because of a problem, keeping that concentration and just focusing. And you've had your fair share of that kind of incident, haven't you?
Yeah, I've had my fair share of that sort of thing.
So how do you overcome that then?
You've got to just live in the moment, really. Live in the heat you're in. And just go with the heat and forget the previous heats. And you're starting from where you qualified. So you're basically starting fresh from there.
So you focus on the kart in front of you?
Focus on the car in front of you, not the car behind you. Well, unless they're trying to pass you.
Yes, of course. Yeah. So do you fancy taking the start of this one then? It's going to be a bit frantic. You going to have a go at taking the commentary at the start?
I'll have a go.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. The grid forming up nicely. Tomilewski and Addison Smith bringing the field round. We've got Harry Hurst-Grover and Oliver Fabricus on the second row. We've got Gregor Reed and James Keller on row 3. Row 4 is Logan Howes and Jack Robinson, with Ewan House and Marcel Poppercull on row 5. Row 6 is Ben Horner and Aidan McDonald. The rest of the junior field making their way around. I'm going to hand to Eddie as they come through the final bend, and hopefully we'll get things underway, Eddie. And then we can have a chat when this thing settles down. I doubt it'll settle down until probably Monday evening. Here we go, Ed. It's all yours.
So they're off and they go. People out their tram lines through one. Looks clean so far. Is it a go? Yeah, it's a go round.
Yeah. So, great. I'm pleased they've done that. So, at the start, have you got to stay in the tram lines? Is that the regulation?
Yeah, you've got to stay in tram lines.
When can you break from the tram lines?
When the lights at the top go fully green or out. I think it's out.
So, so if you are back in 20th, when those lights go out, I'm back in 20th, I'm still in the tram lines, I can break out of the tram lines once the lights go out.
Once the lights go out and you're racing, you can, yeah.
Right. So that's a very, very small margin, isn't it?
Yes.
Do you often feel sort of bullied into breaking out of those tram lines because you're trying to get the best start?
You do, but you've got to stay in them. Yeah, you do. You want to leave them because you want to gain places, but
yeah,
if you do, you might get penalised. So.
Yeah, and if you see somebody doing that in front of you, you hope they get penalised because
yeah,
you've complied with the rules, haven't you?
Yeah.
So why are drivers? Why do you guys weave around like that? Then what does that do? Does that really improve the grip?
It gets heat into your tyres. So if you're going to turn 1, if you're going in very quick, you want the car to turn, you want it to steer, and you just want to get hot tyres. So you basically just go faster.
I think we're going to start here, Ed.
Loads of carts out tram lines.
There you go, mate. It's all yours up
There's
towards
a crash
Christmas. Yeah,
crash
we've
at the
got
back.
Incident at the back of the field. But what's happening at Christmas, Eddie?
Turn 1, cart number 1 goes defensive. Addison Smith. Kasper Tomilewski tries to have a look, but can't make that work. Addison Smith pulls in a small gap. Will Tomilewski overtake into Ashby? No, not Ashby.
Yeah, that's Parker now.
It's Parker.
Yeah, into Chapman. Tomilewski is wanting to maximise his points haul. He fell down the order and then made his way back up in the first of the superheats. So he will be wanting to get by Addison Smith, won't he?
He will be. He'll be wanting to at least stay with him until the final lap, near to the end. And Addison Smith is pulling a small gap. But that train in 3rd, 4th and 4th are catching.
So we've got a 2-card battle for first, a 2-card battle for 3rd and 4th. What happened there?
That's an overtake for, I think that's Oliver Fabricus.
Yeah, he gets ahead of the number 2, Harry Hurst-Grover. We can't take our eyes off the front, though, can we? Because what do you think's going through Addison Smith as the leader? What's he thinking now?
Where is Kasper? That's what he's thinking. How far? Where is he? How far behind is he? Do I need to go defensive? And Kasper's probably thinking, Kasper's probably thinking that he can try to stick on the back of him and maybe do a dive bomb into Christmas.
Still chilly out there, Eddie. I've speculated it's about lap 3 before your tyres are coming on to where you want them. Am I right?
Yeah.
Is it about lap 3?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you're Tomaszewski, these guys are flat out, aren't they? You guys are flat out at this stage of any race, aren't you?
Yeah. As soon as the lights go out, you're flat and you're full race speed.
Yeah. There's no tyre management or anything. You're not thinking about that at all.
No, not in an 8-minute race. There's nothing tyre management.
So Addison Smith, he's got a bit of a cushion there, hasn't he, into the boot. Now this is where Tomaszewski had a bit of pace. He seems to have momentum coming out of the boot. Ed, what's your thoughts on the changes that are coming about at Whilton Mill? They're going to change that final section, aren't they?
My fastest section is the boot, so I'm not a fan of that.
You're
change.
gutted then, aren't you?
So, but I think it could be good for the circuit. I think it will help some.
Yeah, they're doing it for safety, aren't they? Because that final bend is really, really fast.
Yeah, it's a very fast corner.
Yeah.
That Mount Everest curve doesn't help.
Is that the inside curve?
The curve on the final corner.
Yeah, on the inside.
Yeah,
oh, really? So if you hit that, does that really upset the handling?
It upsets the car and it scrubs off speed massively.
So you stay away from that?
You stay completely away from that. I'll just get the apex on it.
Yeah, we're going to see that in a moment, aren't we? This is the curve that Eddie's talking about here on the right-hand side there. So that looks huge. So they stayed well off it, didn't they?
Yeah, you don't want to get anywhere near it at least. Not onto it.
So the first two there, Addison Smith leads, Kasper Tomaszewski second, but there's no doubt about it. Fabricus in third and Harry Hurst-Grover, the vice champion from 2023, in fourth. I think they're catching those two in front. At least the third place Kart is. We might be losing Harry Hurst-Grover off the tail of this, but I think very soon, Eddie, we're going to see, as we see the front two challenge, we might see that third place Kart of Fabricus coming back into it.
And that's Tomaszewski into the lead.
Oh, he's took the lead. Spot on.
Addison Smith's not going to be happy with that.
Did we see that? I'm not sure we did see that coming through Chapman. So we've got from pole position, Kasper Tomaszewski will show up. We've got a bit of a, here it is, Eddie, just take us through this.
Dive bomb, sent it.
Is that a textbook overtake through Chapman there?
Textbook overtake.
Yeah.
Quite late braking.
And do you brake into Chapman, do you? So that was an outbreak?
Yeah, outbreak.
Yeah. It takes a lot of bottle though, doesn't it, mate?
Yeah.
The cart's sliding around underneath you. You're on the limit. But Addison Smith not dropping too far away. Now, as we see all the time, Eddie, we've got the first two swapping positions, battling around, and that's allowing the third place Kart of Oliver Fabricus to come back into it.
He's practically there. What is the gap? 7/10. One for Fabricus.
I'm going to check it now. 5/10.
5/10. It's gone down by 2 tenths.
It's gone down by 2. Yeah. The official timing screen to your left says 5/10. So he is catching.
He's very, he's going to be there the next sort of 2 or 3 laps.
These karts are very physical, and I know these are they look quite sort of biggish lads, so that I think they're about 15 years old. I'm not sure what Kasper and Addison are, how old they are, but for the younger drivers like yourself in the junior Primo class, which are exactly the same karts as what we see here, it must be very physical though, the amount. Do you find, do you have to keep fit? Do you have to train even at your age, 13, 14?
You've got to keep your arms and muscles fit.
Do you really?
Because of the fast speed corners and your sudden braking and sudden turning, it can be tough if you're just for the first time getting in a go-kart. So you've got to be somewhat fit to be able to sustain it.
And do you find that fitness will begin to become a factor into, as we are now, into the final 2 minutes? Does fitness become a thing?
It will be, because after sort of 10 minutes, maybe more for the final, more than this. But it will be a big factor in the final, because you'll be used to long range.
Yeah. You play rugby, don't you?
I do.
Yeah. That helps with your fitness?
It does, yeah, that helps.
I tried rugby training once. It was too rough for me.
It's quite rough.
Here we go then, towards Christmas corner. Oh, and we've got a Battenberg. So it's a safety car situation with the leading driver, Kasper Tomaszewski. And I think, Eddie, I saw karts off on the infield I think it was Chapman Corner. So we are recovering carts. That's not. There it is. Yeah.
That's two of them.
Yeah, I saw that. That's the 233. That has gone off. And the 251. Yeah.
That's Elliot Foster. And
who else?
Archie Doherty.
Doherty. I said the Doherty, I think is how we say that one. So whilst we get those carts out of harm's way, I'm not quite sure how quickly we'll go back to green.
But that's brought Harry Horst-Grover, Oliver Fabricos and Marcel Popical all at the front row. They're all there.
And sat here, Eddie, as you are, you're a commentator now, so this is great news. It's rubbish news bringing out the Battenberg when you're a competitor, but from our position, it's closed everything up and it's all to play for.
It is, yes.
Question is, are we about to go green? No, we're not. We stay under safety conditions. The Battenberg flag, named because it looks a bit like a Battenberg cake, I think that's why we call it that. I'm pretty sure it's got an official name. Do you know what that flag's called, Ed? You should. Being a driver, the Battenberg. What do you call that one?
The Battenberg flag.
Everybody calls it the Battenberg.
Yeah.
So I'm not wrong there.
No, you're not wrong.
Right. Okay. I'm glad I got that right. What's going through your mind then, Eddie? You're in the front of this pack. You're in 4th place in this pack. Are you going to maximise what you do when it goes green?
I would stick with the top 2, and let them do turn 1 and see how that goes. And then if they make a mistake, you slip through. And if you get to Christmas corner and it's all clean, I'd send some dive bombs. You do some overtakes. Yeah, you've just got to keep calm.
Yes, and I bet that's really hard in this situation because we've got now 0 time on the clock, so we could go green with the last lap board being shown.
Bit like that F1 Abu Dhabi 21.
Yes, it is. But we haven't got the safety car in early. We go green. Final lap board as well. So it's all to race for, Eddie. Up towards Christmas. I'll give it to you.
Tomolowski leads. Smith wanting to go for the inside. Tomolowski defends. Oliver Fabricos staying calm, but that's a move for Harry Horst-Grover into 3rd place. No, into 4th, sorry.
Yeah, it's actually 3rd. You were right, Eddie. He's gotten by Fabricus, I think. The number 2.
Yes.
Now on the tail of Addison Smith. As they get towards the final stages of this lap, Eddie into the boot for the final time.
Tomolowski leads just by Addison Smith. It looks comfortable. I'm not sure they can do anything from here. Kasper Tomolowski wins here at Whilton for the Superheat 2, is it? Superheat 2?
Yeah. Yeah, and the rest of the field come through. Do you want to take us through the top 10, Ed?
So Kasper Tomolowski wins, followed by Addison Smith, Harry Horst-Grover, Marcel Popical, Charlie Very, Oliver Fabricos, Logan Howes, James Kell, Callum Josh, and Jack Robinson.
That's the top 10. The rest of the result is on your screen, everybody. I want to thank Eddie Stewart for popping in. Eddie, you've got a bit of a job in hand, more important than sitting here with me. So I'll wish you all the very best of luck, mate. You've got your 2nd Superheat. It's great to see you. Are you sitting with the Kart Championship for the rest of the season? Oh, look, we're on camera. Wave to the people out there. This is Eddie Stewart, everybody. He's going to go off and get on with his junior Primo. Are you with us for the rest of the season, Ed, in this Kart Championship?
Yeah, we're planning to be here for the rest of the season.
Excellent. And what's your other plans? Are you doing any other series?
We've entered NKC and Super 1.
All right, so we'll be seeing quite a bit of you on Kart and Live TV.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you've got Nick worried, mate, because you do a cracking job when you're with us. Thanks. Thanks, Eddie. Wave bye-bye to the audience. And a big thanks to Eddie Stewart. His mum Laura got quickly out the way when she saw the camera. She's dressed for a Sunday at a kart track, aren't you, Laura? Thanks for coming in, Eddie. Always a pleasure, and always great to. I find it always great to get a bit of insight from any driver. Doesn't matter how old they are.
I went and looked at some karts going round.
Yeah.
I had a chat with Sarah, the starter for the NKC.
Oh yes, yeah.
The lads.
Oh, you've had a bit of leisure, have you?
Bambino
You've had a bit of leisure.
No, I watched karts going round.
That's a bit of leisure.
That's not too bad. So how long have I got my job before he takes it? Actually, if he's cheap, he can have your job.
Round 3, mate. Well, when he retires.
Ah, right. That's
when he retires.
Away. That's when
he retires from driving.
Do you know when he'll retire? When he has to start paying for it.
Yes. We continue with superheats in this one. If you thought that one was close and exciting, well, the next one is going to be even
closer and more exciting.
Absolutely, because we've got the Honda Cadet 200s. It's been all about Ed Spain and current British champion Ryan White. He's the current vice champion in the Kart Championship is Ryan White, but Ed Spain has certainly been the man to beat. And I know we're only at round 1 and we're not even going to consider talking about championships or anything, but it's all very important stuff. It's all accruing points.
By the way, I realised that when we talked about points, I did get that slightly wrong.
What do you mean?
I thought that each heat was 40 points and each superheat was 60 points. It's not. It's the overall result of the heats is 40 points. The overall result of the superheat is 60 points. And the final. So that's why there's 200 in total.
I see. I knew one of us was right there.
Both of us, but we were both right for different reasons. But yeah, so that's how you get points. The maximum points you can get in any one event is 200.
There is basically three point scoring opportunities. It's the end of the Saturday heats, the end of the super heats, and the end of the finals.
That's right.
So the grid form for the super heats is how you score points.
Yeah.
First,
so basically, so the 2 heats, at the end of those 2 heats, the grid that moves forward gets 40 points in order.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the 2 superheat, the grid that forms the final gets 60 points.
Yeah.
And then at the end of the final, it's the big points because it's 100 points in that one. So it's quite heavily weighted towards the final. Though obviously you've scored points in between, which would give you more chance to score better points. If that makes sense.
It does. It makes absolute sense. And
better points mean more big.
Do you want to have a look at that grid, Nick?
You guys mean to do it, yeah?
Not really. It's my grandson Jackson's birthday party.
Happy birthday, Jackson.
So
where's he gone?
He's at a gaming van or bus. The game, basically the bus.
Has he got sweeties and puppies?
So he's got all of his mates and his brother and sister in there.
The child catcher.
Happy birthday, Jackson, for tomorrow.
Jackson. So it is the Honda Cadet 200 Superheat number 2, and it's Ed Spain in pole. Ryan White is alongside him, and it's Archie Loveridge and Ralphie Branscombe on row 2. Row 3 is Kian Sullivan and Archie Cannon. Row 4, Ronnie Smart and Kevin Ivanov. Row 5 is Albie Smith, and Luke McGall. Row 6, Riley Blakemore and Ashton Horspool. Row 7, it's Elliot Bork and Tyler Banks. Row 8 is Oliver Ratton and Ella Dixon. Row 9, Jack Wykes and Otto Amy. Row 10 is Margaritis Kavikis and Luke Jardine. Row 11 is Dino Rowlands and Finley Thursfield. Row 12 is Sophie Morris and Ollie Knox. Row 13 is Jayan Prakash and Ricky Junior McIntosh. 14, Daniel Barton is joined by Harley Bradbury Stretton. Row 15 is Jacob Leatherby and Jerry Dufacy. Row 16 is Freddie Budd and James Pearson. And in row 17 it should be Jaden Patel Scott and Reggie Dufacy. There we are, I can read. Just about.
Well done, Nick.
To be honest, I only made 2 minor errors. That's definitely the best in a run of 34 I've ever done.
That's a big
Do you know
grid,
why?
isn't it?
Had my glasses on.
Welcome to old age. It's a standing start as well, by the way. Standing start for the Honda Cadets. Honda Cadet 200s. They're on the Dunlop tyre. They've got a minimum weight of 103 kilograms, which means I weigh more than both kart and driver in this class.
But would you be as fast?
What do you mean, would I be as fast?
Running around the track, you know.
No. Silliness.
You know me.
Kart just making their way around, and Ed Spain. The question is, can Ryan White, or indeed Archie Loveridge, Ralphie Branscombe, Archie Cannon, Kian Sullivan, they're all in the mix, aren't they? And all the way down this 33 kart field, all the way to the back, there's going to be battles and private battles and private races taking place. Unfortunately, like any sporting event, it's we're going to focus where the action is, and we've got the Honda Cadet 200s lining up now in grid order. Ed Spain on the front row with Ryan White alongside. It'll be Ed Spain on the left-hand side as we look now. Ryan White on the right-hand side. So into not always the best place to start at Whilton Mill, because you've got that sweeping left at Oblivion, which is immediately followed by Crook. And being on the right-hand side through Oblivion is the optimum line into Crook. So we get a bit of a mix as we come out of that sequence of corners to start the lap, and then the run up to Christmas corner is where it's all about. The green flag flies at the back of the grid, the engine revs rise, and we will get this race underway. And there, Ryan White from the right-hand side of the grid gets across, and before they even got to Oblivion, Ryan White was in the lead.
Yeah, the red and white kart. But of course, don't forget, he leapt off in the lead for Superheat 1 and was soon chased down by Ed Spain and a couple of the other drivers as well. Spain has his own argument to have with Loveridge and Branscombe at the moment, but I think he's remained in second. And for a belt off the front of the grid lead for Ryan White. Looks like it's going to stay that way. So the third place is the 73 of Archie Loveridge. And then you've got a gaggle of carts, whether it's called a collective noun of cadets.
I think everyone's fourth place.
Well,
everyone. There's a huge amount of Honda cadets sorting themselves out. Meanwhile, at the front, Ryan White from Ed Spain, looking over his shoulder there to see where Archie Loveridge is. Ralphie Branscombe's not that far behind as well. And it's been all about this four behind them. Archie Cannon and Cian Sullivan as they cross the line to complete one lap. It's Ryan White leading, Spain, Loveridge, Branscombe, Sullivan, Cannon, Smart, McGall, Ivanov and Albert Smith rounds off that top 10.
Yep. Good opening stands up with Ed Spain having a second to make up, which he's made up most of already.
Archie Loveridge had a look down the inside of Ed Spain but compromised his line, and that's allowed Ralphie Branscombe ahead and into third place and right now on the tail of Ed Spain.
Well, certainly that lead was best part of the second as they crossed the line. The second go for Ryan White's not there anymore.
Did you see Branscombe there, the third kart in that train there, just gesticulating? He saw Ed Spain.
It's non-stop gesticulating.
He looked over his shoulder and he's pointing and he's saying, catch Ryan White. And you know what? That's exactly what's happening.
Yeah, White's just so fast off the line and the pace just disappears. Did this in the last heat as well. It's very strange how the pace just goes.
I think Ryan White cannot maximise the run on cold tyres. He gets the best out of those cold tyres.
Yeah, and then as everyone,
he's about to lose the lead. We saw this happen, didn't we? Here he comes, and Ed Spain pulling alongside Ryan White and pulling out and overtaking, and it's Branscombe coming through as well. Ryan White forces his way back into that second place. Loveridge coming around the outside of Branscombe. I'm not sure how that's formed and sorted itself out, but Cian Sullivan joining in as well. He says, don't leave me behind, boys. And there's the 42 of Archie Cannon. He's saying, I want to be part of this party as well.
Yeah, it's a big old Honda cadet party as we're going at the moment, but into the lead, unsurprisingly in many ways, Ed Spain. And the question is, what will happen? Will Ryan White be gobbled up by the three followers, Branscombe, Loveridge and Sullivan, or will they slow each other up with their own internecine battle there? But it's up the inside there, and that's going to be a change. And so I think that's Sullivan now getting past Loveridge. The lead for Ryan White, the lead for Spain over White was 2.288 of a second.
So whether or not Ryan White can get back on terms with Ed Spain as behind, we've got a cracking battle for that fifth and sixth there. Cian Sullivan finally getting by Loveridge into fourth. Archie Loveridge has now got Archie Cannon. The fastest man on the track, or the fastest boy on the track, is Kevin Ivanov in seventh there. The fastest lap posted last time by.
Yeah, we saw some good results from Ivanov. And he came strong at the back end of the first heat as well. So he's got, I think he's not particularly high qualified. He's having to thrust and cut his way through quite a few karts before he gets a chance to start attacking, but he was certainly moving forward quite rapidly towards the end of the last super heat. We're coming up to halfway through this particular final super heat for the cadets. We're 73, a little wave there from the 42 of Archie Cannon. Ivanov's currently in seventh, and in sweeps the top, 8 you've got in the camera there, or 9, there's 10 there.
Cian Sullivan there, Nick, just trying to have a look down the inside, coming out of Crook, but slotted back in behind the 96 of Ralphie Branscombe. He stays on his rear bumper as the leaders Ed Spain into Ashby. Out of Ashby, Ryan White just falling off the back there, not looking like he's in a position to challenge, and if anything, Ralphie Branscombe behind him, the number 96. I'm not sure what that is. Just trying to keep with Ryan White, but it's Cian Sullivan on the bright blue and white kart, just getting back towards Branscombe, who then Branscombe himself onto the rear bumper of Ryan White. It's first, second, third, fourth and fifth place. Literally a train of cadet karts as we are normally accustomed to. Into and out of Crook. Here comes Sullivan. alongside Branscombe. Down the inside, Branscombe round the outside of Christmas. And Sullivan, a little bit of wheel banging and contact there between the 3rd and 4th place drivers. But it all sorts itself out before the time we get down the hill towards Ashby. I'm not even going to take a punt at who's where. The 96 seems to have been delayed somewhat and finds himself losing 3 places. So Branscombe, I think, behind Kevin Avenoff. Out onto the back straight. Another gesticulation of let's catch everyone in front of us. It's the number 50 of Kevin Avenoff who finds himself behind Sullivan in that 3rd and 4th spot. Let's see how they sort themselves out as they cross the line. Ed Spain leads, Ryan White 2nd. Keane Sullivan now in 3rd. Avenoff 4th. Loveridge 5th. Albie Smith up to 6th, and it's Ralphie Branscombe who found himself down to 7th. Archie Cannon 8th. 9th is Luke McGall, and it's Ronnie Smart rounding off the top 10. Still a lot to play for.
Yeah, as the trainer Kart sweeps through and goes down to Inkerman. You can see 1st and 2nd come back together again, actually. So Ryan, that's a complete difference. So 1st and 2nd, suddenly, rather than Ed Spain disappearing off and Ryan White wondering where his pace has gone, well, it's not happening in this 2nd superheat. He's right back on him and looking now to see whether he can get that lead back again. Even if he did get the win, he wouldn't get pole because I think he was 3rd or 4th in the first heat, but he's very much battling for a front row start in the main final in a couple of hours, 3 hours time or so.
It's been about these two pretty much all weekend, hasn't it? Ed Spain and Ryan White. Nose to tail crossing the line. They've got plenty of time for Ryan White to have a go at taking the lead. This is where Ed Spain is really strong on the straights here. Into the braking area for Christmas. Nothing in it between these two. Still settling down behind these two for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th spot. Down towards the infield section here at Whilton Mill. Through Ashby. Using the momentum of that exit curb. Able to keep the pace up. And Ed Spain, he's going to be tough to beat, is young Ed.
Yep.
And young Ryan is the man to try and, or the boy to try and indeed take this superheat away from him. And if anything, he's looking like his pace has just come on, hasn't it? Ryan White, who was struggling to stay with Ed Spain, now looks like he's being slightly held up, if anything.
Yeah, a couple of laps to go. And they go through Oblivion for the penultimate time. Looking left, looking right. Can Ryan White might do something at the top of the hill? Not so far.
There's no real speed difference there. It's just a slight dab of the brake just to sort of check the cart into the corner. They need a heavy braking area for Ryan White to have a go at out braking, and this might come, certainly not here, but now towards Parker's. And just there, just ahead of them, back markers might indeed come into play. They're through the left-hander at Chapman's, the right-hand kink using the curb. They could clear the back markers before the boot, or is the back marker going to trip Ed Spain up? Right there in the middle of the boot, Ed Spain down the inside. That hasn't caused them any problems whatsoever. And that hasn't had any effect whatsoever apart from Ryan White going very, very wide.
Route, that is.
Yeah, we know that. Your own ribs know all about that exit curb, don't they?
They still haven't forgiven me.
So last lap board shows, and their defensive driving towards Christmas for Ed Spain. Job almost done for Ed Spain. Job not quite done for Ryan White. The number 1 kart, the red and white kart, the second in that train of 2. With more back markers up ahead. Whether or not that will come into play in the final stages. Through Chapman and Nick for the final time and heading towards the final few corners.
Down the back straight. It's been a much better performance from Ryan White, whose pace disappeared this morning. But he's not been able to, once losing the position, he doesn't mean, he gave it a little nudge. He's nudged him past. Now that may well not survive. He's going to cross the line. He will cross the line in the lead and take the win.
Yes, and Ed Spain not happy.
That may well not survive these stewards.
There was a bit of contact there into the boot. They turned into the right-hander. And there, right mid-corner. It was just Ryan White had a bit too much momentum, and you're going to argue about it in the steward's office later.
His nose hasn't gone down. So, don't know, is it no harm, some harm, no foul? I don't know.
Well, no, not necessarily, Nick. It's still going to come down to the discretion of the stewards.
Right.
Or indeed the clerk of the course first, and then on to the stewards, if so needed. But right now, we can call what we saw on the track. What happens in the steward's office and race control is out of our sort of remit. Ryan White will take the win on the road. Ed Spain second, Archie Loveridge third, Ivanoff dropped to 4th, Cian Sullivan 5th, Ralphie Branscombe 6th, Albie Smith in 7th, Archie Cannon 8th, 9th is Luke McGall, and rounding off that top 10 is Tyler Banks. The rest of the karts finish, and you can see the full result of 33 kart train of Honda Cadet 200s there on the screen there.
Oh, let's go and have a look at the balcony. There we are. Look, have a look at the people looking up at by the cafe.
So that's it. You know what? Whilton Mill, one of the premier tracks in the United Kingdom. That's a fabulous restaurant bar area there, just to the left of this viewing terrace, where there is seated. It's a seating area as well to eat and drink, and fully functioning bar and restaurant with some fabulous food available. And really is the envy of most of the karting world. You're very lucky here if this is your local track. I know I'm very lucky to be within 2 miles from where I live of a track. But yeah, one of the premier tracks here at Whilton Mill to kick things off round one of the season for the Kart Championship. Round 2, we're off to GYG before we end March, even just before the clocks go forward. 23rd and 24th of March, we're off to GYG in North Wales. We go up to the northeast of England, Warden Law, just outside of Sunderland, nowhere near Hull, on the 27th and 20th. I will absolutely keep saying that.
But I think it is near Hull.
It's nowhere near Hull.
It's nearer Hull than we are at the moment.
Even if you're from
nearer
Milton
Hull
Keynes.
than Whilton Mill is from Hull.
It's irrelevant. It's nowhere near Hull. It's 2.5 to 3 hour drive to Hull
not.
From Sunderland. It is. It is. You've got to go over the Humber Bridge and all sorts.
No.
Anyway, we're at Warden Law for round 3 on the 27th, 28th of April. Round 4 is Rowra in Cumbria, from the northeast coast across to the northwest coast, just on the edge of the Lake District, on my birthday weekend of the 22nd, 23rd of June. And then the season rounds off in July, 13th and 14th of July. I think that's British Grand Prix weekend, isn't it?
It moves around.
Might be. Yeah.
I
okay.
don't really care.
So no, neither do I. Round 5 then, rounding off the 2024 Kart Championship calendar early in July because.
Can I just say you're correct?
What's that for?
It's 2 hours 20 minutes to Hull.
There you go.
I didn't realise it's off to the left.
I do live in Sunderland and travel to Hull, you know.
The point is, it's not because I obviously come south and I disappear off on the M18.
Let's remind everybody what
but
we're talking
it's
about.
the other way to the M18. Yes.
When we did a live stream for the very first
live,
time at Warden Law,
in
the northeast, just south of Sunderland, Nick said, "Here we are on the northeast coast of the United Kingdom, just near Hull,
just north of Hull,
just north of Hull."
And I said,
"It's
not.
It's not. It's 3 hours away." Anyways, back to what we're talking about here, which is the Coma C50s for their final superheat. It's groups B and C this time, so a slight variation of who is out running. Ollie West and Hendrix Fallat share the front row with Callum Simon and Brady Ackman on row 2. Lewis Wilson and William Wainwright are on row 3, and then we've got Nico Veselowski and Henry Hales on row 4. Row 5 is Arthur Bowers and Arlo Gamble. Row 6 is Freddie Purnell and Ernie Wade. Row 7 is Max Armit and Etienne Gardner. Row 8 is Boston Wolf and Nauman Faizan. And then row 9, rounding off the 18 kart field, and we've got 16 karts out there, is Jack Swong and Krishan Doshi. Now then, I've got Benjamin Shivar out there.
Have you?
Yes.
Where is
and
he?
He's not on this list.
He's not on the grid?
No. Kart 78. He's not on the grid, and yet he's out.
I thought he was in a different heat.
So did I.
Oh, never mind. There we go.
No. It's a standing start, everybody. The Ayrton Senna replica helmet, which I absolutely love, on the number 12 of Calman Simon. Big fan favourite, that.
Well, as you're a fan.
30-year anniversary of the loss of Ayrton Senna coming up. So these youngsters, that's like quite literally the previous century.
The worrying thing is that some of their parents weren't born when that happened.
That's even more worrying. So we've got last-minute instructions to the drivers from their parents and helpers. And our grid marshal walking down, about to fly the green flag. We'll get our light sequence that then ensues. The lights will come on, the lights will go out, and we will be racing. And it'll be a sprint from a standing start. Drivers hopping around to get the engines to pick up as they head off towards that first turn of oblivion. Benjamin Shivard joining on the back of this grid, and I think that there's a reason behind that. and I'm not sure why, but we'll find out.
Is he? Because obviously he probably always wasn't
Well,
in
he
the
didn't
B or
qualify
the C
on the
group.
back of the grid.
So he must be in the wrong group.
I'm not sure.
Or someone's borrowed his cart with a transponder.
No, I've just seen his dad. I've just
okay.
seen Benjamin's dad. Meanwhile, at the front, we've got a battle for the lead. It's too wide. The number 20 of Ollie West and Hendricks Fiat slotting in behind. And there's the number 12 of Calman Simon, who's wanting him in as well. And he comes through in second, ahead of the number 12.
Yep, no.
So the number 12 being Calman Simon, I should say, ahead of the Hendricks Fiat, number 15.
Because, of course, they split these Bambinos into 3 groups and only 2 take part in each race. We've got no Noah Wicklow, who has won every race so far. So this is the chance for the other drivers to stake their claim to the front of the grid. And doing that very effective moment is Cameron Simon, who's in second, but he's got to chase back Ollie West. He's also looked quick at a number of occasions. And Simon, who just by virtue of having a tribute helmet to a man who died 24 years before he was born, and it's a proper thing. It's got the Tag Heuer, it's got the Nacional, it's got all the things. Yeah,
it's a brilliant replica, and he's about to put that replica centre helmet in the front of the field if he's not careful. Ollie West, though, he's been the man to beat, hasn't he? Ollie's very, very difficult because of his pace, because of his understanding, his kind of instinctive understanding of momentum and pace, as you see all the way down this Bambino field. It just astounds me. I'm going to say this. I'm going to continue saying this for the whole season, I think.
Yeah.
I really am, because it does. It just blows my mind every time I see these 6 to 8 year olds out there battling it out and just showing, like, sort of writing the textbook on how to drive around a racetrack.
Well, I don't know whether they've played video games or they've been, heavily, but the ability to actually pick out what is a racing line, and what as a racing line has been picked out there by Calman Simon, nips up the inside of Ollie West. They go through the boot and see that one again.
And that's all about, we talk about momentum a lot, and momentum carried through the boot there. More momentum by the number 12, Calman Simon, and that centre replica helmet through and into the lead. Let's see if he can hang on to that. He's hung on to it out of crook, but he might not hang on to it by the time they get to Christmas Corner, as Ollie West coming back at him and scythes his way back into the front of this Bambino field. Ollie West taking the lead. It's not over yet, though, as the number 12 of Simon sits there on the bumper. Behind them is Lewis Wilson, Brady Atkin, William Wainwright. They're having a battle of their own.
Looking to get up the inside, going through Parker, and now coming into Chapman. So, it's quite good. It's an Ayrton Senna helmet going around Chapman.
Yes, Ayrton Senna, of course, winning his first Grand Prix at the 1985 Portuguese Grand Prix from Colin Chapman. Yeah. I don't know why that called. I think that corner's called Chapman after Gary Chapman, though.
Who's Gary Chapman?
He was a big name in British karting.
Okay, sorry. He probably is, in fairness.
Yeah.
Here we go. I thought he was going to have a Gary Champion.
No, not quite.
Maybe he didn't have a big
Look at this behind the lead battle. I know we're focusing on the lead battle, but the 2-card battle for the lead is about to become, would you believe, a 5-card battle, as Lewis Wilson, Brady Atkin and William Wainwright getting involved there, and Wainwright getting ahead of Brady Atkin. That's the bright yellow, the number 21. Look at this, Dick. 5 cards now.
Look at around the outside goes Calman Simons looking a little bit there through Inkermans. Didn't happen. Now into Ashby, but as you say, we now have a 5-cart train.
This is great stuff. Great racing from our Bambinos. And you know what? We are going to see a challenge for second place if Calman Simon's not careful. Lewis Wilson is right there, isn't he?
He's actually got the pressure from the cart behind him, the 21. That's William Wainwright's giving him issues.
This is where Simon had momentum through, not this bit here, but this bit here.
Yeah, that bit there.
Yeah, not this time though. And there's Wainwright around the outside of Lewis Wilson. Can he make it stick? He goes round the outside of Pitts Bend. He has indeed. William Wainwright sits in third now, and the number 23 of Brady Atkin has gone ahead of Lewis Wilson as well. So Lewis Wilson, I think Lewis Wilson's hung on to it. The 63, yes he has. The 63 hanging on to that position of 4th place, just. And there's William Wainwright. He's certainly finding his feet. The young novice driver finding his feet this weekend, and he's gotten faster and faster as we've gone. You know what? I'm looking forward to this season, because we're going to see these drivers who are not as familiar as the drivers who are more experienced. They're going to come forward, aren't they?
Yep.
And you're all right. We might have 2 or 3 battling for the lead, but we're soon going to have 10 or 12 of these Bambino drivers.
Wainwright, look, I mean, this is where you're going to see the most change during the course of the season, because you've got guys who are learning from the first moment, and they're learning as they go, and they're going to improve in different levels.
Into and out of the boot then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 karts. It's still Ollie West, Calman Simon, William Wainwright, the bright yellow bumper and bright yellow overalls actually of Wainwright through Oblivion. Oh, look at Simon. He's using a different line, isn't he?
Yep.
Charging towards Christmas. He slots down the inside. Wainwright's going to go with him. Calman Simon into the lead, but Wainwright through into second and hung out to dry. It was Ollie West.
But no,
as through into second. Who's that?
That's Louis Wilson.
That's brilliant.
Louis Wilson just came up the inside into the second.
Awesome driving. Awesome opportunist driving. Where do these kids learn this? How do they learn how to do that?
Mario Kart must be.
No, it can't be. Mario Kart's rubbish. It's absolutely rubbish. It's not motorsport.
Well,
look at this again. Let's have a look at this again. 2 wide.
So becomes
2 wide becomes almost 3 wide.
Wainwright.
There's Wainwright. They all slide to the left. And there's Lewis Wilson.
Straight in.
Who says, oh, no, I'll take the more conventional line and carry speed. And he's still there in second.
Yeah.
So, we've got a change then. Calman Simon leads. Or does he? Yes, he does. Let's wait until they get the line, Bradley. Calm down. Here they go then. Calman Simon, Lewis Wilson, William Wainwright, Ollie West, Brady Atkin. Ollie West led that lap number 5. On lap 6, it all changed. And it's not going to finish here with just over a minute left. We are absolutely as one, so close. Those 5 karts were so close you could pitch a tent. Here they come then,
Inkermans, yeah, and into Ashby. Calman Simon leading, but he's now being pressurised by the 21 of William Wainwright, who's got past Louis Wilson, who's dropped back a little bit, I think, this time. He's been overtaken going into that first corner. Ollie West in third.
Yeah, that's a change, isn't it? Lewis Wilson being demoted back to 4th. But Calman Simon now with William Wainwright.
You don't get to stay in one position for any length of time, do you?
No,
That's why.
Not really. Wainwright into the lead, then into the boot. Carries the momentum through the left and now the right. And Calman Simon coming back at him, but it'll be Wainwright who leads this time by with 7 laps completed. And 20 seconds, it's going to be 2 more laps of this. Ollie West coming back into it side by side through Oblivion. They're 2 wide through Crook. And Ollie West's going to be hung out to dry a little by Calman Simon. It's going to be Lewis Wilson who comes through on Ollie West. Ollie West lost all of his momentum and he drops down to 4th. Down the inside, back up to 3rd for Ollie West. Just getting by Lewis Wilson and keeping that watching brief as Brady Atkin, who's had very little mention because he's been sat there in 5th. Just watching that all unfold in front of him. This is cracking racing. Now William Wainwright though. Now we've seen this youngster. He's had pace all weekend, but is this the first time he's ever led a race?
Well,
I suspect it might be,
you know. This is it. I mean, this is the learning process. Suddenly, you know, they're not just getting the idea in between one day and the next, or one meeting and the next. They're getting the idea between one race and the next.
Yes,
and
here we go.
You think about the way kids learn. They just put thousands and thousands of pieces of information into their brain and just learn more and more the whole time.
Well, I think it's his brother Harry Wainwright. I might be wrong. It might be cousin. It might be, but it's certainly, I've seen Harry Wainwright pushing this cart around on a trolley, so it might be his older brother Harry Wainwright or his older cousin that is tutoring William. So he's got a good tutor and he's got a good driver coach. Here we go then, final time, this time into Christmas Corner, and there's a challenge for second as Ollie West takes it back from Calman Simon. So the question is, Ollie West having gotten up to second place, the bright green helmet now in second. The Senna replica now in 3rd under pressure from Lewis Wilson and Brady Atkin. Can Ollie West catch that cart in front of him? The bright yellow cart is leading, and look at the gap he's got. We've seen that's the largest gap we've seen in this Bambino C50 class, isn't it?
Yeah, they are literally now just pulling tiny amounts. Wow, that's William Wainwright actually now. You wonder whether Noah Wicklow is looking, going, oh, hang on, this might be a challenge. This might be an issue for me. I've had an easy prize there, but these guys are suddenly did the extra every lap. They learn a bit more as up the inside, but not successfully goes Calman Simon. And Ollie West stays in second place. And there's the wave for winning and the victory for William Wainwright. Great driving by the young man. Ollie West is second. Calman Simon third. Louis Wilson comes over in 4th. Brady Atkin in 5th. Arlo Gamble will be 6th, Arthur Bowers will be 7th, Nico Wazlowski will be 8th, Henry Hales will be 9th, Benjamin Silver 10th, Ernie Wade 11th, Jax Wong is in 12th. Is it our last heat coming up?
Now then, that's our third superheat grid. That was over there.
Ah, you had the wrong one.
That was the
That's
initial.
why someone turned up, wasn't it?
That was the initial one. That was the initial one. Somebody thinking we're race control.
Oh, we're not.
We're just looking important.
We're not even in control of ourselves in the race.
We just look important.
Is this the last heat coming up?
Last superheat.
Last superheat. Okay.
Yeah, last superheat. Last superheat about to take place then for this time the Rotax Junior Primo class. We had Eddie Stewart join us in the commentary box and take us through the Junior Rotax race. Well, Eddie's back out there now, and in his final superheat, he qualified 12th. He's in the mid-pack. And great insight from Eddie. Always a pleasure to have Eddie in the commentary box with us. Fancying a go at commentary, be of a massive assistance, nick a bit of a break. Then
I went to look at the karts.
Yeah.
I had a chat with a friend. Oh, it's like being Sarah's just a friend.
Of course, yes.
Look, I do have friends.
It's just, yeah, do you?
No. Vaguely you.
I would say the term
vaguely you.
Acquaintance fits better.
Jeez.
It does fit better.
It's very cruel.
Daniel Hartley's been the man to beat in this Junior Primo class, to be honest. He's going to be very, very difficult. Maya Simpson.
Can I, before you do that?
Yeah.
Because we are now coming to the end of the superheats.
That's right.
We need nominations for Driver of the Day. We have very few so far.
Well, I'm going to put forward Bella Fairclough for that first superheat.
That's great, but we need some nominations. So if you come onto the Karting Live TV chat on YouTube, if you're chatting on the Facebook, I can't see it, the chat on the YouTube, and you now or lunchtime or obviously when we run the finals, you need to nominate your Driver of the Day. If they win the event, the driver, they get themselves a lovely watch. And if you are the person who the team draw randomly, who suggested them, you receive some merch from the championship. Now you may do the grid. But you're drinking.
I'm just lubricating my throat.
Yeah.
Daniel Hartley's been the driver to beat here in the Junior Primo class. He starts on pole from Maya Simpson, who has chased him down and kept him honest, that's got to be said. Ellis Daly and Leighton Kelly are on row 2. Row 3 is Zach Kane and Ethan Bath. Row 4 is Jack Johnson and Carter Skip Clarkson. Alfie Forrester and Alessio Lamalfa are on row 5. We've then got Oscar Pitt and our mate Eddie Stewart on row 6. Dominic Thornton and Laurie McVeigh are on row 7. Row 8 is Finley Hans. We've got an off. We've got 54th. You can find out who that is in a moment, Nick. Finley Hans and Sophie Caldwell are on row 8. Thomas Butcher, who pulls off to the side, will not start in that 17th spot. He's got Ewan Stevenson alongside. Riley Mason-Lewis. Bella Fairclough, again from 20th. See what Bella can do this time. If she does it again, that's definitely my driver of the day. It's Tyler Davis and Riley Till who round off the 20 kart field. Or 22
are they going to start this, or are they going to try and clear the Butcher kart? So there's yellows up at Christmas, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're not going to try and start the race. Go Riley Mason-Lewis. Woo woo, says Chris Wilson. And they are going to go for it. No.
Yeah, full start.
I think that's because they haven't cleared the cart. I think they're going to clear the cart up at the Christmas.
Yeah, safety.
He's gone now, so that's fine. But someone else off the track. Someone's fallen off the track or broken down. No, that's it. Why are you off the track?
Is that 28? 78.
That's Leighton Kelly starting 4th.
Oh, that is a tragedy for Leighton Kelly.
I think Leighton's fallen off the track. I think he's done that thing which I thought everyone was about to do, which was skid themselves off the track.
Yeah,
and he's been too aggressive in his wibbly wobbliness, and he's
it gets going again.
But he's not going to be at the back. But yes, that was over tyre warming. Suddenly finding yourself on the grass, and of course the grass is so wet it is like sheet ice.
And there's another kart off on the outside of Ashby.
Yeah, right.
We might be able to take the shortcut there.
That cart's broken down. That's the different cart, that light green cart. I'm not sure who that is. Is that 67? It's very hard to read those numbers. They're very oblique. 3.
We're about to go racing, though, so let's get back to the boot, Nick.
Yeah,
let's get back to the boot because we've got the grid coming through the boot corner now. And we're about to go racing, or will we? Because we've got carts that have been abandoned. We might get another wave round. We'll see what we can.
We have it.
And it looks like we have started. We've got this race underway. into turn one. That's Daniel Hartley leading, as he has done pretty much the whole weekend. Hartley charges up, just flicks the back end out on the brakes there, locks the rear axle, gets more heat, bit of tyre smoke actually.
Big break there from about fourth onwards, and the top 4 or 5 have got away, and there's a big gap through to fifth. Early leader is, I'm not quite sure who the leader is actually. That wasn't the leader, that's why.
Yeah.
So it is. No, it's Simpson the lead.
No.
It's Simpson the lead. Maya Simpson's taken the lead
Has she?
in 96, yeah.
Oh, come on, Maya. Let's see what you can do.
So Simpson leads in the Tony Kart. And then right behind, it's Daniel Hartley in the 63. And it's been Daniel's meeting so far, but these things change.
So Maya Simpson it is that leads. That's great stuff. The first time we've seen Maya getting ahead of Daniel Hartley. Ellis Dealey third, Ethan Bath fourth, Carter in, Skip Clarkson through in fifth, then Jack Johnson, Zach Kane, Lamalfa, Forrester and Pitt round off the top 10. So the race is on for the lead and the overall win in the final superheat of the weekend for junior Rotax Primo.
So it's down to Hartley now to prove what he can do as a chaser. We've seen a couple of our outstanding drivers have this situation where they've not had it all their own way, and they dive down the straight, and it's the very distinctive, if you're a karting fan, Tony Kart colours, the green and white pinstripes on Maya Simpson's machine. And Daniel Hartley, by the way, is now absolutely in the slipstream and looking to change this situation where he's not leading the race as quickly as possible through Oblivion, now up the hill towards Christmas Corn. But he's not close enough, I don't think, to make a move unless he can absolutely throw it up the inside. And a brake lock up there.
Last of the late breakers, weren't they? Now, these Rotax karts do need a proper press of the brake there to get them slowed down for Christmas. So that is an overtaking manoeuvre potential, let's call it, into Christmas Corner. Third place, Ellis Daly is catching, I think, that second place kart of Daniel Hartley. Fastest lap of the race last time by was indeed Hartley. So Hartley tyres beginning to come on now. Lap 3, this is the lap where we've got them optimised and can use them to their full potential.
Just on the side, whilst you give us all the news about the front, 10th place, Bella Fairclough.
Incredible. Another incredible drive for Bella Fairclough in the yellow kart, just coming up to Christmas now. And there is the battle for the lead through Christmas. No change though, Nick. It's not like Daniel Hartley is on the rear bumper of Simpson, and that, I mean, these two drivers absolutely flat chat. Look at the curve they use on the exit of Ashby.
Yeah.
Through Parker now, into Chapman. This is where Hartley potentially could have a go at the boot. He's very quick through this section. It's a left-hander followed immediately by, you clip the apex there.
Took a little bit too much there, I think, and the car got out of shape, but it's not cost him. It's
cost him a bit of
cost him an
momentum.
attempt to really nose in this time. It's given a bit of breathing space to Simpson. Third place man Ellis Dealey is closer. He's only a second behind. It was 1.2 from first to third. Now it's a second.
Into Christmas now. Heavy braking. You can see the kart squirming as they brake. Only brakes on the rear axle on these karts. The Rotax Max class and all of our karts only braking on the rear axle. You've got to get the KZ gearbox karts before you see any brakes on the front axle. So it's very, very tricky. If you overbrake, you can easily, like pulling your handbrake on in the car on the road in the ice.
Yeah, it's not.
You know what happens then.
Rear brakes only. Don't forget that during braking, all the weight transfers to the front. So actually, these cars don't have particularly good braking, to be honest.
No, they don't. They have big, wide-ish, slick tyres which grip very well. So when you do press the brake, they do slow down. Right then, here's the battle for the front, half distance, and Daniel Hartley looks as racy as he's ever done in this superheat. He's been able to lead the field the way home, but this time he hasn't got it all his own way. Shall he have a challenge? No, not quite, because Maya Simpson absolutely last of the late breakers. Into and out of Inkermans and now through Ashby. This is where you can make ground. Look at the amount of pace that that Daniel Hartley carries through that the right-hander at Ashby, all the way across the exit curb. Can he come back at him now?
Maya looking good into the boot again. She doesn't, I mean, for all the dynamic movement of Daniel Hartley's kart, he's no real closer at the end of this lap than he was last lap. He was as close as you could be, really. It was 0.17 last time round. My guess is going to be pretty similar this time. 0.18. He's lost 100th of a second. What's the point of him bothering? Third place, he's getting closer. Dealey now just 7/10 off the lead. Bella Fairclough up to 7th.
Incredible drive. This could be the drive of the day. Two incredible drives in the superheats.
Look at this. Again, as close as you can be. Hartley, I don't know. I mean, Hartley obviously has the experience, but by the time you're doing Rotax Junior Primo, you've probably done, 6 years of karting at this point?
Potentially, if you start in Bambino. Not everybody does.
No, but he's 4 or 5, so you've got a lot of experience. So what you at some point you have to think: do I drop back to move forward, or do I, or do I try to pressurise a very localised mistake?
It's not that easy, Nick. You're flat out. You're absolutely flat chat. You're doing all you can to stay with. Daniel Hartley is doing all he can to stay with Maya Simpson.
But as we've seen, sometimes by following the person, you also follow their speed where they're fast.
Well, you can do, and that's because you haven't got the momentum to get by. So you've got to settle in. Yeah, third place kart's coming into it, Ellis Daly.
Down to half a second. He's gone from 1.2 off the lead, not off second place, 1.2 off the lead to 0.5. Bella Fairclough 5th. Bella Fairclough 5th.
Incredible.
She may well get 4th, then there's a huge gap. So she's run through the field of people she could do. Now, the interesting thing is, obviously she had a very, very bad qualifying yesterday in the wet. These results will put her probably on the 3rd row for the final, where she can actually perhaps bother these drivers. I don't know what her lap times are like.
Well, I tell you what, Daniel Hartley, time is running out for him. Challenged Maya Simpson at the front, because if he's not careful, Ellis Daly is going to snatch that second place from him. Here we go then. And as I say that, he pulls away and gives himself a cushion. It's not over. Inside the last 90 seconds now, before we see the last lap board. Clock ticking, time running out. And
that's a mistake. That was a mistake.
It was.
That was a mistake. Just came too fast in. Let's watch that again.
I think too much curb. I think too much curb by Simpson.
Yes, just lost the momentum. Oh, that's what it is when you've got an absolute great white shark behind you hunting.
Yes.
You can't flap about making huge noise in the waves because you're going to get bitten, and that's what's gone on now.
I don't know what's gone on now because Maya Simpson is back in front.
Damn replays!
But as we went to the replay,
and by a large amount,
by a massive amount. So whatever has happened to Daniel Hartley, finds himself back in second, and if we looked away, you look back.
Sick about that because he's got 2 laps to get past again. He got past thanks to an error. There's no guarantees she'll make another one, and he's made a bigger one.
I think it'll be 2 more laps after this, Nick.
No, think they're going to get around in 35 seconds.
Yeah,
what's the lap times?
Well, they're lapping in 47.
Oh, right. I'm still not phased back into dry times.
They're lapping in 47s around here, which is incredible. Incredible lap time around Whilton Milks. It's a very technical
Chapman
track.
Now, Hartley, obviously, I think with the first and the second, will get the pole anyway. But he's going to really... he has got pace. He can catch back up. He's caught back up there. He was 6 tenths behind last time.
2 more
My
laps.
guess is now, as he goes with 2 laps to go, he's going to be about 2 tenths back. Yep, 2.267. So he's gained a quarter of a second. He's got a quarter of a second of pace.
They've dropped Ellis Daly again. Bella Fairclough off to 4th. May even get a glimpse of Bella Fairclough just coming into our view behind this outstanding battle for overall honours.
And the interesting thing is, she's got as far as she can go. However, she was 7.5 seconds off the lead. She's now 6.6. So she's actually going fast in the lead. And they are slowing each other up.
5.7 according to the official timing.
No, she's 5.7 behind Ellis Daly. She's 6.6 off the lead.
Oh, I see. Right, that's the difference.
There's 2 different timing systems.
Yes, our TV screen's showing the overall gap
distance
to the
from
lead.
the lead. Yes,
I've got the gap to the next driver. Yes, 6.6. Here we go then. Penalty for the 96. That's Maya Simpson. That's a 5-second penalty.
Perhaps there was something involved in how Hartley ended up not ahead of her anymore.
Maybe, yeah. So Maya Simpson will take a 5-second penalty. We'll try and work that out. Fastest lap from Bella Fairclough.
This is amazing from Fairclough.
Yeah, fastest lap of the race. She is the quickest driver on track.
It's going to be interesting in the final because she'll be at the front,
it's going to be
near the front.
It's going to be a cracking final. It's the way that we're going to end round 1. It's the last race on the programme.
We're on the last lap as well of the super heat, and it's going to be Maya Simpson across the line first. She will not be scored first. It'll be Daniel Hartley who will take a second win because of the 5-second penalty. In second place with Ellis Daly. The only question is whether Bella Fairclough can get in within 5 seconds to pick up third. I think it's unlikely. She has to go incredibly fast. Missed it by half a second. So no, Bella Fairclough is scored 4th. Alessio Lamalfa is scored 5th. Jack Johnson 6th. Carter Inskip Clark is 7th. And Alfie Foster 8th. Zach Kane 9th. Ethan Bath 10th. Eddie Stewart, our erstwhile commentator, is 11th. And we have now actually got 2 votes for Bella for driver of the day. From Ian McCarthy
3.
and from and from you, and from Lila Bell Racing. So that's, but we've got a lot of racing to go. Okay, everyone, that is the end of this morning's action, which means that we have a lunch break of 22.5 minutes. And what we will do for that reason, we'll give you a chance to enjoy the paddock walk for 20 minutes or so. So that will be what's coming up next. Thank you for being with us so far. Appreciate it very much indeed. And we will be back with you at 2:30, which is about 32 minutes time, with all the finals. See you then. Hello and welcome to the Kart Championship 2024, the championship that incorporates Bambinos, cadets and juniors. Yes, all under 16s racing all the time here at Whilton Mill. It is a fabulous event and a fabulous start to the season, and so much to talk about as Karting Live TV branches out into the Kart Championship.
It's absolute honour and privilege, actually, as everyone at Karting Live TV, very excited about the Kart Championship season. And you know what, Nick? This is where the junior categories, if they're just starting out, you start at club level, this is where you want to be. Your first experience of a national level championship. And this year, even more exciting. All right, the Kart Championship with all of those classes has been going for some years now. But this year, we're under the authority of the MSUK, the Motorsport Association in the UK. This is an MSUK championship now. And that, for everyone concerned, is a big step. And it kind of gives it a little bit more. Does it give it a little bit more credit? I'm going to say it does.
I think you should. Anyway, enough of us postulating what it gives, because Joe's going to go and find out exactly what's happening, talking to the great and possibly the good, and possibly, if he gets it right, one of the most famous people here. But who knows? Find out by watching the rest of this paddock walk with Joseph Bradley.
This young man is the son of, in my world, a very famous racing driver. This is Felix Tandy. And more commonly, I'm used to interviewing his dad when he gets out of his Porsche prototype at Le Mans. But Felix here, it's your first race weekend, isn't it, Felix?
Yeah.
That's quite exciting stuff, isn't it?
Yeah.
What do you think so far?
Good.
Yeah. How quick is this kart of yours?
Same speed as the Coma.
Right, because your kart's a bit different, isn't it? This kart here is the Might E, and I say Might E, emphasising the E. It's an all-electric kart. And hey, you, Felix, you think this is as quick as the Coma or quicker?
Quicker, because it's got better power speed off the corners.
Right, and you're not afraid of the speed at all, are you?
No.
Do you think when you grow up you'll be quicker than your dad?
Maybe.
I think you will. Talking to Dad, Nick, let's get Nick in. Nick, it's your weekend off, so where else would you be but at a racetrack?
Exactly.
You keeping in touch with what's happening in the World Endurance Championship, or not at all?
No, I did find I followed the qualifying yesterday. We didn't get to watch it because we were here practicing, but going well for Porsche.
Yeah, absolutely. Bodes well for you. Here you are with Felix, first race weekend. But this is what it's all about, and the Kart Championship brings that. It's what we call dad and lad karting, and you're actually getting your hands dirty, aren't you?
Well, yeah. I mean, when I was his age, I hadn't started racing, but when, for a lot of people to be able to go and race, you have to do it yourself. And this is what we grew up when I was his age doing. So I think it teaches them a lot to be able to figure out how to make the karts fast and how they work, and whatever form of motorsport you're in. I think it gives an interest. So yeah, it's great. I mean, the whole championship, what they put on is excellent, and we've even got a bit of sunshine coming out of Whilton Mill.
Yeah,
so
we ordered that. We ordered that. Something you said to me yesterday, Nick, was you went for the electric kart, the Might E kart, because of the simplicity. What exactly do you mean by that?
So we've run in the Coma class before, not in this championship, but in some practice and some single event races last year. It's a lot more time consuming. So to be on the pace, you don't just simply go and buy an engine from the UK supplier, bolt it on the car and go racing. It's far more involved, and mainly the time involves to develop the whole engines, and you don't just have one engine, and the expense into it. If you want to run at the top level, it's interesting because of the engineering challenge, and don't get me wrong, we like an engineering challenge, but I have a lot of other stuff on. I get some help from my guys, luckily in the workshop, from from JTR, which is where the kart is based, because it's a mile away from where we live.
Right.
So, the time involved with the electric kit, you literally, everyone has the same, and it puts the emphasis back on the driver.
Right.
So you don't have to worry about engine tuning. You don't have to worry about who spent more money and got more engines to be able to go quick. You focus simply on the driver, which is what I think it should be all about.
Yeah.
Because everyone has the same power. It's always monitored the same, and there's no fussing around. You don't have to change jets in the morning to when it's hot in the afternoon. You charge it up before the day. It runs all day, and the girls and boys get to go racing together. It's great.
It takes away all those variables, and we just focus on Felix. Now, Felix, we know your dad's a professional racing driver. Does he help you and advise you on how to drive the kart?
Yes.
Yeah. Is he very useful?
Yes.
You don't listen though, do you?
Of course he doesn't. Your dad's got no credibility though, really, has he?
No.
No, exactly. So you've been out practicing already. It was a little bit damp. How are you finding the conditions? Is it a bit tricky?
No.
You handled it okay?
Yeah. It's full dry.
Oh, really? So you found the dry line?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. What are you hoping to achieve this weekend? Are you going to win?
Try and get pole.
Try and get Paul. That's the spirit. He's certainly got the Tandy spirit, hasn't he? Felix, I wish you all the very best of luck, and keep your dad right, will you, mate? Keep him right. Micromax is a massive part of the Kart Championship, and Freddie Blackshaw here, he's a beginner to this. I saw Freddie race at Warden Law in the Spring Series a few weeks ago, but here we are, big national championship this time for you, Freddie. You excited?
Yeah.
Yeah, how excited? 1 to 10?
12.
12, Freddie's excited. Now, Freddie, you're running a black number plate with your numbers on it. What does that mean?
I'm a novice driver.
Right, so you're a beginner.
Yeah.
So how many races have you done?
It's hard to say, but I have just begun.
Yes, so we've just been talking to your dad. This is only your third race on the Micromax.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you remember that? Third race.
Yep.
And what did you race last year?
Bambino.
Yeah. How different is this Micromax car to your Bambino from last year?
Like, loads.
Is it?
Yeah.
Right, what exactly?
Like,
Is it faster?
way faster, more exciting, and more bigger.
So the kart is bigger.
Yeah.
So do you find that's a bit tricky than getting through those little gaps?
Yeah, I would say it is. But I'll probably figure it out.
Oh, I'm sure you will. Have you been to Whilton Mill before?
Yeah, in my Bambino I have, and this is now my second time.
Is it really different though when you get on the track with, even though you've been here before, in this Micromax kart, does that make the track really different?
I wouldn't say so.
No? So you know the way around?
Yeah. But in the wet, it's nearly different.
Right. How great is it to be with a big team like ST?
Really excited because I've got one of my pals that I used to race against in Bambino.
Right. Who's that then?
Jamie Walsh right there.
Ah, right, yes. So being part of the team, do you sort of share experience of what the track conditions and stuff like that?
Yeah, when it's dry first corner you should be flat out and it's really easy, and then in the wet you just turn to the outside and hit the curbs.
Right, and do you tell each other that information?
No, we've got John, our coach, and he just tells us all about it on the track walk.
Right, now John's been around ages, hasn't he? He's been here forever, hasn't he? So he knows a lot. Do you learn a lot from him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I've just started and now he knows a lot.
Yeah.
So I'll probably get used to it.
Is your mechanic any good?
Yeah, sometimes he makes problems.
Well, isn't your mechanic also your main sponsor as well?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he has got his own garage.
All right, so we let him off a bit. So does he do MOTs?
I don't know.
All right, I'll ask him. I need a car testing. Freddie, wish you all the very best of luck, mate. It's only your third race, so, as long as you enjoy it, that's the main thing.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Freddie. We're going to have a look at the Junior Primo class. Now, this is a class of junior karting that's pretty much unique to the Kart Championship. Yes, it's a junior Rotax kart, chassis, engine, exactly the same as what we're going to see in the junior Rotax class. But the Junior Primo class is slightly different. And Ewan Stevenson here, who's going to run the 51. Ewan, you are 13?
14.
14, right. So the Junior Primo is there to bridge that gap before you have to race with the big lads, I suppose, in the Junior Rotax. Am I right in that?
Yeah.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about what brought you to Junior Primo and why that suits you.
Junior Primo was sort of like there because last year I did Junior Rotax and there was quite a lot of mending because everything really went a bit, it was very rough.
Yes.
So this year we decided to go down to here where it's a lot more friendly, so
Right.
more newer kart
Yeah.
people associate around, so it like moulds you into like a better driver ready for
Yeah,
Junior
and-
Rotax.
So you're going to gain some really good experience on the same kit for when you move into Junior Rotax as a 15-year-old next season. Or are you thinking about maybe later on in this season?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, is that the plan?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah.
the plan.
Yeah. Tell me a little bit about the kart then. Am I right in thinking there is absolutely no difference between this kart and the kart running in Junior Rotax?
Yeah, there's no difference. Like, it's exactly the same kart, chassis, engine, everything's the same.
Have you raced in the Kart Championship before with these people?
Yes, I did it last year
Yeah.
with Junior Rotax, yeah.
Right. This year, MSUK, it's a sanctioned event. Does that kind of give it a bit more credibility from where you are?
Yeah, it gives it a lot more credibility, like, so just more credentials, basically.
Yeah, you're really. I mean, it's a proper national series now, and it's certainly worth winning. Where are you in the field exactly? You in this so far this weekend?
According to times,
Yeah.
I think I'm more to the front, basically.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So that bodes well. Time qualifying coming up very shortly. This goes out to a race date on Sunday, so all of that will be history. Where will you be pleased with in time qualifying on the grid?
Top 10,
Right.
yeah. Just aiming for that top 10. Yes.
Yeah, that's the spirit. And this is another example of entry-level karting on a national level, if you like, because your mechanic's your dad.
Yeah.
Yeah, you and your dad come here. You do all the work, all the packing, all the setting up. How well do you guys work together then? You're the driver. He's relying on you to tell him what to do regarding the kart, I would imagine.
Yeah, so Dad just sets it up to my feedback and then tries to like build on that to like make the best kart possible. Yeah.
Yeah. And does he get that? Do you get that?
A lot of the time, yeah.
Yeah, if you get into the top 10, mate, you're doing the right job. You and I wish you all the very best of luck, and hopefully you'll have a great weekend, because that's what it's all about, isn't it? Having a great weekend. Where you come is just added bonus. Thanks, guys. The Kart Championship in 2024 is slightly different insofar as it comes under the MSUK sanctioning governing body, which makes it very credible. And just to add to that credibility for this championship, this gentleman here, Ryan White, there's a reason he's carrying the number one, guys. That's because he's the Honda Cadet British champion. Ryan, here you are at the Kart Championship carrying the number one. That must be a very proud thing for you and your dad, Paul, to be carrying that number one, is it?
Yeah, it feels great. It started off being just me and him going around the country, and now it's a national level racing.
Yeah, what's it? So, you've carried the number one now for a little while, haven't you? And you're going to carry it for the rest of the season. Here we are in March. Does that give you a great feeling? Does that help with the confidence, knowing that you've got a major championship behind you?
Yeah, it really does. Also, I know lots of drivers because of my past years and experience.
Yeah.
So yeah, it does.
And you know those drivers out on the track and the kind of things they're going to do, you mean?
Yeah.
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 So what's brought you, the British champion in Honda Cadets, to the Kart Championship? Why do you want to race in this championship?
Well, to be honest, I'll do any championship I can.
Yeah.
I'm doing the British Championship, Ultimate Karting Championship,
Right.
CKC. I'm doing as much as I can. I love go-karting, and I'll do everything that I can do.
Yes. I thought that was going to be Ryan's answer, actually. Ryan, you're with Project One this weekend. Like I think you've just mentioned there, it was always you and your dad who came karting. But your dad's still your chief mechanic, isn't he? So where does Project One come in? Where does the team come in? Because your dad's the one tending to the kart. What are they there for?
Well, Charlie, he does track walks with us,
Right.
and he gives us he tells us what we've done wrong and things to improve on. Piers tells us the setup and everything. He also gives advice on what I've done wrong.
Right.
That's
And also when you do it right.
yeah.
Yeah, that's the spirit. Now then, carrying that number one, everybody expects you to win. So how do you handle that pressure?
Well, I don't mind pressure really. In the car, I just think of what's going to happen after the race. Really, I know what's going to happen in the race.
I think, Ryan, I know the answer to the question I'm about to ask you, right? So I'm going to ask you this. What will you be happy with on Sunday afternoon?
First,
I knew he was going to say that. Ryan, best of luck, mate, and give my regards to your dad, Paul, when he appears, and have a great weekend.
Thank you.
So the Kart Championship has been going for a few years now. However, 2024 sees, I think, a major change, and that change comes from this series now being governed by the MSUK, who are the governing body of all motorsports in the UK. And this man here, Dan Parker. Dan, welcome to the Kart Championship. You are the MSUK's head of karting, and from where I'm standing, the MSUK are slowly taking back involvement. I'm not going to say ownership because it's not, but it's involvement in a lot of the major IKR championships. For IKR, I mean independent kart racing championships. You're taking over, or you're sanctioning the UKC. Here you are sanctioning the Kart Championship. That must give you a lovely warm feeling from your position.
Yeah, it's great, and certainly Darren Beavers has been around for a long time. You know, I've been aware of his championships probably for the last 10-15 years. Some of the Bambinos that are racing at the highest level now all started in Darren's championships, and he's done a really good job. Of course, he's always run independently, and he's done a really good job with that and built up some great numbers. We're here this weekend with over nearly 200 drivers, I think. So he'd done a great job, and it just felt like the right time for I think us as an organisation to make some strategic decisions. A couple of years ago, things like the class restructure, where we opened up the ability to run different classes, some of which are racing here this weekend. And Darren's kind of championship, I think, was turning into something that was really popular. But I think Darren also wanted maybe to look at some of the benefits of running the Motorsport UK with the insurances, all of the mechanics that are here this weekend that are racing that aren't parent mechanics that are mechanicking for their children. They're all DBS checked, and they've all got a licence, which is something I think that's also absolutely paramount that we take into account the world that we live in now. I'm really excited. You're absolutely right. It's a very proud moment actually to be standing here to have Darren running under permit. Delighted that he's got so many drivers, and also we've got the electric Bambinos here as well. So it's great. We've got a really good spread of people. I spent yesterday walking around in the paddock, having a chat to everybody. There's a really good vibe, and it's if you like, from my side, we've made the strategic changes to get these championships sort of to be embraced by us, get them part of our community, offer a pathway forward to other championships, maybe even to the BKC at the top of the sort of British Championship. But it really is the hard work starts now, if you like, because it's up to us now to work together to make sure that the events run and that we can deliver on what we've got to deliver on, and that's giving governance and safety and regulations and all the boring stuff, really.
Well, no, but it's important. It might be boring, but it's important. Certainly from where I'm standing, because I'm a fan with a microphone more than anything, Dan. The Kart Championship, I see as that transition from club karting, racing at your local track with your local club, and really is an entry-level national series before you start looking at the Vera Tills British Championship and other series. Am I right in that view?
Yeah, and it shows there's this sort of shifting change as well in terms of the karting community that I think probably if you go back 25, 30 years, you probably go karting with your parents. More than likely, one of your parents had some sort of knowledge of how to change a carburettor and what the differences were with 4-stroke and 2-stroke and how to get a kart to operate and engineer it. Nowadays, with the changing world that we live in, we've got less and less people that perhaps have got that understanding about karting, engineering, carburation, all the sort of stuff that you need to know to make a kart go quickly.
They've gotten a bit more technical as well since I was involved.
Yeah, they've got a bit more technical. So that now has led to people perhaps going with a team, and the teams have an ambition to race maybe more nationally. There's still plenty of club racing going on, and that's very much part of our plan as well, that we embrace that, but that there is this kind of demand from people to go and race and a desire at different tracks. We're one of the best tracks in the country at Whilton this weekend, and that they can pick and choose the races that they want to go and race in a championship. As you say, it's got, but this championship in particular has got a really good sort of feel to it when I'm in the paddock about, there's an excitement about them coming to race at Whilton Mill or PFI or, with other tracks that they've now got available to them.
The other thing I think is important about the Kart Championship this year is the Might E Bambino class. I mean, once again, the MS UK showing themselves at the forefront of motorsport technology. The Might E, I would imagine our viewers, by the time this interview goes out, will be fully appraised of what we're talking about. We're talking about electrically propelled karts here, and that really is at the forefront of technology in motorsport.
Yeah, again, it was important we selected the right class for us to look at to start, and it made sense to do the Bambino class first, because obviously you've got a much lighter powertrain, you've got much lighter, smaller kart, which means you can need smaller batteries. There are still some limitations as you move up through the ranks, but we're just starting that journey now with the Bambino and with Mighty E, and those guys have done a great job in promoting the class. I think we've got 18 maybe on the grid this weekend, which is great, and again that kind of demonstrates, I think, the changing need that the parents and competitors have got, because the Coma C50 engine, although very well established, is a two-stroke engine, and it can be problematic to set up sometimes because it's a two-stroke, and this gives opportunity to people to just turn up, use an electric powertrain. The scrutineers have got an app so they can check everything on the cars, make sure they're all absolutely the same. And it's proving really, really popular. We're really looking forward to watching it grow.
Yeah, absolutely. So as head of karting, Dan, is it true that your next weekend off is actually Boxing Day and Christmas Day?
I was supposed to be off this weekend.
Really?
But I didn't. That didn't come off. But it was really important to come here and support these guys for this weekend. And not sure what we're at next weekend, but I'm very fortunate. I've got a job that I love doing. So.
Living the dream, I think it's called, Dan.
Absolutely, living the dream.
Dan Parker, thank you very much for talking to us. Thanks, guys.
Ash, can you zoom in on that gantry? Because it says start delayed. It's probably too far away. I don't know whether you can see it or not. It says start. There we go. That's the one. Lock off there. And who is that person? Can't believe I'm being criticised. Well, I can actually. This is all getting you closer to being the A42 being shot where it was. Diddle-diddle-it.
Go on.
We're on.
Hurrah.
Hurrah! That was a delay.
Welcome back, everybody, and sorry for the delay in coming back, but we had some deliberations.
Some conversations without coffee.
Doubt.
And with £50, whatever the protest fee is.
I'm not sure what exactly caused the delay. The first of our races this afternoon is for the Coma C50 class, and it's the Bambino C50 Repechage, which is basically the non-qualifiers for our final. There are 7 that have, 6 have come out. So
I
6.
thought I counted 7. I might be wrong.
Yeah.
6, 7. No, 7. That's 7.
7 karts out there. I'm just looking at the screen there. So 7 karts are going to take part in the repechage, and 4 of the 7 karts will qualify to the A final. Yes, to the final.
Can I just... Sorry, come on.
I'll quickly go through it. Max,
Max,
you've already done it 3 times, and we've only been on 35 seconds.
Twice?
Max Armit and Max Saint-Hilaire are on the front row of this repechage. Nauman Faizan and Freddie Purnell are on the second row. Krishan Doshi and Boston Wolf are on row 3, and then rounding off the 7 karts is Etienne Gardner.
Can I just say thank you to Chris Wilson and Adam Crossfire on the YouTube chat, who kept us entertained with some very poor quality jokes.
He really did.
But thank you very much, because it was a long 35 minutes for us as well.
Just let everybody know the quality of the joke. Go on, do the...
all right. My horse's name is Mayo, sometimes mayonnaise.
Wow.
Thank you.
Yep.
What do you call a fake noodle? An impasta. Oh, you've laughed!
That's sort of a standing start then for Bambinos. These are the petrol engine C50 engines, Coma engine Bambinos. The parents get off, and we are about to get underway. We are indeed. So remember, first 4.
Slightly concerned that it just got transponder numbers and not names for 2 of the drivers.
Yeah, we'll sort that. We'll be sorting that out in time in the scoring.
Have you got transponder numbers as well?
I've got 1.
Right.
Yeah, one transponder. Hendrix Fallat, the number 15, I think, is the leader.
He is. And
just
then
confirm that.
9. No, we've got them. The names are back. Here come the names. Santo Amico 2nd, Max Armit 3rd, Christian Joshi 4th, Freddie Purnell 5th, Max Saint-Hilaire.
As they got off the start, but that might have changed by the time they got to Christmas.
No, I'm just saying that so we've got the names rather than the transponder numbers.
Remember, the 4th place kart is where the action is going to be, and right now that's the property of Christian Doshi, who is the 4th kart in that train. So, and there's a move for that 4th place.
It's the big place.
Yeah, 33, Freddie Purnell.
Interestingly, it's 33, 22 and 44. It's all the alliterative numbers, the double numbers. They're battling together. There's 3 of them. I think that they're all in the same colour scheme as well. One of those 22, 33 and 44 are all a team. Can you check your team names?
I will.
Because they're all looking similarly painted, and they've all chosen the double numbers. So out and away is Hendrix Fallat, who I remember yesterday but had a couple of good runs. I think he must have had some problems today with the heat, because he was reasonably quick in the wet. Santo Amico is 2nd. Just trying to see. There's Yoli. So second. What you can see is 3rd, 4th and 5th is the battle on the screen. 94 Max Armit is currently about to drop into 5th, as the 33 and the 44 went past, but he's coming back past both of them again. Oh, 44's got his hand up. Not because of a problem, because he was upset. I'm just going to say a quick word to Paul. And then they go down. 33. And they're away. So I think the 44 is the battle here with Max Armit for... It could be actually it could be Freddie Purnell and Max Armit who are going to be battling for the overall final bump-up position. Flat out and away. Top 4 get into the main final in about an hour.
Oh, we've got a spinner there, Nick. Spinner at 94. The boot. The 94 of Max Armit, who spins out of 3rd place. He was totally shaken by... Oh, he got on the grass, didn't he?
Too wide.
Got on the grass in the mud. There's a raised arm there. I'm not quite sure what that was about. They crossed the line. 2 laps completed.
Good avoidance.
Fallat leads. Amico 2nd. Purnell 3rd. Nauman Faizan comes through in 4th. Christian Doshi, Max Saint-Hilaire, Max Armit is the Carter at the back of this field after that spin.
Yeah. His work cut out for him now. He's got 5 minutes to catch up 8 seconds.
Well, yes, and we've got between 4th and 5th, we've got about 4.5 seconds there. So these 4 are pretty solid in qualification in the qualification process to the final. Now the final is down the order somewhat. It's not. It'll be the third from the last one. So we've got quite a bit of racing to get through before we see these Bambinos out for their final.
Did you see the 33, 34 both in the same team? Did you look up the team entries?
There's no teams in it. Looks like.
Bambino, no team.
There's a lot of. Whoops.
Let's not say there's any teams because there aren't any teams. So it's a bit of a glory run for Hendrix Fallat. He'll be looking to see what he can do in the actual main final. He can climb through the order. Santo Amico, Freddie Purnell and Norman Faison, they're quite close together. However, they're all bumping up. So it's they're just fighting for grid positions in that final in a few races' time. Around the corner, and it's the 19 of Santo Amico there with the orange-framed kart just ahead of Freddie Purnell. You can tell these guys are all new to the sport because they've all got plain white helmets. They've not yet invested the massive helmet painting cost.
So Christian Doshi is with MP coaching, so I think those team colours are actually MP.
Right.
So it's Doshi, and who else was the?
It's Norman Faison and Freddie Purnell. It's 22, 33 and 44. Max Armit is off the base of the pack, but unfortunately he's a long way back. Okay.
MP is the answer to your question, Nick.
Thank you for that. So this is second, third and fourth running together very closely. All bumping up at the moment, but they're obviously enjoying their racing as well. And it's Amico.
So these four are solid. I know they're going to race for the who doesn't want to be on the back of the grid for the final, but they've now got a 10-second gap to fifth place Christian Doshi. So Hendrix Fallat inside the second half of this repechage. Fallat leading, Amico second, Purnell, Faison, and then Christian Doshi just outside of qualifying.
The official timekeeper, Dan Ashton, looking very, very flustered.
Official timekeeper? Hello, it's the clerk of the course, I'll have you.
He's in charge, isn't he?
Yes.
So he's the man in charge. Sorry, I'm not. To be honest, in many ways, the official timekeeper is more important than
mind you, if we added that to his list of chores this weekend, he would probably appreciate it.
Yeah, he's having a right old difficulty situation, isn't he, there? He's having to deal with a number of questions.
Right. Okay, we've just been given information as to why the delay in the lunch break was down to a software issue, which can happen. Happened last week for us at Warden Law, didn't it?
So it wasn't people having a row.
No, it wasn't a row at all.
Software issue.
It was a system's fault, which can happen at
any
time.
There were a couple of rows, but not enough rows to wait 35 minutes.
Absolutely. So we had this exact same problem with the IPKC meeting at Warden Law last weekend. So if you were with us on Karting Live TV last weekend, there was a bit of a delay, which
at lunchtime,
which actually we brought the lunchtime ahead and had that early, which gave us a chance to rectify that. But that one coming right at the end of the lunch break.
So they're going to run them back to back to back to back to back now.
So thanks to our race director, Dan Ashton, for just clearing that up for any ambiguity.
It's not an easy job, and it's a very long and involved job as soon as one minor thing goes slightly awry.
Yeah,
when things are going well, it's a lovely sunny day, and then it's not.
Yeah, and hi.
I know
Paul's waving.
I know what
Paul's waving and pointing at the screen.
We'll just live with it for a bit.
I know. We're inside the final minute of this repechage.
Try and use them as little as possible.
Hendrix Fallat leading, Freddie Purnell, Santo Amico now in third, and Naumann Faison. The gap to fifth, which is the important one, really, when we talk about a repechage, is it's all about the first four qualifying through to the final. So outside of that qualification zone is Christian Doshi, Max Armit, and Max St. Hilaire.
They've really done their best, these drivers, to make it...
They're very entertaining.
No, but they've decided to make it zero jeopardy by having the top four out and away with a 15-second lead over fifth.
But within that top four, we've had some place changes, and they are really getting to grips with racing. And I think every single one of these competitors are on a novice plate. Yes, they are. Every single one brand new to karting, brand new to motorsport. And you wouldn't think it when you look at their racecraft. Look at the way they're driving around the track here. And remember, 6 to 8 years old, these drivers. Incredible. Always blows my mind. There you go.
Well, they're all 6, aren't they? I suppose they're
6, 7, 6 and 7. Yeah. As soon as they turn 8, they can move into the cadet
They're all 6 years old, and they're all still bigger than Lando Norris.
And that's a fact. It's a fact, everybody. So Hendrix Fallat wasn't even on my grid sheet, so I'm going to put that away, Nick. So here we go. It's a kart slowing down there.
Who slowed down? Who we lost?
Yes, who did we lose there? Kart slowing down out of Chapman's on the penultimate lap. It'll be the final lap boards already flying. So if we can...
Where has he stopped? Is he behind?
Outside of Chapman's, yeah. He went slowly, whether or not he's picked up again. So we're looking for the number 15, Paul, who is...
Yeah, it's a 44 who lost 8 seconds.
There it is, yeah.
He's gone over the line now.
So we're going to find out exactly who and confirm who has qualified at the moment. Heading towards the checkered flag is Hendrix Fallat, the number 15. And in second place, Freddie Purnell. Third place is Santo Amico. Fourth place, Nauman Faizan. There is the number 15. About to put a lap on Christian Doshi. And that might happen before the flag here, because the number 15 kart there, the red and black kart, heading towards the checkered flag. And here he comes out of the pits bend, and will be the first driver across the start-finish line to take the checkered flag and qualify for the C50 Bambino final. Freddie Purnell is the next kart through, the number 33. Then Santo Amico right there with him, only half a second in it. And then the fourth and final qualifier through to the final. It'll be the number 44 of Nauman Faizan.
He had a little bit of an issue last lap, but...
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he caused
right.
consternation. We tried to find him. He slowed down, didn't he?
He didn't stop. That was the problem, you see. He kept going, little sneaky monkey.
He did, yes, indeed. 94 is Max Armit, and he came 5th. Another Max, Saint Hilaire, will be next up. So that concludes our repechage. We've got 4 qualifiers onto the back of the grid. Next of our finals will be Micromax.
Finals time.
Indeed, and 33 qualifiers on the Micromax grid are already lined up in the collecting area. And I'm sure Ash will show us a view of that in a moment and give us an idea of just how far off we are. So the Bambino C50's repechage went off there. There's our collecting area with our Micromax qualifiers. Let's have a look at the grid for Micromax. Alfie Mayer, Zipkart Works team, on pole position with alongside Benedictus Masiokas. Second row is Josh Cook and Logan Rolfe, with row 3, Lewis Herbertson and Archie Rogers-Tyler. Dian Singh Pahal and Albie J. Stubbs are on row 4. Row 5 is Buddy Hugo and Ronnie Carter. Then we've got Toby Biggs and Jensen Walker. Elijah West and Chloe McGill are on row 7. Row 8 is Lewis Kokotti and Adam Galudi. Sebastian Behrman finds himself midfield after a problem in the second of the superheats and finds himself on row 9 alongside Alfie Garrett. Xavier Ramsey is alongside Matthew Lilly on row 10. And then we've got Logan Stanley Jones and Ethan Lloyd. Jack Mellon alongside Sebastian Crawford on row 12 with Victor Popacol and Jimmy Walsh on row 13. Row 14 is Freddie Blackshaw and Ruben Sagu, with Ronnie Faulkner and Travis Giddings on row 15. Zach Andrew and Carter Jackson on row 16. And then rounding off the 33 kart field, Jensen Darlow in his first ever race meeting. His dad Tim, a regular competitor in the NKC Championship, and his mum Sarah, a feature of the collecting area at those meetings.
Here we go.
So it's all important, this one, Nick, because this is where the trophies are presented. And it's all about maximising those points hauled towards the championship. It's a 5-round championship, remember. We've mentioned the calendar many times.
And not just the points all up for grabs. Don't forget we have a driver of the day as well. So if you see a particularly inspiring driver, nominate that person for Driver of the Day. And if they win Driver of the Day, they will win a watch. The driver wins a watch. And if you are the person who nominated them, who we pull randomly out of a bag, you'll win some BKC merch.
So how do
TKC
people
merch.
vote for that then?
Just in the chat of the YouTube. The
All right,
YouTube
and you're
chat.
making a note of... are you going to give us the poll and how it's going?
Currently, we've only got votes for one person.
That's Bella, isn't it?
Yeah.
Great.
So that's currently where we're
Two
at.
great drives of the day, actually.
But doesn't mean it can't change now. Doesn't mean it can't have something
not
completely
at all.
different.
No, not at all. Here we come then.
Rolling in, gathering up. Will they be able to get off in first? Will they be able to get off first go? It sounds unlikely, but let's see.
Well, these Micromax drivers, they've some very a lot of experience on the front. We've got a Zip Kart 1-2 on the front with two of the Zip Kart Works drivers, Alfie Mayer and Benedictus Masiokas. And there's nothing stopping this.
That bit looked quite good.
That
to this
looks
point.
very good. Very good start for the Micromax
went
class.
Slightly wrong with the 42. They got it. They have. They're away. Through Oblivion for the first time.
Yeah, we've got the KR Sport of Josh Cook. I think that's moved into second as we head up towards Christmas Corner. Which one of the Zip Kart drivers? Is it Alfie Mayer or is it Masiokas?
It's hard to
tell in the as the sun.
As the light comes into the
Yeah.
camera, making it just that little bit tricky. I think it's
we've got a full start.
when was that a full start?
Yeah,
that's a very
I
late
think
call.
They
The full
didn't like
start.
people out of the tram lines.
That was a
maybe
very
at the
late
back.
call for the full start.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, we thought we were racing there certainly on that part of the. Anyway, we'll start again. Press Control Alt Delete for Nick and I. Oh, we've got a cart on the grass there. That was.
He's back again. 24
coming from left to right. 24 is one
Jack
of our,
Mellon.
One of our
Jack Mellon.
Yeah,
it is.
one of our novice drivers.
Chris Wilson is saying Riley Mason Lewis a driver of the day. You had to say why, Chris. You've given me a reason why he's driver of the day.
Not just because he's your nephew.
Melissa Lloyd, good luck. Ethan Lloyd.
Okay.
You can see the link there. Lots of love from Mummy and brother Leo.
Lovely.
Yeah. Good luck, Ethan. Is he in this one or a different one? No, he's in this one. He's Kart 66 in this one. They're going to try again. Given how the last one seemed okay.
Well, we'll give it. It's not our decision, Nick. We'll leave that to the.
It's realistically the last thing is us
Yeah,
making any of the decisions.
absolutely,
Do not
absolutely.
let commentators make any decisions.
Here we go then. The Zip Kart teammates lead the grid across the line, and that looks a little bit tidier.
It's got a bit
I'm
chunky
pretty
at the
sure-
back.
Right, let's wait and see. We've got the start, and it's a Zip Kart 1-2 this time. Maybe that's what it
seems
was.
okay.
Yeah, the two yellow and black livery carts up towards Christmas Corner. That looks like the Synergy driver Logan Rolfe into third this time. As the Alfie Mayer. Just get a confirmation. It's the number 15 of
15
Alfie
from
Mayer.
12 from 32. So
Yeah.
it's Mayer from Masakis from Logan Rolfe has managed to get past Josh Cook. Cook was very quick at various points of the race in the second superheat.
Just to remind everybody, these are a slightly longer duration, our finals, 10 minutes and 1 lap. So we've got 2 minutes of extra racing than what we've seen already from these competitors. And already, we're still waiting for the tyres to come in, remember. 1 lap completed. I know we've had a couple of false starts. So maybe the next lap is when we see everything optimised. But things beginning to settle down with the first 3 breaking away now.
Good move from Dylan Singh Pahal. He's up to 4th overall. Sebastian Behrman, who's started a lot further back than he should, is up to 9th. I think he's climbed up about 8 places already, Behrman, the 37 car.
He started 17th, Nick, so he's up 8 places, yeah.
But obviously the early places are easier to gain than the later ones.
That's very true. You make up your majority of your places in that first lap. That's when everybody's bunched together. As things start spacing out, it becomes a little bit more tricky. The first 3 are literally bumper to bumper. And that's Mayer, Masiokas and Rolfe. 2 Zip Karts and then the Synergy driver, Rolfe, just hanging on to there. And
I don't know, he's just...
yeah, he looks like he's got a bit of pace, doesn't he? And I think if he could get past Masiokas, who likewise is on the rear bumper of Alfie Mayer, but we've seen this so many times, haven't we?
Is this not just a case it's easier to follow than to lead?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, they're all breaking off the back of the other drivers and going, yeah, I'll do that one, that's fine, I can break it. Oh, and out from the slipstream, but not past comes Masiokas.
Yeah, he just looked like he went down the inside, but he didn't, because the speed difference between through Christmas Corner is very, very similar to the actual speed at the end of the straight.
I think Cook was battling hard with the 23 of Dean Singh Powell, but I think he's now had an issue.
Oh, we've got a change for second as Logan Rolfe through and ahead of Benedictus Masiokas, and Masiokas coming under pressure now from Dhyan Singh Pahal. Pahal right there with him, and it looks like the orange cart of Dhyan Singh Pahal looks like he's about to challenge the number 23, right on the tail now of the number 12. And there we've got a contact, and the cart's off. Or did they get round from Christmas Corner? We might be able to see what happened there. Up into Christmas. There's the two leaders, Alfie Mayer and Logan Rolfe. And then behind, that looks like Dhyan Singh Pahal, who it looked like as they went out of our view into turn one there, into oblivion. We had an issue with coming together. We'll be able to sort that out when they get back round and confirm who is where. But right now I can confirm who's leading this race. Whether that's for very long, I do not know. He's been the driver to beat in Micromax. And Logan Rolfe wants to make that a little bit different coming into this final. Glued together now, and there's the lonely sight of Dhyan Singh Pahal. Lewis Herbertson up into fourth. Benedictus Masiokas continues in fifth. Archie Rogers-Tyler sixth. Ethan Lloyd, Alfie Garrett, Jensen Walker, and Lewis Kirkcaldy is the driver that rounds off the top 10. Into Ashby and out of Ashby, heading towards Parker. It looks to me like the Synergy cart of Logan Rolfe has got pace, and enough pace that once he clears Alfie Mayer, he might even get a chance to break free. Down the inside into the boot. Logan Rolfe's got the line, but not the line into the second part of the boot, which is that's Alfie Mayer's property. Thank you very much, he says, as they come through Pitts Bend. It'll be 5 laps completed then. We're about half a minute from half distance, so still plenty of racing to go. 10 minutes and 1 lap, remember, for the finals. Up towards Christmas, up the hill they go. And then coming wide out of Christmas Corner through the right-hander at Inkerman's. A little bit of inadvertent nudging there just as they gathered pace and momentum through Ashby. We're just gearing up for a move here. He looked like he was looking down the inside.
Have you changed the battery? Thumbs up.
Alfie Mayer, he knows that Logan Rolfe is there. He looks over his right shoulder. Into and out of the boot. Through Pitts Bend. It will be 6 laps completed here. We cannot take our eyes off the lead battle as down the inside into oblivion, but round the outside has gone Alfie Mayer. Logan Rolfe hangs on to that second place, and side by side he's got the inside line into Christmas Corner, and he will take the lead. Synergy leads from Zip with Logan Rolfe. He's been threatening to do that pretty much the whole of this race, and now we'll see the Synergy driver pulling away. Into and out of Chapman and heading back towards the paddock at boot. Into the left-hand part and then into the double apex right. Oh, and look at that, Logan Rolfe. I did suggest and speculate whether or not he had pace to pull away. That's been confirmed, certainly from me, as already about 0.4 of a second is the gap between first and second. We're inside 3.5 minutes. So Alfie Mayer, has he got anything in the toolkit? Dhyan Singh Pahal, he is a very lonely third place, and an equally lonely Benedictus Masiokas behind them in fourth. Lewis Herbertson and Archie Rogers-Tyler, 5th and 6th. Alfie Garrett, 7th. 8th is Ethan Lloyd. Jensen Walker, 9th. 10th is Elijah West now. Lewis Kirkcaldy just dropping to 11th and outside that top 10. Just having a look down the order. Freddie Blackshaw up to 22nd. We've got Sebastian Crawford, 19th. Chloe McGill in 20th in between them. Victor Poppercool involved in that one as well. That one's quite a tight battle there. Chloe McGill, Victor Poppercool and Freddie Blackshaw just trying to chase down Crawford. But up at the front, the gap's out to 6/10 now.
2.5 minutes to go. Surprise leader for someone who's just disappeared for a few minutes to look at something else. It's Logan Rolfe from Alfie Mare as they go through Ashby's. They're going to come to the left-hand up into Parker. And in many ways, Rolfe, who had a 6/10 second at the end of the last lap, is certainly not being rapidly caught back by Alfie Mare. Darren Singh Patel holding third in that red card. And then it's Benedictus Masiokis. We've got a kind of a Ronnie Carter's drive for the day. He's been coming from the back all day. Which was in this one.
That's a good one. That's an absolutely good one.
Sebastian Behrman's out again, isn't he? Somebody has some sort of major issue with technically. He dropped out after making some laps up. He's dropped a few laps back.
Yeah, 7 laps down actually. I think he's a retirement.
Ronnie Carter's in 15th on nominee. When did Ronnie Carter start? You got the grid with you?
Yes.
So first, second, a little bit closer this time as they go through Inkermans.
He started in 10th.
No, so that's not a massive way through the car. So he's had a little bit of a shuffle down in this final, but done well in the heat. Into Chapman, and now down the back straight for the boot. And in fairness, Logan Rolfe looking very, very comfortable as he strokes this kart into the last couple of minutes.
Ronnie Carter's dropped back to 15th from 10th.
So they're going to get at least...
Well, what happened, Nick,
three more.
Logan Rolfe, he did indeed pull away. However, he stopped pulling away. The gap went out to 6/10. It's now back to 3. So Alfie Mare's responded very late in this race, inside the final minute now. And Alfie Mare's found pace again. It's kind of come on. It's like a second wind. And he was struggling to stay with Rolfe. So it's either Rolfe's tyres beginning to go away from him, or Alfie Mare's found a second wind. And here we go. We were going to have a look in the midfield, but we can't now because Alfie Mare looks over his shoulder. He doesn't see Dian Singh Pal right with him. And there, look at that.
Slightly gapped again during this lap. Was down to 3/10 over the line. I think possibly Alfie Mare, if I had any ability to give him some advice, I'd say, listen, son, just keep looking forward. Don't worry about what's behind you.
Absolutely. I think he's checked that now and he knows not to bother about who's behind. And it's going to be 2 more laps after this one.
Yep. About to start the penultimate lap. They clock the time beam with 13 seconds to go, so they get 1 more lap, and then they're on the +1. Right through the crook there.
There's Pahal, Benedictus Masiokis slowly catching Pahal. We're keeping a wary eye on that one as Alfie Mare continues through and out of Christmas. And then you see how they use all of the curb at Inkermans there. Into Ashby. Gap went out to 5/10. So it's kind of ebbed and flowed somewhat. It went out to 6, came back down to 3/10. Literally nothing in it, and it'll be the last lap board that these drivers see next time through. Into the boot then. For the penultimate time, it'll be the 1 lap to go board this time.
To the Microax final, the first of our finals in the first round of the Kart Championship, incorporating the Bambino Kart Championship, the Junior Kart Championship, the Cadet Kart Championship. Go for that very quickly, otherwise you could take most of the lap saying that.
This is actual for a podium. We'll see these drivers at our podium trophy presentation coming up later, or that will happen in the paddock when we've gone off air.
Oh, somebody not very well there, tending to somebody behind that marshal's post. They've come off the track and they are just being I think probably just checking everything's okay. I don't think there's a major problem because they wouldn't let the race round the was.
So Logan Rolfe heading towards the first checkered flag and the first trophy presentation of the day as he will come through Pitts Bend. That's about marker number 26. Here comes the leader. He acknowledges the checkered flag in great style. Synergy driver Logan Rolfe takes the win from the Zipcart team of Alfie Mare. Benedictus Masiokis, he did indeed catch and pass Dian Singh Pahal. So it's a Zipcart 2 and 3, a double podium for them. Dian Singh Pahal confirms that 4th place. Archie Rogers Tyler 5th, Lewis Herbertson 6th, Alfie Garrett 7th, Jensen Walker is in 8th, Elijah West 9th, and rounding off the top 10 is Ethan Lloyd as the rest of the field come through to take their checkered flag. What a great midfield battle that was. 4 karts.
Absolutely.
Wow, incredible. There's your results on the right-hand side of your screens. Time whizzing by, and
more grids arriving as we speak. So what's up next, Joe?
We've got our mighty Bambinos.
Oh, the mighty Bambinos.
Yeah.
So this is the first time this has been incorporated.
First time this has been incorporated in the Kart Championship, isn't it?
Yeah.
So a bit of history being made here, everybody. We are making history. We're making history here at Whilton Mill because this is the last time the track will be raced on in this configuration, what we see.
They're digging it up tomorrow, I think. Well, not actually tomorrow, but
yeah,
next couple of days.
It might be, yeah. The work starts pretty much immediately when we vacate the paddock.
At least the land will be soft.
Yes, yes, indeed. It'll be interesting to see how the work progresses. I hope the social media keeps that information coming. No bumper checks taking place now as the field of Micromax karters make their way into Parc Fermé. We've got our electric final. It's going to be electric by power. It's also going to be electric entertainment-wise.
That's very good.
Do you think so?
Yeah, that's you should copyright that.
Paul didn't really.
Oh no, Paul wasn't giving. No, oh dear.
Yeah,
I think you got like a 4.5 or lower. 4, just a 4. I'd have given you a 6 for that.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, it's not something I don't think you could put it on a T-shirt or anything.
No, I don't think you would. The mighty Bambinos are unique here this weekend. They are the only non-fossil fuel powered karts that we have. They're fully electric powered, battery operated, zero emissions. They are in the Bambino category, which means that drivers are from the age of 6, 83 kilogram weight. They're on the LeConte treaded tyres, and our grid has 18 drivers that have qualified.
83 kilograms including driver.
Yeah.
Wow, that's quite light then.
Well, they're only 6.
Well, I realise that, but still, it's quite light for the cart as well, isn't it?
Well, yes, there's nothing in the cart really, is there? The tiny things. And I suppose from the respect of an electric motor, Nick, and a battery, is that what you mean? You're being very technical.
I'm just saying it's not very heavy. It's very impressive.
I did have the information as to just how heavy the running gear is.
Because the batteries last the whole day?
The batteries last the whole day, and I think that's the big selling point.
So you go home, you charge them up. Obviously, I suppose the overnight charging day 1, day 2 might be an issue if you're staying in a hotel.
If that's his point. If you were watching during our lunch break, and you saw the paddock show, you'll have seen an interview, the very first media interview for Felix Tandy, whose dad Nick we spoke to. Nick was the winner of the Le Mans 24 Hours in 2015. He's the Porsche factory driver for the Porsche prototype team that competes in the GTP Championship in IMSA in the United States, and he's here.
And I think they'd be full of confidence after 1, 2, 3 for Porsche at the WEC yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking to Nick about that, but I think also full of confidence is Felix Tandy in his first race weekend, qualifying on the second row of the grid, just behind Ralph Martin and Ollie West and Heath Smith. He's qualified 4th. So Ralph Martin's on the pole, no surprise there. Ollie West alongside, equally no surprise there. They've been the class of this mighty Bambinos. Heath Smith have been there or thereabouts, just waiting for the two in front of him to make a mistake, really. Felix Tandy's had a mixed weekend, really, and he's done very well in the
Super
Super
the wrong way a
Heats.
couple of times.
He has been, yes. He's been a very upward slope of learning, has young Felix. He starts alongside Heath Smith on row 2. Row 3 is Jack Harper and Henry Hales. Jensen James Williams starts alongside Maximilian Mikalski on row 4. Oliver Woodall and Junior Wright are on row 5. Row 6 has Etienne Gardner and Ava Garrett. Nico Mohan and Hadley Jarvis are on row 7. Hugo Williams and Arthur Bath are on row 8. And then it's Frank Pearson and Kai Ergensoy who will round off this 18-kart field for the mighty Bambinos.
And the reason there's a slight delay is that was a little bit of an off-track accident in the previous heat. The driver was kind of gingerly walking to the paramedics ambulance. So he's okay, but he's giving himself a little bit of a knock. So just to make sure everything's okay, and then we'll get going again once that's all been cleared up properly.
Yeah, safety of paramount importance here.
Absolutely.
This is a junior championship, of course, and the last thing we want is for anybody
This
to.
is fun. It's
It
supposed
is
to be fun.
all about fun. It's competitive. The racing can be intense and close, and if anything, the Kart Championship is very much worth winning. It's been going quite a few years. This year, slightly different insofar as it's now under the governing body of the Motorsport Association, the MSUK. Again, if you watched the Paddock Show, you'd have saw a very interesting interview, if I say so myself, with that I did with Dan Parker, who's head of karting at the MSUK. He's got a busy life, hasn't he? Looking after the whole of karting, whole of karting scene,
and having to work out a Bicester as well.
Yes, is that a bad thing?
I don't know. If you live in Bicester, no. On the Bicester Heritage Site, which is a fantastically interesting place.
Interesting to see how things are beginning to develop. I mean, we are very much on Karting Live TV. We're involved in MSUK sanctioned events and IKR's independent kart championships, and they're all run very, very similarly. And the racing is always very intense and very good and very well run. But of course, the MSUK, being the governing body in the United Kingdom, it's full credit to Darren Beavers and his team for running such an interesting and well-run championship that the MSUK wanted to become partners in this. And as those electric carts, when they pulled away there, it was as if they were fired out of a cannon.
I saw a thumbs up. I thought, oh, we're about to go, but I didn't hear the engines fire up.
I know.
There's no engines to fire up.
I know, and it's very, very odd when you see the car, or you actually see them before you hear them. And everything's gone silent.
It's like being attacked by a small milk float.
It's as if someone's turned the volume down when you're trackside. Ralph Martin and Ollie West are the drivers that get off, and even though the karts are on all-weather treaded tyres, they still need a little bit of heat to work. So being cold, not as bad as the slick, but being cold, they don't work as well as when they're nice and warm. So you'll see the drivers weaving around, shuffling around, I think is a better term. Don't want to get them into trouble, because technically you're not allowed to weave.
You're not?
No. So shuffling around, shall we say.
Everybody shuffling.
Yes, getting some heat into those treaded LeConte tyres on these mighty Bambinos. So these are our electric Bambino class, and this is not my court. Much simpler to run. That's from a Le Mans winner, so he obviously knows what he's talking about.
I would think so, really.
Dealing with racing cars,
he's used to having
racing equipment.
Like 30 people running his car.
That's true. Yes. So it's a standing start as well. Just to remind everybody, they all came out of Pitts Bend on the same side of the track. That some of them need to be across to the right. Some of them finding their grid positions.
I think some of them got. Yeah, it's kind of like they absolutely need the aid of the adult just to point out where they're supposed to be.
Yes, yeah, they do.
It's very good view of the treaded tyres you can see there. 67 is trolling to the front, but I can't see it. Oh, there's his space. Someone's going to need
67 is starting on row 3
yeah,
in
the
6th spot. That's Henry Hills. And the thing is, with them only being, what did I say, 83 kilograms, they're easy to slot into place if they're out of place. So it's a light sequence to start the Bambinos. The mighty Bambinos final gets off. It's a podium position. What is up for grabs here? 3 steps of the podium. And it's the number 32 of Ralph Martin.
Yep.
Getting off into the lead.
Martin from West, from Tandy, from Smith. That's pretty much as it says, but I was watching around the first corner.
The 2 green liveried karts and the bright green helmet of Ollie West slots in behind. That's Felix Tandy.
Giving it some early on.
The family genes there, I think, was a little bit nibbly, but
is that Ralph has got in the lead? I think it is. He's managed to have a bit of a gap going through Inkermans, but immediately that's closed down by Ollie West. Ollie West has the green helmet. Ralph Martin has the black helmet, because apart from that, the colours of the kart are pretty similar. Tandy is in the sort of beige and blue machine, and he's under quite intense pressure.
Oh, yes,
from Heath Smith, and they've already broken away into 1, 2, and then 3, 4.
Yeah, Tandy looks over his shoulder. It's Heath Smith coming back at him because Heath Smith started ahead of him on the grid. And Heath Smith, great move into the boot to get ahead of Felix Tandy. It's all a massive learning curve, of course. Felix there, that kart there with the gold wheels, the number 28, as a lot of these drivers are in their first ever race weekends. And the leader very much in control now. Ralph Martin, Ollie West in second, out onto the straight towards Christmas Corner. Whereas behind for third, we are three wide
and then Tandy
in the Christmas Corner.
Up the inside again. Didn't quite make it, but the first two have got away. And then third, fourth, fifth and sixth are having a bit of a scrap. Mostly third and fourth. Mostly we say Heath Smith and Felix Tandy are providing entertainment. But joining that party now is Henry Hales.
Yeah, Henry Hales. These two tripping over one another, Heath Smith and Felix Tandy. They're allowing Henry in on the party a little bit, aren't they? There they go, in towards Chapman's now, down through the left-hander and across the curb on the exit, which sort of kinks to the right. And then on the very short back straight here, heading towards the paddock and towards the boot. If Felix is not careful, he's going to have Henry Hales for company. Yeah. Through the final turn then, it's 2 laps completed. Ralph Martin leads, Ollie West second. Heath Smith third, Tandy, Hales, Harper, Woodall. Oates Jr. right up to 8th ahead of Michalski. Ava Garrett rounds off the top 10, and I think we've got Jensen James Williams dropping down the order somewhat.
Battle for third. Tandy's going to get it back again, and he has. So there's a little bit kind of what I love is I don't know whether it's a level of they're looking at the other cart because they don't know where it is, or they're just trying to intimidate each other. I'm not quite sure.
6-year-olds intimidating one another. What are we seeing?
It's a very feral place. The playground's a very feral place. It's just what's happened is the playground has moved to the racetrack.
Wow.
First two third and fourth right together. First two got a little bit of a gap, but this is the battle. It's the Tandy Smith battle.
And is that who? That's the leaders. So there's the leaders, Ralph Martin, Ollie West, and they will go through underneath us. Let's see who pops out. It's Felix Tandy, still hanging on to that third place. Now this 2-card battle is almost a 5-card battle, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, we're getting joined up by who are the next 3 to join? It's the Woodall, Wright, and Maximilian Michaels who joined in with this massive leap of cadet. And now he's popping out again. So yeah. Heath Smith said, well, you got me last time up the hill. I'll get you this time. And Tandy looking to his right can see, and he sweeps across now, dragging that third cart behind him. I think it's Jack Harper. He's looking to perhaps get into it. Because don't forget, they are fighting for the last place on the podium. So they get to stand on the podium if they win this one. Though there's the first two again.
But a change of lead.
Have we?
Ollie West ahead of Ralph Martin. It's the green helmet ahead of the black helmet. And we thought that was settled, didn't we? That's where we're focusing on third place. That was where the action was
back again.
Yeah, he looks across. They are intimidating one another, aren't they? They're trying to, at least. So Ralph Martin looks across at Ollie West, but Ollie West says, I'm just going to ignore you because I've got the lead. And he will show at the front of this field, coming through to complete 4 laps and heading towards, we're almost at half a minute
Martin
away from
now
half
looking
distance.
to get up the inside and go into oblivion, and it's going to work. He's done it before, actually. And they're leaning on each other. What happened at the exit of that one? Because they're facing the wrong way. They've cost each other a huge amount of time and no change in position. West stays ahead, but that was a little bit on the aggressive side. There may need to be a conversation about racing etiquette between these 6-year-olds and 7-year-olds.
I'm surprised they came out of that corner
facing the right
positions.
way.
Yeah, I thought that was
Roughy Tufty. There he goes again.
Down the inside into Ashby this time.
Got him.
Ralph Martin back into the lead. Ollie West slots in behind. Heath Smith is now in third there. Last time by, not quite sure what's happening in third place, as this riveting battle for the overall honours is the one where we're going to stick with. Now then, Ralph Martin has had a bit of a wake-up, hasn't he? Ollie West, he did not expect Ollie West to come by. The black helmet of Ralph Martin leading the way around from the bright green helmet of Ollie West now. So it'll be a change of lead across the line, out of the boot.
Plenty of time to go. This is also a 10-minute final, so a long time for these drivers to concentrate.
I suppose that is the challenge, isn't it? Getting a 6-year-old to concentrate for more than 3 minutes is a bit of a chore.
3 seconds.
Yeah, 10 minutes and 1 lap are these races. Lots to be thinking about, though. And are we going to see a challenge now?
Big gain. Is he going to pop out? Nope. It's just going
because it's flat out through there.
Yes, in the slipstream.
It's virtually flat out in a Bambino through there. And
Smith's
equally
got
so.
it.
When I say Bambino, these are electric-powered Bambinos, remember. But there's no difference lap time-wise to the petrol-engine karts that we saw out earlier.
Not much difference weight-wise either, because obviously with drivers, so I think they weigh the same as cadets as well. Petrol cadets.
Bambinos, you mean?
Bambinos.
You could confuse us, Nick.
Bambinos. I've confused myself, which is more important.
We're inside of, well, we're almost inside of 3.5 minutes left. So if Ollie West can challenge again, I'm not quite sure. Well, Ralph Martin will be happy with that. Looks over his shoulder, checks where Ollie is, and with plenty of time, isn't there? There's plenty of time.
I think it's 4 laps.
And there's plenty of time for that black rain cloud to drop its load as well.
Don't say that.
Oh, that doesn't look very ominous.
No.
Just off camera there, just outside of our windows when I've seen that.
Not getting involved in
so
rain today.
He's the race to Christmas. Christmas corner, the right-hander, almost a hairpin, but it's very fast in these electric Bambinos, the mighty Bambinos, and a delight to watch the very close racing that they produce into Ashby. They're together, aren't they?
Mm-hmm. Now back marker time. 69 of Kai Ergensoy is just in there, out of vision now, catching up quickly. Kai on the inside. Now, is he going to be able to will he know they're there? Will he ease? He has. He's eased off, and one gets past. Hard stare, and the second gets past as well. And Ollie West is no nearer, but no further than he was a lap ago. And so he now really needs to work out, is there a place where he can get past Ralph Martin? Heath Smith is about half a second ahead of Felix Tandy at the end of the last lap. I'll get scored in a second again.
Again, karts liveried, I think they're both with MP as they race towards Christmas again. And I've got to say, Ollie West in the green helmet in second place. Looks like he could pounce literally at any second there. We thought it was kind of settled. Ollie West proved us wrong. Mm-hmm. And he looks ready to maybe, all it'll take is Ralph Martin to maybe, go too deep into a corner, slide a bit wide. Ollie West's there, following in his wheel tracks and looking very, very racy indeed. We've got inside of 2 minutes now remaining. So we've got plenty of opportunity for things to develop towards the checkered flag for this Mighty Bambino final. And these two have been pretty much the class of the field on these electric karts. It'll be 8 laps completed this time by.
They're going to get 2 more, aren't they? Because they're doing 104, so they're going to get 2 more.
Heath Smith
they might get 3 more, actually.
Heath Smith and Felix Tandy are absolutely together, by the way, as equally together as what we're seeing these two. 81 thousandths, and Felix Tandy into third. So they are swapping positions. And there is Ollie West just taunting us, wasn't he? Taunting us with the just poking his nose.
Tandy actually got past Heath Smith. They were swapping every other lap.
Yeah, amazing. Great battle for third. However, this is for the top step of the podium. And we've seen Ollie West can get by Ralph Martin. Ralph Martin thinking about defending now, isn't he? Now then, he's got 30 seconds to get round.
He's got a bigger gap than he's had before. And he was thinking about descending, but actually he had a bigger gap than he had before. Well, they're going to get round in 30 seconds. They're going to get 2 more.
They are. 2 more laps. Felix Tandy ahead in third last time we looked.
We'll have a look through the static camera. We'll let them flow through the static camera and see what happens after these two go by. There'll be a bit of a wait. And you'll see in the background the Tandy-Smith battle. It's a long way, 7 seconds. Look at that. There we go. I think that is Tandy leading. Yeah. And then you've got 4 karts in close proximity, battling over 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. Back to our leaders. And that's pull this second battle up the hill.
Ooh, that 4-kart battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th.
That was the 18 kart waving with Heath Smith. Tandy's still leading this one, but it's certainly a battle with 4th. 67 leading that moment with Henry Houser. He's obviously got Heath Smith during that actual last couple of corners.
And if these continue to battle around and swap positions behind Felix Tandy, that's going to play into Tandy's hand, and it's going to allow Tandy a bit of a breather. However, that's not quite happening yet. And I think that's the 67 of Henry Hales who's come up behind him now. Is that the 67 behind? Looking like he's going to go down the inside of the boot.
Oh,
no, Tandy Last of the lid breakers and a change for that position behind Tandy. As the leaders come across the line, this
last lap.
Still the same. Last lap board shows. Let's see who it is then. It's Felix Tandy in third, who crosses the line now. Heath Smith back up to fourth. Junior Wright it is in fifth, and Henry Hills drops to sixth. Through Inkermans then for the final time for our two mighty Bambinos. Time is running out for Ollie West to challenge, as we've got Ralph Martin there. Ralph in the black helmet. The bright green helmet of Ollie West is the chasing cart now. He has felt what it's like to lead. He led a lap, didn't he? And then we had Ralph Martin coming back. Ralph starting from the pole position and onto the back straight towards the boot for the final time then. And it looks like it's settled.
Yeah.
Unless we see a massive mistake from Ralph Martin. It's going to be Ralph Martin who we will see on that top step of the podium as the checkered flag flies for the first round of the Kart Championship for Mighty Bambinos.
Well done, Ralph.
Ralph Martin takes it.
Yeah, I mean, he had a good battle there with Ollie West, but Ollie had a couple of laps in the position. Felix Tandy very happy with his podium position, as he was fifth place man Henry Hales, who got a position in the last lap. So Martin and West, certainly the class of the field during this first meeting. There's a lot to learn for everybody involved, but good racing from both those drivers.
All the time. Let's have a rundown of the top 10. Then Ralph Martin we will see on the top step of the podium this afternoon or later on this evening. Ralph Martin takes the win. Ollie West second. Felix Stanley, a very fine debut podium. Ollie West on the novice plate as well, by the way. Heath Smith also on the novice plate, as the majority of these runners are, will take fourth. Fifth is Henry Hills. Sixth is Junior Wright. Jack Harper was seventh. Eighth is Etienne Gardner. Oliver Woodhall takes ninth, and rounding off the top 10 was Maximilian Mikalski.
Managed to get some comments during that race. Some of them race-based, so they weren't taking lines. Ian McCarthy's staggering racecraft from these kids, really.
It is, isn't it? It absolutely is. I agree with you, Ian. Blows my mind.
Sloan and Green, you do a timeshare amongst a couple of questions. Ask, how much does performance drop off as the batteries drain? Well, interestingly, no, it doesn't. The way that
you can explain.
The way that lithium batteries work is they have a very, very long plateau period. So you've got a very short boost at full charge. And by short, I mean really short. Probably a lap it would be at most. Then they hit this massive plateau where the voltage hardly drops at all, micro.
And then do they just go flat?
And it just dies. And at that point, you've damaged them.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Right.
So, which is why what we have to realise is you haven't got the battery directly connected to the motor. It goes to what's called a speed controller. But the speed controller isn't just an electric throttle. It also can manage that voltage and manage that wattage. So you actually therefore can take whatever you've got in the battery and therefore give out, because obviously the power to the motor is volts plus amps, which is watts, and you can choose what that's going to be.
Use the internal combustion engine, the internal combustion engine analogy that you did for me with regards to amps and volts.
Well, the speed controller basically, electronic speed controller is the same as your engine management system and your fuel injection. So it says how much fuel I'm going to put in relation to, because obviously the number of revs doesn't necessarily how much power you've got, because it could be at part throttle or full throttle. So it's basically it's controlling that flow of fuel, but the fuel of course is electrons. It's not petrochemical. And that's why it doesn't actually matter what your maximum charge is or what the maximum ability of your motor is. If you don't want it to be, which they don't, because they want to have an even playing field, it's all balanced by the speed control, which says, well, yeah, absolutely, that motor's fantastic, but I'm not giving it the power to be fantastic. I'm giving it its maximum amount of wattage. And that's the same in all sorts of motorsport, because anything that's hybridized in motorsport, be it IMSA, be it F1, they have batteries which could put out a huge amount more power than they're allowed to, because they are limited by effectively a throttling by speed control by electronics. So, you can only put this much power through, but that's how you do it. That's why actually it's way easier to balance electrical things than it is to balance fuel things, because the number of variables is massively reduced.
Right.
You could obviously there's various different. These are sealed engines we're about to see in the next round in the Max. But the fact is, we know there's good ones and there's bad ones, and there's tuning and everything else. With the motors and the batteries, you can just say, well, no, that motor may be a good motor. It doesn't matter. It's not getting any more electricity. There's nothing you can do with it.
Good insight, Nick. Let's get back to fossil fuel and internal combustion engines and the two-stroke 125cc Rotax engines of our Intermax class, of which we have 20 drivers, and it's Max Gilman and Josh Cormack Gilman on the pole, Cormac alongside Adam Turacek, who really has been the driver to beat this weekend in Intermax. He's on row 2 with Sebastian Clark alongside. We've then got Jensen Sale and JJ Plowman on row 3. Row 4 is James Fabricas and Fraser Anderson. Row 5 is Larry Price and Thomas Jackson. Grayson Wortley and Harvey Bacon are on row 6. Row 7 is Oscar Roach and Drew Davidson. Jensen White and George Ralston are on row 8. Row 9 is Nathan Edwards and Sandro Kemp. And then rounding off the 20 kart field is Jack Moss and Bailey Wolfe.
So
gets intense now, Nick.
Only 18 took the line, but I'm not sure whether that was just because they didn't trigger the...
I wonder who's not come
well,
out.
maybe they haven't triggered the...
Yeah,
sometimes when they roll it, they don't actually trigger the timing loop. But let's find out. Starting... So Adam Turek, who did look pretty good, ended up starting third after a slight fade in the...
that's him on the light
final.
blue, dark blue, orange on the second row there. We've got the Kia Sport driver of Josh Cormac there, and the Thule Motorsport of Max Gilman on the pole. Here we go.
Oh, that's all right. Looks all right so far. 111 popped out a bit early. They're going to let him have that one? No. No. Not allowed.
Is that a full start? Yes, it is.
Got some yellow flashing lights. That's my definition of full start. And the green with the triangle, the Norwich City flag, which of course has been a very bad thing for you this weekend as well, Joe, isn't it?
Yeah.
We won. We're in the playoffs.
Yeah. Are you really?
I don't know why.
Well, you're heading there.
No, we're in the playoffs officially. I don't know why.
At the moment.
Yeah. No.
The season doesn't finish till April.
No, but we aren't. We are back in the playoff positions.
Right. And we're not.
No, but you may well be.
I doubt it.
When you get your manager.
I doubt it. That's a football. Football latest. Gillingham and Sunderland FC are the teams that we're talking about.
Yes, you managed to choose commentators who both support... Well, Sunderland are quite a big team, but are not the biggest of teams.
No. Right, let's see if we can get this underway. I was about to mention there, this is where it starts getting intense. This is what it's all about. It's about two teammates on the second row, by the way, Adam Turacek and Sebastian Clark. Let me just check who the teams are. It starts getting intense, Nick, because we are racing for a trophy. We're racing for stepping on the top step of that podium. Let's see if they can get underway.
And 100 points, Joe.
Yeah, indeed.
Here we go. Looks a lot better in the first part of the grid. That should be fine. And the amber lights have not flashed on the gantry, which makes me think we've got to start. They sweep round in through the crook there and up the hill towards Christmas Corner. And it is the Gilman car from Cormac. I think it's Turacek third. But we'll have that confirmed when we can get a bit closer and read some of the numbers. And they sweep now down through Inkermans and into Ashby. Indeed, third place is that 1-2-2 of Adam Turacek, and it is Max Gilman leading Josh Cormac. So they've gone off in grid order and floating now round through Chapman with a real zip on the carts. Not the zip carts, just a zip on the carts as these engines are now firing up and the tyres are beginning to come in, but they're going to be another lap before they're super happy with them. And
here we come then, Nick. Round to complete. Lap number 1, it's the Thule Motorsport driver, Max Gilman, who leads. KR Sports, Josh Cormac across in second, Turacek third, and then Plowman, Clark, Sale, Fabricas, Price, Fraser Anderson ninth, and rounding off the top 10 right there on the first lap is Harvey Bacon. A little bit of a movement there for 5th and 6th,
yeah,
I think.
It's interesting the top 3 seem quite happy with being the top 3 at that time. I think whether they may have decided, individual between them, that let's try and put down 3 or 4 laps, and then before we get scrappy, 171 JJ Plowman, who we've not heard a lot of, he's been there or thereabouts, but JJ putting in a good performance here, currently in 4th and actually catching up the 3rd place Adam Turek. And now we're just waiting to see as they go through the boot. Oh, Turek, the loss of momentum from Josh Cormac there meant Turek actually kind of went into the back, and very lightly, not heavily, but they all tripped over themselves a little bit. 5th place is the yellow 140 of Jensen Sile. Sebastian Clark, a big loser in that time, lost a couple of positions.
Yeah, I feel they're playing a high-speed game of chess at the moment, and just behind the top 3, there's another one to tick, Paul. Just behind the top 3, JJ Plowman for ST Racing's just wanting to get involved in that battle for the top 3 places. There are podium positions right now, but it's not over. And who's that behind Plowman? Jensen Sale. He's getting involved as well. But these 3 certainly playing a waiting game. And with just under 8 minutes, it's the same sort of time scale for a heat now. We've had the extra 2 minutes, and there's a move for the lead.
And it's worked, and through has gone Josh Cormack. In fact, it looks like it's going to be real bad news for Gilman because, yes, he's gone for third. So from first to third.
Turacek through into second. Great move. Opportunist move from Turacek as the lead changed there. And it was Josh Cormack who went through. And then that
what happened was that as he went through, Gilman went into slightly back in the back of him and lost momentum. So as he swept back to take the lead, he clipped him and lost, and that's why Turacek got through. So I think it's a very, very frustrated Max Gilman in third now.
Down the inside of JJ Plowman has gone Jensen Seal, and I think he's made that stick. Seal now ahead of Plowman.
Yeah. So the narrative about it, Josh Cormack managed to make a little bit of break on Turek. So just see. Now in the third place, the 169, that's the green overalled kart, which was at the front. That's when the two karts were identical, it was quite hard to tell them apart, but there it is with the red and the black helmet. That's Max Gilman. We've got Max written in the back of his head, which helps as well. You're watching him go away from us as they sweep through the crook again. But Josh Cormack, 4/10 of a second. So the battle now is more second, third, and fourth as the brakes are slammed onto Christmas corner. Sudek goes through. Now, interestingly, it wasn't the best of Christmas corners for Gilman. He's now got Sale on his tail, and Sale has been one of the drivers who's been kind of moving forward more in this race than we've seen so far in the meeting, Joe.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot more movement as we get towards the second half of this 10 minutes and one lap, remember, for our final. So still plenty of time. Turacek just checking over his shoulder, and there's another move from Sale.
Yeah, Sale's looked much racier than he did in either the superheats. He's taken Max Gilman, who must be sitting there going, wondering what he's done wrong, really. He's having a lovely day, out for a nice Sunday drive in the lead of this race, and suddenly he's in fourth and doesn't really seem to have the rolling pace of the others. That's a replay of how it happens, but it's 140. And they're coming through here. Cormac. So Jensen Sale now is scored in third place. So still leading by about half a second. It's Josh Cormack. Adam Turek is under intense pressure now from Sale, who really is a driver on the move, looking left, looking right, not quite making it. Oh.
He's just looking for a gap now, isn't he, Seal? He's looking for Turacek, who's been really pacey all weekend, really. Here we are. The important bit is now going into the second half of this Intermax final. Cormac leads by 8/10. Turacek right with Jensen Seal on his bumper in second and third. As the leaders come through, Inkermans down into Ashby. And Turacek has lost that second place at Christmas Corner. Turacek now down into third. And can Gilman come through as well? Now we've got Gilman all over the rear bumper of Adam Turacek. Behind them is ST Racing's JJ Plowman, who's sort of been neglected a little bit in this lot. He's trying all he can to get on terms, back on terms, and then not far from Plowman's bumper is James Fabricus.
Yeah, so it's been an interesting moment for Josh Cormack. He's managed to completely gap the rest of the field. Jensen Sale's been the big mover driving up through the... When did Sale start, Joe? Because he seems to have come through from probably A6
he started fifth.
Fifth, okay. I mean, but he must have dropped back before moving forward. Then
he's got some very quick drivers ahead of him, so he's got to.
He's made second place.
Plan his attack, and he's made his way through. He's eased his way through into second. He's with Ambition Motorsport as well. He's with the Ambition team.
There's a lot of Ambition people.
Yes,
because the team manager keeps getting called up for various things. I'm not sure
well, it's a very
plus or minus.
Yeah,
he's certainly earning his corn.
Cormac's the fastest driver, certainly at the front, and he's eked out a bit of a 1.1 seconds, so just over a second is the gap between that kart there at the front of the field and the kart in front that's just crossing the line in the lead. No change for positions there all the way down the first six. Just look at the pace of these Intermax karts through that section of track here, absolutely flying.
So the big battle now is third and fourth, really. 122 of Adam Turacek, who had a good yesterday and had a medium today, but he's under pressure now. Any second could be losing that third place, which is last place at the podium. A chance to stand up and wave your hands and get a picture taken at the end of the day with Max Gilman, who started so well and then had a poor middle. Now he's got to try and get himself back on the podium.
Well, it's important, isn't it? Final step at the podium. They want to be there this afternoon to be presented with the trophy, and of course there's more championship points for that position of Adam Turacek's. So Turacek knows that as well, so he'll do all he can to keep Gilman behind. The first two are spacing out now, aren't they? Cormac, Sale, Turacek and Gilman still together. 2.5 minutes remaining. It's getting intense now. We're getting towards checkered flag time. Remember, the drivers can see exactly how much time is left on the board every time they come underneath the start gantry.
So yeah, this kind of oddly, there was a very intensive start. It's kind of eased back now as they just really kind of matching the speed. The Cormac lead is the same over Sar. Sar's got that lead over Turacek. Turacek is under pressure, but he doesn't seem to be really in any danger, particularly of losing that place to Gilman, who's obviously started so well. So it's Turacek there in frame on the 122 kart. That's the light blue side pods. Behind him with the green overalls, that's Max Gilman. And behind them it's JJ Plowman in a good 5th place.
I think Gilman's just dropped back a little bit off Turacek, hasn't he? Whether that's him losing pace or Turacek increasing his pace. We're inside the final 90 seconds now. So Gilman, as I say that, Nick, Gilman's coming back. He's right on his bumper again.
Yeah, they're going to get 2 more after this one. They
Yeah,
might get 3 more. They get 2 more. Might get 3 more.
And look at that. 3rd and 4th have come back to Jensen Sale. So that's not done. The second step of the podium is something that we could well be talking about very soon. The first step of the podium, that's Josh Cormac. And he's just out of the picture there to the right because he's in the lead by about 1.3 seconds.
Those 100 points are currently bearing a mistake by him in his pocket. However, Sales, he had a 6/10 lead last time around from half a second. So it's come down by a 1/10. But the interesting thing, of course, is that Turacek, who can attack, is also the person most likely to be attacked by Max Gilman. As you can see, just a couple of tenths back, well, a couple of kart lengths back.
I just noticed there, Gilman, when he braked there, the rear end of the kart was squirming around. So that just shows just how late these karts are braking. So Turacek, very, very hard to pass purely because he's flat out. Absolutely flat chat. Last of the late breakers. So Gilman is trying his best to stay with him. And yes, he might just be able to mount a bit of a challenge and wait for a bit of a mistake. It might not come, that's the thing.
So this is 2 to go now. They go over the line. This penultimate lap. Josh McCormack starts at 9:47. He ticks the beam, so they'll get this and 1 more. Siles outed his lead to 0.8 of a second now, so he's kind of worn off that initial attack by Turacek. I think really he's more concerned about keeping Gilman behind him for that final set in the podium.
Here they go then, penultimate lap it is for everybody. Cormac's extended the lead, might as well call that 1.7 rather than 1.6 or 1.69, so 1.7 seconds is the lead. This is the battle for 3rd we're looking for. It's Adam Turacek on that 3rd and final step of the podium from Max Gilman. The Thule liveried kart there, second in the picture. The orange helmet chasing down Turacek on the light blue nose cone, bright yellow helmet. Looks over his shoulder, last lap board. Time running out. So they know that, don't they? They know they're going to be, they know they've got very little time to. Here it comes. Defensive driving from Turacek.
That's going to cost him some time. But
Gilman had to do the same. Gilman was looking, and he's looking for a way by. He's just looking for that gap. Little bit of argy-bargy going on now.
Quite a little bit of argy-bargy.
Well, you can see the driver's helmet just rocking back. And Turacek there comes through. I'm not sure how this is going to turn out and who we'll see on the 3rd step of the podium after seeing this. And SD Racing's JJ Plowman looking like he's going to capitalise on these two, who basically broke out into a fist fight there. Across the line has gone Josh Cormac. He will take the checkered flag in fine style with a gap of 1.7 seconds from Jensen Sale, but that's where the action was for 3rd place. Adam Turacek finishes 3rd. Here's that Turacek coming back. Had
three coming together prior to that.
Yeah, and that forced Max Gilman out onto the outside of Parker's on the run down to Chapman. So it's Gilman who finishes in 4th. Behind him, right on his bumper, is JJ Plowman. James Fabricus was 6th. Grayson Wortley 7th. 8th was Sebastian Clark. 9th was Thomas Jackson. And rounding off the top 10, Harvey Bacon. There's the rest of the 19 kart field there on the screen for you to check where your driver finished.
Interesting little conversation going on in the chat. Follow our conversation. Following our little thing about the electric advantages. So the ultimate question is always performance efficiency, as long as agendas aren't covered, but of course they always are. Adam Crossfire says, I remember when I raced in TKM, one of the tricks was to buy carb rebuild kits from America, where they ran methanol rather than petrol. The carb needles are made of a softer rubber, so seal better. Will give you 3/10 a lap. Completely dodgy, but unless it did carb strip down, the tech people, you got away with it.
Wow.
You don't get that sort of trick with electric carts. He's going, I love this. This is like many years ago. And he added, I'm not saying I ever did it, of course. It's like, yeah, I think this is...
They may still be doing it in TKMs.
Sounds like another full Phil Howarth there.
Yeah, and if they're not doing it in TKMs, they're certainly going to explore that little one. So bumper checks going on now. While the Intermax class comes in, we've got, if you thought that was intense, Nick, we've got the Junior Rotax final next. And we've got quite a grid that has formed with where the winner's going to come from. I'm going to struggle, actually. Pole position is Addison Smith. Oliver Fabricus is alongside. Kasper Tomilewski, the reigning champion, is on the second row alongside Marcel Poppercool. Logan Howes and Ewan House share row 3. Jack Robinson and Ben Horner are on row 4. Lewis Sumner and James Kell are on row 5. Braith Murdoch and Callum Gosh on row 6. Row 7 is Gregor Reid and Harry Hurstgrover, the current reigning vice champion. Aidan McDonald and Leon Barlow are row 8. Row 9 is Andrew Dixon and Charlie Vary. Connor Dolan and Aston Brown are on row 10. Row 11 is Sam Green Gomez and Emily Cooper, with Joshua Jarvis and Max Holler on row 12. Molly Pugh and Bella Brown on row 13. John J. Button and Luke Soy is on row 14. Riley Morgan and Elliot Foster on row 15. Row 16 is Calvin Moffat and Lewis Holt. And then Archie Doherty and Matt Scott round off the 34 kart field.
And so who's going to win?
It's going to be hard to pick a winner, actually, and I think we're going to have drama, and undoubtedly we're going to have drama. Just to remind everybody, if you're watching at home on Karting Live TV, this is the first round of the Kart Championship, a new series for us to televise on Karting Live TV. We're going to be doing the whole of the season, all 5 rounds, and at the end of March we will join us again, where we'll be racing at the Gleneagles circuit, beautiful
just
country
3 weeks'
circuit.
time.
3 weeks' time, indeed, yes. In April, we head off to Warden Law, a familiar track to viewers of Karting Live TV. And then Rowra, across in Cumbria, another familiar track to everybody, for round 4. That's the weekend of the 22nd, 23rd of June. And then the season ends very early in July at Fulbeck in Lincolnshire, 13th and 14th of July. And that's because, Nick, we have a winter series for the Kart Championship that kicks off here at Whilton Mill in September.
And the good thing is it's between July and September, so you've got 2 full months to mend the suspension on your car after the Fulbeck.
Right, yeah, the winter series starts in September at Whilton Mill. In November we go to Warden Law, and then we wait to see the announcement of where we are going to go to
Lincolnshire circuit
for the final round.
Lincolnshire circuit.
All right, okay, we wait for the announcement.
I don't think it's actually. I don't think it's anything secret about it. I don't think it's actually been decided properly yet.
Right.
So, the Junior Rotax formation is underway. There's a kind of they're quite split at the moment. They should be able to get together. I'm going to make a prediction they're not going to get going in the first lap. But I've been proven wrong in the past, but my feeling is they're probably going to have a little bit of a kind of a...
Well, it starts getting a bit intense, doesn't it? You've got very experienced drivers at the front in the form of Addison Smith and Oliver Fabricus. Addison Smith controls the pace as the pole man, and he's keeping a very, very slow pace there in great order. We see the drivers just nipping their fuel pipe to not overly fuel the engines at this slow pace. We're getting them in fine line astern in 2 rows. And you know what, Nick?
They've proven me wrong.
They're going to be racing indeed. Everybody into and out of oblivion and into the right-hander of Cook. There's lots of comings together.
A lot of karts. A lot of coming together.
Lots of comings together, and that's held up the karts
superb
from 5th
break.
down over.
Superb break in the lead, though. Is that Smith in the lead in the yellow and blue?
It will be if it's yellow and blue.
Yep, 215. Smith's broken away. He absolutely broke the field in those first few corners. I think it is Fabricus in second, so it's not because there's been a shuffle of order behind him. It's just that he's managed to get a clear leap.
I think the shuffle of order came from 4th place down. So we'll see if Tomilewski, and it's
No,
the
it's
Battenberg. So
flag.
we've got the
Red flag.
it's a red flag. So we have had incidents somewhere out on the track, out of view of our cameras. We'll be bringing the karts to a halt on the start-finish straight. There's our clerk of the course, Dan Ashton, with the body warmer on, giving the thumbs up to our drivers who have done exactly what they should have done. So the field of junior Rotax drivers comes to a halt, and we'll be getting things underway as soon as we've sorted out and made the track safe, made sure the safety of all of our competitors is sorted.
Yeah, there was an incident on the exit. You saw a lot of karts going through. There's an exit of Oblivion onto through Crook. 3 karts have gone off the track, but from what we can see, all 3 drivers are up and fine.
All right.
But the karts are a bit entangled with each other.
All right.
And therefore, I think it's the removal that's caused the red flag rather than actually someone being, from what we can see, than someone actually being hurt. And then there's another. So there's actually 4 karts in total who are involved in the incident. And hopefully, I think it's most certainly, actually, I don't think that anyone's particularly been hurt, which is good news. But I think there's been some wallets that have been damaged, which is quite serious in many ways.
Yeah, the KKS part shop here at Whilton Mill will be delighted.
Well, there's a queue outside, yes, wasn't there?
There was, yeah, there was.
So we've got. We're not going to cut it up because it's an accident. We have eyes on what's been going on. They're clearing up the first half of it. I think absolutely it was the right decision to red flag. I don't think the Battenberg flag would have held them because they've had to be on it for a while.
Well, we're going to be in a championship like the Kart Championship, in a series like the Kart Championship, which is a junior kart series. Then we're always going to be, the discretion will always be the better part of valour with decisions like red flags and bringing the race to a halt for the track to be made safe. We are dealing with children here, basically under 16.
Now, I assume there will be a complete restart now from grid positions.
Well, we didn't complete one lap, so it will be a completely re-grid of the starting grid with Addison Smith, Oliver Fabricas, Casper Tomilewski, Marcel Poppicle, Logan House, Ewan House, onwards and onwards.
That's a good view of a car. Look at that. And you can get to see all the things you have to buy for, including the very expensive data logger.
The expensive data logger, the expensive exhaust,
expensive tyres.
There are exhausts and there are exhausts. It's
exhausting.
There is no such thing as cheap motorsport. It's all relative, of course.
What whether you're relative will pay for it?
Even better when that happens. There's the rear bumper, which these days is made of plastic, and you can see that there is, it's not meant to be a contact sport. It's an inadvertent contact sport at times.
That's Sam Green Gomez's 277.
Great view there. No gears, of course, on a Rotax Max kart. No brakes on the front axle either, just rear axle braking on these karts. And it is entry-level motorsport, and this is certainly entry-level national karting in the Kart Championship. We are delighted at Karting Live TV to be asked to be part of it, and the way that the series, what we've seen so far, and the way that the series goes about things, it's going to be a very exciting season ahead of us. I'm already looking forward to visiting North Wales, the Glenengorse track, with all of our competitors, and then my home track up in Warden Law at the end of April.
You love that. Just you can say, "Oh, I'm home. I'm on my 4-hour journey back."
Yeah, well, you'll get your own back today. Yes, you'll get your own back today.
We haven't got to go. You can always stop off, Frapston.
Yeah, I've got to be back to Jackson's birthday tomorrow.
Oh, of course, yes. So we on a plane, mate.
So we So do you know more about the Winter Series than what we are letting on the calendar?
No, I don't know. I just know the options.
All right. So the options are Lincolnshire.
Yes.
So they are the obvious options.
Yes.
I'm going to leave that as venue to be confirmed.
No, it is to be confirmed. That is the point. But
that's the weekend of the 7th
There is a
of
first
December.
choice, which is in Lincolnshire,
Yeah.
and a backup choice, which is in Lincolnshire.
I see.
If the first choice can't find the date they want.
Right, okay.
But you won't be there anyway because you're going to be in Q8.
I will, yes. I'll be dealing with cars, won't I?
Unless, of course, they change the date of Q8, we can both go.
That'd be even better. We'll start working on it. So drivers still out of the karts, as you can see, and we will be getting towards this restart, which will be a full restart, and we may get a reduced number of minutes to consider, but that's a decision of the clerk of the course. We're already, the clock is ticking by, as you can see on the screen, but that's not an official time, of course. Have I got time for a pit stop?
No. Oh, he's gone anyway. What can you say? Adam Crossfire says the 288 kart was pushed off the grid. I can't see the 288 kart at all, actually. It means it may well not have taken the initial start, which means it probably had a problem. They're trying to sort it out and get it ready for the regrid. I can see that one of the drivers involved in the kerfuffle has come back with just his front bumper, which fell off. It's quite a long clean-up. I did think this was just for kart damage. Normally when it's this long, they're also slightly concerned about one of the karters. Certainly I saw 4 people standing up. Lady Bulls, where you can see results of the previous race. Yes, Alpha Timing have them. So you go to Alpha Timing, they'll be there. Looks like we are now getting the gentlemen, go back and start your engines call. So they are getting back to the machine slowly. Looks like this is just a case of the clear up seems to have taken a lot of time. So the marshal now looking around. So I think they got back both the 4 karts who fell off. They didn't fall off. They were helped off by each other, to be honest. It wasn't like, I've fallen off. But we did see it look very, very busy going through Oblivion and the Crook on that first lap. But then you got 34 very, very fast junior Rotax karts. Obviously the fastest kart of the day with the oldest of the competitors, up to 16. No one over 16 in this championship, which is going to be quite a big change for when we do our next championship. Then our next race is this next round of the Kart Championship, and then of course we're going to go to the completely non-competitive, really, NKC, which is virtually all people above 16.
Yes. We're regridding, I see.
Yeah. That might take some time, actually.
Yeah, while we do that, just to remind everybody what the difference in classes are, we've got the Junior Rotax Max karts on the grid at the moment, just waiting to get going with their final. And we've got, coming next is the Bambino final. The C50 Bambinos will be heading out for theirs. Then we've got the Honda Cadets, and then the Junior Primos, which is basically exactly the same karts as what we see now. It's just a younger age group which comply with Junior Rotax. That's what we're seeing.
Taking them a little time to get everything into order. Quite a lot of reshuffling.
Yeah, it's going to take a little while, isn't it, Nick? Because we completely do a restart.
I think what I've learned, because Paul showed me his phone. I think what I've learned from my now 3-year involvement or 4-year involvement in karting is if you see a timetable that seems to suggest a reasonably early finish of the day, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
Forget it.
There'll be a delay, or there'll be something else, and it'll drift. And this one's drifting by about an hour, I would say. At the end.
I have. Yeah, we had that software glitch that delayed our restart after lunch, didn't we? Mm. But we'll soon be getting on with things, Nick. And we'll. I take it you've mentioned what else is coming on Karting Live TV as we get through the year.
Well, a little bit of a chat about the NKC, which starts in April. The NKC is now really concentrating down to 4 classes. They've got a massive entry in Rotax 177, a massive entry in Senior Rotax, a very good entry in Junior Rotax, I think over 60, and then they've got 28 TKMs. So there's actually no under 60, well, there's obviously Junior Rotax, but there's no, so all the classes you see here apart from this one are hence I say the 2 series really have virtually no overlap whatsoever. But So you get to see a lot of adults racing, and obviously the full power Rotax. Of course, junior Rotax are restricted from the senior Rotax. Try and keep people safe.
So the all the Rotax classes, from Micromax through to senior Rotax, none of which you will see any senior Rotax here, but all of the Rotax classes here in the Kart Championship, all the same engine, all the same, the 125cc Rotax motor. The differences that you will see, we've already had the Micromax final. That's a heavily restricted 125 FR 125 engine from Rotax, and then the Intermax class that we've just seen there, their final completed. That's a little less restricted, but still heavily restricted. And then Junior Max, which we're seeing now out on the track now, just being readied and regridded. That's slightly less restricted, but restricted. And then the Senior Max, basically exactly the same engine. You can take all the way from the cadet classes all the way through to seniors, is fundamentally the same engine, just the Senior Max category having no restriction, and you can get as much air and fuel mixture into that engine as you can. However, Junior Max, slight restrictions to give the karts a little bit less power. Fast enough though, with speeds towards 70 miles an hour going into the first turn here. 75 miles an hour I think is what we've seen clocked before. And that's certainly towards, and when you consider, Nick, that the track here at Whilton Mill into Oblivion, this left-hand sweep, and then into the right-hander at Crook, that's, you're turning in at 70 miles an hour and just scrubbing a little bit of speed.
Never be that quick again.
It'll never be that quick again. So we're seeing a bit of history. That was where I was coming to.
Oh, was it? Okay, I didn't know that.
No. We're never going to see that again, as we are changing the profile of the final turn here. The Pitts Bend, just underneath Ash's camera, is going to become a chicane. So you come out of the boot. The boot is going to be tightened into a tighter hairpin, coming round a few more degrees, and then into a left-right chicane that comes out onto the start-finish. So we're going to be coming onto the start-finish straight a lot less quickly. Still going to be relatively quickly, but a lot less quickly, and hence the speed carried into turns 1 and 2, Oblivion and Crook here, will also be reduced as a matter of consequence. So all-round safety being the optimum word as to the reasoning why, just to keep speeds down and less incidents through the less flat-out sections of track.
Yeah, I think it's
a sensible,
sensible. I think a little
sensible
bit
approach. Because didn't you break a rib?
I broke my rib.
Yeah, we can tell you. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, I did.
Can you talk about that?
I did my ARCS test back in 2000 or 2001, and on the same day. And I think it wasn't actually during the test. I think I passed the test.
Don't spoil the story.
No, but I think
it was during your ARCS test.
It was during my ARCS test day.
It was during your ARCS test. You went off there across the curb and hurt your ribs.
And I didn't hurt it. I broke a rib. I didn't have a rib protector.
You didn't hit the barrier though, did you?
No, it was just the sheer bouncing with the feet that didn't fit properly.
And you didn't wear a rib protector?
No. No one wore rib protectors in 2000.
They didn't actually. That's quite a new thing. But I tell you what, you can't race these things without a rib protector. I think that's maybe the tyre technology has gone better, because the grip that you get from these Rotax Max karts are phenomenal. If you haven't driven a Rotax Max kart, honestly, you would have to drive something like, I don't know, Formula 3 or even a Formula 2 car to get the same sort of feeling and power to weight ratio. I mean, that's why Formula 1 drivers and the like will, in the off-season, go off karting somewhere. Alonso has done it forever. Carlos Sainz does it. Lando Norris does. In fact, he's no stranger to this place, Lando Norris, is he? This is where he practices in the off-season. Great way to keeping race fit.
He needs to go to Dubai, actually.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, very true.
I think you'll find that the budgets have significantly increased for Lando Norris practice.
Yeah, I think that's true. We've got the grid formed up. The drivers are back in their karts. Dan Ashton there at the front with the yellow ear warmers, as he likes to keep his ears warm, does Dan, with those fluffy yellow ear warmers he has. He's become his own, really, his own signature ear warmers, in fact.
He's become his own best friend.
Yeah, absolutely. And on a cold day like this, they're absolutely a necessity. He's just waiting, talking to race control, I think, via his radio, just making sure that everything's sorted. The track is ready to go. We have got no official word on how much time is going to be given to this.
They're going to run the full 10 minutes.
I think they are. Yes, I think they are. No. So they've been given the wave off. So they fire up. Dan gives them the way. Is he saying 2 laps or 1 lap?
One, he's saying, I think.
He's holding one finger up, which indicates to me that he wants one lap. So he wants them ready to get going, and it is the 10 minutes and one lap.
A question for you from Soylent Green. Do top karters do neck exercises?
Yes.
There we are. That's a quite quick answer.
Yes, and even children of this age will do neck exercises, because even I know kids who are doing micromax who are training their necks.
Wow.
Because it's the first thing that goes. You're carrying a helmet, and helmets are nothing like when you and I were racing, Nick. They are light, however, they're still putting something on your head. It's still heavier than your head. Mm-hmm. And then put that through a G-force of cornering that these karts can manage, and your head is the first thing that feels like it wants to come off. So yes, you'll see the fitness being shown. An indicator of that fitness is how floppy the neck is. And you don't really see that because even you kids, we heard Eddie Stewart there. He says who trains and plays rugby and has to train to be fit enough to complete a 10-minute and one lap final. Here we go.
Okay.
Addison Smith and Oliver Fabricus, they're up front row of the grid. We'll see if because what that incident did was it split the top four, didn't it, before the red flag came out. It's a fresh start though, Nick.
Here we
go.
go.
We're about to get going. Off to oblivion.
Really, very clean start. Should be okay. They did have jumped out of line, but we know they can do it once the lights change. And it is the go, and they sweep round. Addison Smith takes the lead from Fabricas, but my feeling is it's there. We haven't got the big gap we had last time, and they're all through, and there's no accidents behind them, which is great news.
Great move into fourth there. Couldn't quite see the number there, but it's a yellow and blue kart. Great move. 15, 20, 20. We'll get the rear view of it. We would do. That's Tomilewski, the reigning champion, up into second on the tail of Addison Smith. He had a bit of a nightmare in the first of the superheats, so he started on the second row. However, he's right on the bumper of the leader.
I think Ben Horner picked up. It was the kart you were talking about picking up fourth place, Joe, in the 272. I'll stand to be corrected if I'm wrong in about 2 seconds time. I think that was Horner picking up 3 spots. It is. He's in fourth place.
I think we're going to see some action in third.
Oh, trying to go third, fourth, but it's Logan Howes who's holding him back. Smith leading Tomaszewski. And up.
There's a change for fourth.
No, there's not. There's a potential change for fourth. Didn't happen. It was an attempt by Fabricas, who started from the pole and has dropped to fifth. Sorry, from front row and has dropped to fifth. But they're the leaders, nailed together. Smith and Tomaszewski. And they've broken away from the next gaggle of 4, which I think may have been Ben Horn there, just trying to get up to third. Not sure. Oh, look at that one. Straight up the inside. Is he going to make it work? Will it work all the way around? And yes, it does. He just does. I don't quite know where this drive comes from.
That was momentum out of Chapman along the back straight there. He had momentum out of Chapman. You can easily lose momentum, and Addison Smith fires out along the back straight, and then Tomaszewski, he had the momentum before they got to the braking area. He was alongside, so when it came to the braking area, he was able to let the kart just breathe across to the right-hand side into the boot as well. So Tomaszewski leads. Addison Smith, not over yet though, is it? Because Addison Smith is hanging on to that rear bumper of Tomaszewski. Casper off into the lead where he wants to be. Is he going to start 2024 the way he finished 2023, i.e. at the front of this junior Rotax field? All remains to be seen.
It's going to be interesting. I mean, it's the fact was in the first lap, he didn't really gap Smith by very much, but you think if you've got a couple of tenths theoretically, it's likely that the advantage would be you can go from following rather than leading. It may mean he'll have a big problem dropping Smith. I mean, actually, third place Ben Horn has got himself into a sort of no man's land. He's a second behind the first two and a second ahead of 4th, 5th and 6th. So is he going to come back towards our top 3, or is he going to top 2 or drop from the...
Well, if these two start squabbling, which Addison Smith seems to be happy just following in the rail tracks of Casper Tomaszewski, so he's going to be following him round now. If he starts poking his nose, they'll start tripping over one another, and Ben Horner will come towards them.
Yeah.
So plenty of time now. We've gone 3 minutes already. Would you believe? 3 minutes. Let's have a rundown of the top 10 as they cross the line, Nick. Tomaszewski leads 3 tenths now. The gap. A further just over a second to Ben Horner in third. Harry Hurst-Grover. Great move from Harry Hurst-Grover, who came up the field from 14th place. He's taken 10 spots and he's in 4th place. Keep an eye on the number 2 kart out of the corner of your eye, Nick, because he could move into contention and start pushing towards Ben Horner. Lewis Sumner 5th, Marcel Poppercull 6th, James Kell 7th, 8th is Andrew Dixon. Charlie Very for SD is up to 9th, and then Braith Murdoch rounding off that top 10.
Terrible lap there for front row starter Oliver Fabricas. He had it coming together with another kart and has dropped back down to 14th. With a miss. So these first two, and then we got a bit of a gap. Can we just run them through the next camera? And so we'll just put the first two, and there's third place, which is Horner. So Harry Hurstgrove is on the move. That's his fourth place. Then you've got 5th and 6th, Sumner and Poppicle, and then 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th a little bit closer. We pick them back up, coming back towards Frank. And that's the battle now, which I think is it 4th onwards?
Yeah, it is.
Onwards,
So Harry Hurstgrove is the driver. I said just come up from 14th. He's now in 4th. And he's bringing along with him Lewis Sumner, Marcel Poppicle, and Andrew Dixon, as well as pretty much the whole field, actually.
A big elastic band. These three, they're nailed together, aren't they? Now
they are. He's moved through the field to get to that 4th place, but he's bringing the drivers he's just overtaken with him into the boot. Then we're getting towards half distance now, Nick.
Harry Hurstgrove put a little bit. I assume that the kart behind him is his teammate because they've got a very similar livery system. And that is Lewis Sumner. Poppicle from Dixon from Kell. At the front is 4/10 now from Tomaszewski to Smith. A second more to Horner. And then Horner's got 3 seconds over this gaggle here. 4, 5, 6, 7. So this is for points because this is the best they can finish is 4th. Because you will not put them on the podium. They won't get to jump up and down with it, waving their hands to the photographer. But it is points. And points is what makes the season go round. And if you can get a reasonable start, you've got 4 rounds to put in a couple of better results and keep going moving forward.
I think we've just had Andrew Dixon down the inside of Marcel Poppicle. We'll check that as they cross the line. It will be a move for 6th place from Dixon, moving up from 7th. There's Hurstgrove crossing the line, Lewis Sumner. Andrew Dixon confirmed in 6th, James Kell in 7th. So Poppicle losing 2 places that lap.
Yeah, we've seen that
Poppicle
quite a lot.
in 8th.
We've seen that quite a lot. Someone gets slightly moved out of the way to lose 1 place, especially around the boot, and the second one just goes automatically because they've got a very opportunistic young karter going, I'll have that space, thank you very much.
And that's what it's all about when you're in sort of racing line astern in a pack. You're waiting for that opportunity to improve. You're looking in front of the cart ahead of you, looking at the space, and I tell you what, Lewis Sumner, I'd say that was a threatening place to be.
He's thinking about it.
Yeah, and again, these two, same livery carts. I'm just going to check to see which team they're down to be running with.
Grover, the only person not running a 200 number because he actually has 2 because he was second in the championship last year. No one else has decided to run their championship number position, but it's the person running the 200 numbers just for the ease of identifying across the various carts of very similar look when you get to micro, mini and juniors and everything else. So they've just put the carts with different numbers to, much like Creventic do, different classes have different starting numbers. Makes it a bit easier, even though they're not on the same track at the same time. Now, interestingly, the 5th place man, but 3rd in this group. So 6th place man, that's again. The 6th place man, but 3rd, there's Andrew Dixon joining these two. Another white-faced cart, but certainly, in fact, I think he's in the same team again. There's 3 identically.
Yeah.
Right, I'm glad days it over. Apparently, I can no longer speak. There are 3 identically liveried carts.
They're X carts.
Thank you.
There's 4.
They've ceased to be.
There's 4.
There used to be a cart, now an X cart.
So these 3 teammates, Harry Hurstgrove, Lewis Sumner and Andrew Dixon. Jim Kell, another X-Kart driver, joining the X-Kart party. They're in 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th.
That's a song, isn't it? Let's have an X-Kart party.
He does adverts as well, everybody.
One for the kids.
Yeah. This is threatening, though, because Hurstgrove, I mean, are you going to have a different attitude with your teammate?
No.
When it comes to passing?
No.
Certainly not at this level,
this
surely. There's no team orders.
It's just the only problem is if you do it wrong, you have to kind of try and avoid eye contact in the awning. Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
A little break there by Harry Hurstgrove. Just at the front, still 4/10, Tomaszewski to Smith, and Horner completely dropped, but also he's completely dropped. This bunching up the inside goes Dixon on Sumner.
So it's now Andrew Dixon's turn to have a go at teammate Harry Hurstgrove. There's the move.
Set up well beforehand.
Quite straightforward. Didn't have to use all the track on the exit, did he?
No.
Because his teammate Lewis Sumner was there. They will show changing position. James Kell is catching, so it's going to be a 4-kart X battle very shortly. If not now, in fact, might as well call that 4 karts.
It's a 4X.
It's a 4X.
It's a 4X. That's the Australian lager.
Yes, it is. We are getting very, very quickly towards the final minute. As Tomaszewski.
He's not broken. He's not broken, Addison Smith, but Addison Smith can't gain on it. It's been 0.3 something for the last 4 laps I've been watching.
Yeah. I'm kind of getting a bit worried as to whether Addison Smith's just playing that waiting game for the final minute of this race.
There he is.
It's still 3/10 at the line. The 4-cart train of X-carts.
There's going to be a couple of back markers, I think, coming up as well. Yeah, they're 45 seconds ahead or so of a couple of the other drivers. So we're going to see Sam Green-Gomez and Lewis Holt get lapped as well. So there's a kind of a confusion of carts up ahead because they're not all racing as such. Some of them have been, had some problems or been just overwhelmed by the pace. Smith has got a bit closer. So with this lap and one more, let's see if we can move to our leaders.
Yeah, we're going to have to
leave
the
Smith and Tomaszewski.
Going to have to leave the X-card battle because that lead battle there is getting.
They're coming in, and they've got traffic as well. There they are.
That's it there, just to the right. Just coming through.
That's it.
That's the one.
Oop. There
as
we
they
go.
Come out of Chapman. And it's side by side. We joined that just in time, and that's Addison Smith, is it? That's
got through. Smith has got through.
That was around the outside of Chapman, would you believe?
Yeah.
Just in time to see that lead change. And I thought, looking at the timing screens, Nick, I was thinking Addison Smith has been playing a waiting game. Is that the last lap board? It is indeed. Final lap for these drivers. And Addison Smith timed his move, I would say, almost to perfection.
I think we just picked up the beginning of it as he comes.
Just coming out of there. I think he went round the outside of Chapman.
And what he also did was he denied a tarmac to Tomaszewski. I think Tomaszewski's going to feel aggrieved, but I don't think the stewards are going to have any problem with that. I think Tomaszewski's going to have a little bit of a feeling about that because he wasn't given enough road, but I don't think that's going to get called.
I don't think he was alongside though. He may have had a lift though. That's the deciding factor.
Well, he was off the track. He did not have enough room to be on the track, but they were having a battle.
Here they go then. Checkered flag for the junior Rotax winner Addison Smith, who did it right at the very end, and it just shows how quick Tomaszewski was chasing him down, using all of the track and more. And there's the X-car battle settled as well. So Addison Smith takes the win. Kasper Tomaszewski takes second, third step of the podium to Ben Horner, and then the battle of the X-carts. Harry Hurst-Grover in fourth, Andrew Dixon fifth, sixth is Lewis Sumner, James Kell seventh, Leon Barlow eighth, ST Racing's Charlie Very ninth, and it's Oliver Fabricus who rounds off the top 10. There's the rest of the competitors coming through to take their checkered flag. As ever, Nick, drama and incident abound, and Addison Smith, I've got to say, Addison Smith just quite happy to follow Tomaszewski around, lulling him into a sense of security, it looked like.
Yeah, we joined that just a little bit late. We'd like to know what happened a couple of corners earlier because to enable him to go around the outside of Chapman, but that's the joy of karting. There's something going on everywhere, and you can't show everything. But we did get the pass, and we did get to see some good action further down the field as well. But well done, Addison Smith. Kasper Tomaszewski is probably going to sit around being a little bit humpy about that, I think.
Well, we let Dan Ashton and his
I don't think he's going anywhere. That's not going anywhere near the stewards. That's just going to be. That's a hard but fair, as they used to say when Chopper Harris took your knees off.
Yes. We have got 3 more races to go in today's racing programme, and the next final out will be our C50, the petrol engine Bambinos, out next for their A final, whilst the Junior Max class comes in. There's ST Racing's Charlie Very. He's okay. A thumbs up from the nose scrutineer.
That's had a big old time. 277's had a massive thump.
A massive hit there, haven't we? Who's 277?
Sam Green-Gomez, he was almost a lap down. So I think that tells the story of why he was a lap down. As his nose was down, squished, broken, and probably needed a little bit of repair work on it.
239 gets the thumbs up.
And there's a bit of damage in the front of that one as well, but it's not been knocked down on the 234. There's quite a bit of scuffage, isn't there, on these noses at this point
Just
of the day?
A little bit, yes.
Obviously, not all of it. Not all of it came from the this race.
226. See how that now? 226's nose looked pretty low, but it was fine. It wasn't. It hadn't released the mechanism. Let's have a look at our Coma C50 Bambino A final.
I have a comment first.
Oh, go ahead.
It's from Serena House. Shout out to Ethan House. Started P6, was involved in the incident at the first corner, and then started at the back of the pack. Well done. He came through to about 15th and right at the back of the pack. Here go the Comas.
Still want our driver of the day, by the way, driver of the day nominations. Keep them coming. Let's have a look at the grid for the C50 Bambinos. Noah Wicklow on the pole position as we expected. He's had a great weekend, hasn't he? William Wainwright, the novice. William Wainwright carrying the family name onto the front row alongside Wicklow. It's Logan Hodgetts. Don't discount Logan Hodgetts and Lewis Wilson share row 2. Row 3 is Calman Simon and Ollie West.
I'm surprised Ollie West is on a row 3.
Yeah, so am I. Didn't Ollie West take part of the Might E?
Oh, was he in both of them, is he? Is it, have I got the wrong, his wrong, too many Ollie West?
No, Ollie West he's been racing 2 Bambinos here. He's racing a petrol one and so you might be thinking of the Might E Bambino final. He's not so, but he hasn't been as successful in the petrol engine
version. He hasn't got used to the less instantaneous acceleration of the petrols.
So row 4, Arlo Gamble, Arthur Bowers. Row 5, Benjamin Shivar and Nico Veselovsky. Ernie Wade and John Stevens are on row 6. Brady Ackland, Jess Bailey. Riley Aston Wilkins and Henry Hales are next. And then we've got Ray Thorne and Jack Swong on row 9. Row 10 is our repechage qualifiers. Hendrix Fallat, Freddie Purnell with Santo Amico and Nauman Faizan, the last of the qualifiers on row 11. Standing start, just to remind everybody, our next 2 races are standing start with the Honda Cadets coming next. But right now we've got our petrol engine Coma C50s. There's the field nicely formed up in grid formation. No false starts here. And jump starts potentially, but no false starts. And we get a light sequence. Everything fine. The lights will come on. There they are. They go out and we are going racing. There's the drivers bouncing around just to release the rear axles and get the engines to pick up.
Not into
it's
the
William
lead.
Wainwright
takes over from Wicklow. Hello to Gaz Bury, by the way, who's watching. How you doing?
William Wainwright takes the lead. Will Noah Wicklow respond to that? I think the answer is probably going to be yes. However, as today has progressed, Nick, that number 21 of William Wainwright has gone quicker and quicker. We've got a 3-card battle with Logan Hodgetts joining in. I think it's Logan. Just
it is Logan.
The number, yeah, 74.
Logan's into 3rd place. Just missed off. It'll be picked up on the timing the next time they go through.
This is going to be cracking. I've got a feeling that this is going to be cracking because William Wainwright, he's got the black number plate with the white numbers. That means he's a novice, so he's brand new at this. And at just 6 or 7 years old, you know, he hasn't got much karting experience, if any. Noah Wicklow in 2nd. Treaded tyres, remember, for the Bambinos. And just look how close Wicklow is. Absolutely.
Not giving him much space,
no, not at all. They're bumper to bumper. Through oblivion. A little bit of a variation of opinion on line through there. Towards Christmas they come then. And already Wainwright showing a defensive approach towards Christmas. But just look how quick they go through the corner there. There's very little speed difference. I'm not sure they do. I think it's flat out.
You've obviously got a relatively low maximum speed, which is obviously designed with the Coma engine. And then, of course, you have got quite a bit of grip on a short wheelbase. You kind of think you probably can turn the thing in with very much minimal braking. Through they go again. And it's looking... Wicklow, again, he's got this watching brief. He's done this before.
Yes, I know, and I'm sure this is the first time that he's come up against in a direct fight for the lead with William Wainwright, who just seems to, his learning curve's been steep, but he's just there.
He's doing some nudging.
He's been quicker and quicker all weekend long.
No,
here he comes.
Hodges and Salmon, who both shone at various times in this meeting, being slightly dropped by the front 2.
So 2-card battle for 1st and 2nd, a 2-card battle developing for 3rd and 4th. Then we've got a gap to
Ollie West.
And then behind Ollie West, a little bit of a gap to Arlo Gamble and Benjamin Shivar, Arthur Bowers, Ernie Wade, pretty much together actually behind that lot. Look at the pack. Look at the pack coming out of Crook.
Yeah, Salmon was thinking of giving it a go past, but Hodges then decided discretion was a better part of valour and didn't do it going into Christmas that time. Do you know why it's called Christmas Corner?
No, I think it's probably because, you know, they're heading towards Christmas. Here they come to Christmas.
No.
You know, off to Christmas we go. I'm not sure it's got anything to do with the the chronology of the name. Now then, bit of a gap there. For once since this race began, I'm about to see it, but I'm about to be proved wrong. No, there is a gap between those two karts. There hasn't been a gap at all. But William Wainwright, with the tyres just beginning to get up to their proper tyre pressure, as Wicklow back on his bumper, isn't he?
I'm not sure whether Wicklow actually just gave himself some space to fire out, because he ended up being exactly the same distance behind, which is 800ths of a second, or as close as you can be.
That's the battle
third
for
and fourth. First, second, in the foreground. Third, fourth, and fifth now as Ollie West joins the battle for the bottom of the podium. And in fact, all well wide for Calman Simon, but it's worked. He's in third. So Simon picks up third with the Ayrton Senna tribute helmet.
Whether or not Calman Simon can pull away from Logan Hodgetts and catch Noah Wicklow in front of him, we'll wait and see. As Hodgetts comes back, is that?
No, I think that's Ollie Smith, who's just gone
is
through.
It?
Ollie West,
yeah,
sorry,
it is.
Ollie West,
yeah,
sorry, Ollie West going through.
Ollie West coming into play. We've seen Ollie already out on the mighty Bambinos, the electric engined or the electric motored carts. He's back on petrol power here in the C50 Comer engined kart, and now broken free from Hodgetts and Calman Simon. So I'll rephrase that. Yep. Are we about to see Ollie West catch Noah Wicklow? No change at the front, by the way.
A bit more aggressive again. Wicklow looking for a way round. Let's move to the front two again.
Here they come towards Christmas then. And like we've seen, there is no need for any brakes there. They just turn in. What little speed they need to scrub off seems to work when they turn in. Flat out through Inkermans, down towards Ashby. Did they brake here at all? I'm not sure. I'm going to have to ask them, aren't I? I'm going to have to go and troll the paddock even after the meeting's done. Find out just how these Bambinos go around. It's a great drive from William Wainwright, the novice. Oh, and sliding wide, did he there, Wicklow?
Wicklow lost
sliding very wide at Chapman.
He lost a few metres, but those metres will be back by the time they get to the start-finish line. Look, he's gained back most of them in the short shoot straight there. And then through the boot, Wainwright sitting there going, this is going quite well at the moment. Can I get 100 points for in this final? And Wicklow, who has won everything else, is now looking to make his move, and he's had enough being in second place.
Oh, side by side.
Oh, it's going to get tight.
Through Crook. No, Wainwright.
That is where Wicklow did take the lead when he wasn't leading in the second superheat, but not from Wainwright. But now he's really decided this is the time to go.
Side by side into Christmas, Nick.
Yeah, I'm not sure we've got to hurry up from his parent or guardian.
Side by side into Christmas. He had the ideal line into Christmas corner, and he's taken the lead from William Wainwright. Wainwright, the question mark over William Wainwright is, has he got enough pace to come back at Wicklow? Wicklow looks over his shoulder. You might see the bright yellow cart in his peripheral as he looked. They're already through Parker into the left-hander at Chapman. And look at Wainwright coming back. He hasn't dropped him at all, has he? These drivers so equal, and Wicklow now pulls away. He's got a different line through Chapman. Into the boot through the left-hander.
It's going to be a challenge for Wainwright now, I think, to make this gap back up again. Wicklow's looked very, very confident once he got to the front of the field. He pulled out massive leads in both of the wet heats yesterday. He's won both the super heats today, but not by as much, and one of them by not a lot at all. But as you pointed out, and I think it's a key point really, is that Wainwright's in his first ever meeting. He's learning every time those wheels touch the ground, and learning huge chunks.
Learning very quickly, looking down the inside at Christmas. But as we've seen previously, when the roles were reversed, there just isn't enough. You've got to come out of Crook with momentum and be alongside before you turn into Christmas. Getting down the inside with a speed difference of pretty much nothing from the straight through that right-hander. Here they are at the left-hander of Parker. Now the left-hander of Chapman. It cuts back on itself.
Oh,
they're down the inside.
Fantastic move.
That is, you know what? They've been using those different lines pretty much all day. And Wainwright, that's the question answered, Nick.
Yeah, but what happens is, of course, that when they're doing the other way around, Wicklow gets a good run down the back straight. But this is, I've gone tight. Look at that.
Look at Wicklow's different line. He takes a very wide line there.
Wicklows almost on the wet line.
Yeah, he has. He's been doing that pretty much all day long. Here we go then.
Right
Wicklow right on his bumper again.
Not taking no for an answer. This is what happened last time. He was able to actually drive up to the left-hand side as we look at it, driver's right. This time, wise. See, Wicklow, so Wainwright, he's learned already within the course of this race.
He's learned to defend, hasn't he?
Didn't give him the space, so Wicklow's now got to work a different way of doing it. Now, what will happen is, I wonder if they take the same different lines again through Chapman, because that's what gives Wicklow the speed in the second half of the straight, but obviously not actually round the corner, which was why Wainwright was able to take him. There's no overtaking now because there's a yellow flag.
Yellow flag. Now that might be yellow flag
there,
for Chapman.
There's a cart off.
Look at the different line there.
I know, but there's no overtaking there. I think I'm not sure when they got the green flag. Probably a bit more recently.
Yeah, there's very little with them here. Different opinion on line through Chapman for sure. Now this is where Wicklow draws up towards him, coming through Pitts Bend here, the right-hander, and this is where he gets down the inside if he's got momentum, and he hasn't. He hasn't got enough to get him alongside, which is where he had him before. This is where he'd want to pull alongside to the right, and if Wainwright has got any heads up, he has indeed. Wainwright down the right-hand side of the track. He's been caught out once, and he's not allowing himself to be caught out again and be passed at that very point.
2.5 laps to go now, Joe.
Yeah, inside the final minute, Nick.
Wainwright having to fend off the experienced Wicklow in his novice outing. I mean, he may have had a couple of outings club-wise, but this is his novice outing in a major championship, where I'm sure the level of competition is going to be a lot higher.
Into Chapman then, Nick. This is where the variation on a theme is. Look at that difference of turning point. But look at the way he fires out the corner. That's what you were talking about. Wicklow firing out the corner in the later stages of that corner, but not enough to challenge going into the boot. It'll be 2 more laps after this one.
I think, that has worked well for him. Now, this is the point, but this is his next chance. He just carries more speed all the way through pit straight, and then he'll just dart out to the left if he thinks he can get. But again, as you pointed out, he isn't getting that drive. Wainwright's managed to be quite clever and reducing the chance of drive. Now, if Wicklow actually thinks he is quicker, he needs to drop back. He needs to give himself 4 or 5 metres to accelerate down from when you come the exit of the first part of the boot through the pits corner, and then to carry that extra speed. Because what happens is he's getting there, he's going a little bit quicker, but he can't go any faster. He's got a big yellow roadblock in front of him. Penultimate lap.
So it'll be the last lap board next time by, using all of the exit curb at Ashby, both drivers. Now this is where he needs a bit of space, does Wicklow. Again, turns in a lot later, but fires out of that corner and then gets back onto the bumper of Wainwright. Wainwright in the yellow cart. The red cart is Noah Wicklow. Started on the pole. Rules have been reversed.
Coming to the last lap. So this is one of his, he has held, but he's gone back, he's a little bit further back this time.
He's heard you, Nick. He's heard you.
Now, can he actually carry the momentum? He's got a little bit more. He's looking, again, it was a good idea. It wasn't quite.
Yeah.
It worked better.
No, he can't get through Crook quick enough to be able to go around because Wainwright is so heads up here, looking down the right-hand side, and now they're up to the top speed into the final stages of this last lap for the C50 Bambino final.
Can Wicklow break Wainwright's heart and take this rookie off the top step of the podium for the first Coma C50 Bambino final of the Kart Championship 2024 here at Whilton Mill Round 1? Wicklow is as close as you can be, Joe.
Yeah, it's going to be into the final few corners. And again, Wicklow takes the wide line, nestles up to the rear bumper of Wainwright. Can he have a move down into the boot? He did give him that space, but Wainwright's going to go around the outside, and Wainwright's going to have the ideal line through the boot. A great driving there from both drivers. He waves him away as if to say, how dare you try to come around the outside. It's going to be a sprint to the line. Let's see what the gap is. And there's Ollie West coming involved, and it's 3 wide across the line. And Ollie West has taken second. What a finish to the Bambino C50s. Wow. Incredible driving from all of our drivers. William Wainwright, Noah Wicklow driving very, very forcefully. And that little bit of wheel-to-wheel racing there allowed Ollie West to come through and take second place, literally rob second place from Noah Wicklow.
Wow. Yeah.
In 4th place. I'm sorry we've been unable to monitor 4th downwards because there's so much action for the top 3 steps of the podium. It's Benjamin Shivar in 4th, Logan Hodgetts in 5th, Calman Simon 6th, Lewis Wilson 7th, Arlo Gamble 8th, Jesse Bailey was 9th, and it was Jax Wong who rounded off the top 10. Incredible driving from our Bambinos. And considering ages 6 to 7. Sorry? Why are they shouting at us?
Because we've got screens, I think, with the stewards. I've just told them they're not the stewards.
Ah, right, okay.
Have you got pictures? Yeah, we've got pictures. I thought you wanted a replay. I'll just show what you've got. It's fine.
Show us what you got.
It was
Paul.
too exciting,
Yeah,
Paul. I'm not being upset you on that one. It was just way too exciting.
This is the change of lead. That Wainwright made that move into first there, Nick.
Because if you are watching at home and want to re-see that last lap, the great thing about YouTube is you can just scroll it back yourself live.
Yeah.
And you can see what happened.
It's not our job to decide who was in the right and who was the wrong.
No.
we're in the entertainment business.
Absolutely. I mean, were you not entertained?
I was very entertained there. Have we got any comments coming through, Nick?
Yeah, Alan Crossfire said Wainwright driver of the day to withstand that pressure as a novice.
Yeah, absolutely. Good nomination there. Absolutely.
So I think, Griggs, there's no point running a compromised line when you're not glued to the rear bumper. Yeah, I mean, I think both of them are going to kind of learn from that one. I think that Wainwright obviously learned because he won. I think Wicklow is going to sit around and hopefully. What he needs to do is he actually needs to watch that race back and then work out what he could have done different.
Can I just say, as we are calling these results, they are provisional.
Yes.
Every result we call, every result
you
see on your TV screen, they are provisional. They've got to go the scrutiny of the race stewards, the race controllers, and they will issue the official race results. If you want to know who the official if you want to see, the official race results, then Alpha Timing results. Alpha Timing, Google Alpha Timing, go to their results page, the Kart Championship, and you will see the results going back a few years. If you want to see the 2023 results, the 2022 results, they're all there. And they'll be there pretty much by this evening.
Yeah.
And they will be the official results. You'll see a rundown of the championship. Very, very useful tool. Certainly a useful tool for us. It's a great piece of resource of information. And we're going to have to leave the C50 Bambino debate because we've got the Honda Cadets.
Yeah, the key point is everything we say is provisional.
Yes. Now then, if you think that was dramatic,
someone's been facing the wrong way already.
Keep an eye on this lot. We've got a Honda Cadet facing where he shouldn't be. Ed Spain on the pole position from Archie Loveridge. Kevin Evanoff and Ralphie Branscombe are on row 2. It's Cian Sullivan and Ryan White on row 3. Archie Cannon and Albie Smith are on row 4. Row 5 is Luke McGall and Riley Blakemore. Magiris Kavekis and Ricky Jr. McIntosh are on row 6. Elliot Bork and Tyler Banks are on row 7. Ella Dixon and Ronnie Smart, row 8. Row 9 is Ashton Horsebill and Dino Rowlands. Oliver Ratton and Otto Amy with Finley Thursfield and Daniel Barton next. Luke Jardine and Ollie Knox on row 12. Jack Whites and Jacob Letherby. Sophie Morris and Gian Parakash are on row 14. Row 15 is Freddie Budd and Harley Bradbury Stretton. Jerry Dufficy and James Pearson share row 16. And row 17 is Jaden Patel Scott, I should say, and Reggie Dufficy. So
I've got to vote for Ollie West for driver of the day as well because he's both his Bambinos, of course.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. He's been very competitive, and Ollie West, full credit to him as well for, not giving in and coming through. There's the current Vera Tools British champion in this category, also the Kart Championship vice champion for 2023. We have not got our 2023 champion with us this weekend. That's Max Tadei in the Honda Cadets. Not sure if Max has moved up into maybe juniors or something. I'm not sure. But it's another standing start. That's the mums and dads just tending to their drivers, stroke children. Yeah.
I'm sure they probably have the same sort of post-race 2-hour debriefs that they have in Bahrain.
Absolutely. Fully instructed grid of drivers there. And just look at the size of the grid. The Kart Championship is in a healthy state, everybody. If you're watching this and have any kind of interest in karting and you want to get involved, you want your child to get involved, then please do get involved. It's a light sequence for the start.
Away.
And they are away.
I'm not sure if Loveridge beat Spain away there. I think he did. So Ed Spain looks like he's going to turn around in second. Let's wait for him to come up towards Christmas as the field sweeps through Crook. And the sun is now shining into our camera. It shouldn't have happened. We were running half an hour late.
Beautiful light, though, creating art.
Oh, love, yes. Absolutely.
And just look at this gaggle of Honda cadets. They're already movement in the order already.
It's been a bad
that's right.
start
Is that
for Red
Ryan
Spain.
White?
It's been a bad start for Red Spain, I think is the answer to that question, unless I've completely misread this.
Right, who's that in the front then? Did you clarify that?
I think it's Loveridge in the lead, and then it's the 50th Ivanov in second.
There's the indicator for that.
Don't fight, let's go.
Let's don't fight. Let me keep the lead and let's go and get away from everybody. It
but
is in fact
not
Kevin
listening because Ivanov's taken the lead.
It's Kevin Ivanov who's taken the lead there at the final.
Yes,
now
let's
he's
go.
We'll
go.
Now he's his
You
goal.
go, no I
yeah,
go.
Yeah.
Third place is Ryan White. Ed Spain is scored in sixth. A terrible first lap for Spain. Branscombe fourth and Sullivan fifth.
They're having a conversation. They're having a conversation.
There's an awful lot of pointing without an awful lot of points to the pointing, I think you'll find.
Kevin Ivanov and Archie Loveridge having an absolute conversation. A bit like that movie Le Mans 66, isn't it, where they were talking across each other.
Yes,
on
but
the
this
straight.
is real.
This is real, yeah, and they're not having a conversation. They're using sign language.
And they're saying, let's not fight each other.
The Battenberg flag is out, Nick. So, and there's a move there at the Battenberg flag, so that's going to have to be reversed. That's going to, and yes, yeah. No, he's letting them bite. No, that's wrong. That's wrong. The flag had come out beforehand.
Now he's unconfused again. It's a pink car being pulled. Let me pass.
Don't worry, Archie.
Let me past.
Don't worry, Archie. It's going to be.
I was in the lead.
Yeah, I think they're going to be telling the number 50, Kevin Ivanov. So, what's the Battenberg flag? If you're just joining us, well, the Battenberg flag is we've got an incident out on track. We need to stabilise the field. What's the word? Not stabilise. Sterilise. No, it's not sterilise. What am I talking about?
I don't know where you're going for here.
We need to stabilise the field so that we're able to retrieve and recover the cart. So, the cart at the front of the field, there, the number 50, who took the lead as Archie Loveridge in the 73, slowed up for the Battenberg flag.
Yeah.
So that will have to be reversed.
Or there will be a penalty.
Or there'll be a penalty.
And quite a big one.
And Kevin Ivanov needs to realise that and maybe get a sign to him to reverse that. And basically, the cart at the front eases the pace down, effectively safety car type pace, and the field will follow round the cart at the front of the field. After we've cleared off the problem that is happening out on track, and I have no idea what that is.
There's now another problem. There was a problem. Now there's another problem on the short straight. They're going green anyway, but there is a cart facing the wrong way on the short straight. I can see by using my eyes. And there's a lot. I love it. You know, I'm sorry. I just love the gesticulation of these youngster drivers. It's fantastic. They are so emotional with their arms. It's brilliant. But the top four go past. Now, I'm not quite sure about Ivanov. I'm not sure whether the officials were quite as able to see the shots we were, that he wasn't leading when the Battenberg came out.
Now that's open for deliberation right now. Let's just talk about what we can see.
From White.
Yeah, we've got
neutralised the field.
Neutralised. Somebody told us that.
Green. Yeah, I ain't got that. I thought freeze the field, which is wrong.
It's late in the day.
Thank you, Soylent Green.
Yeah, I've been talking all day.
I was waiting for that to come through.
I know, absolutely. Ryan White has gone past Archie Loveridge, and now we'll latch onto the rear bumper of the number 50, Kevin Ivanov. That's what we've got on track, so that's what we'll call the number 73.
Far too wide.
Loveridge slides Keane Sullivan.
Loveridge, I think, possibly just needs to have a word with himself. I think he's a little bit hyped up after losing the lead. He feels unfairly. And he just needs to go
down the inside for the lead. Ryan White on Kevin Ivanov. And Ryan White, carrying the number 1, is into the lead of this cadet field. Ivanov's not finished, though. And Archie Loveridge, with now Keane Sullivan, I believe, in third place, just getting past Loveridge.
Yeah.
And then slotting in behind those two. As that happened, a change for third happened as well. So we'll confirm that towards the end of the lap. Here they come. They're still circulating in pack formation. With anything can happen. As Kevin Ivanov follows Ryan White through. But who's this coming through there? We'll get a confirmation of the number, the 26. It is Keane Sullivan.
Keane Sullivan, yeah.
So he will latch onto the back of Kevin Ivanov as they go through Crook and out onto the straight. It's a charge
towards Christmas.
And the other thing to happen is Ed Spain's making up from his bad start. He was mired down in 6th. He's now got to 4th. And more importantly, he's broken free from everyone else. He's going to be on the back of this train very, very soon. That's the light blue cart of Ed Spain, started from pole. So Ryan White, who's had good and bad runs, his time qualifying was dreadful yesterday, the wet. And he had 2 very good wet heats where he made up a lot of places. Started near the front of the pack, but didn't. And both times he led the races in the super heats, but didn't finish them off with a wheel in either. But he did star in our paddock walk during half time.
He did. I have a feeling he took a penalty in that second super heat, by the way. That put him down to 6th on the grid. That's to be confirmed. Have a look at Alpha timing results to confirm that. Across the line then, Ryan White, Kevin Avenoff, Cian Sullivan, Ed Spin, Archie Loveridge, Archie Cannon, Ralphie Branscombe 7th, Magiris Kavekis in 8th. 9th is Ricky Jr. McIntosh, and it's Albie Smith who rounds off that top 10. Still first 3, nose to tail, bumper to bumper.
And Ed Spain still trying to get close. He was about 0.8 off the back of those 3, and I think he's a bit closer already. So at this point, I don't think Ryan White's the fastest car on the track, but he has track position. Ivanov in the 50 with a white helmet in 2nd. And you can see how close they are as that field was going through in semi-little bunches, but it's all about the top 3 in the evening sun here in the early March sunshine. Whilton Mill, Northamptonshire.
You can feel spring in the air, Nick, when that sun
unlike
came
yesterday,
out
when you could just feel depression in the air.
You could feel November in the air yesterday. The question is, Ryan White just controlling the pace, or is he flat out? I'd say the latter.
I think
they're absolutely flat out. And if anything, Kevin Ivanoff looking like he's challenging for that lead. Cian Sullivan, though, right under his bumper. And who's that?
That's Spain.
Joining in.
Ed Spain's got to them. And that's a side-by-side between Ivanov and... side-by-side, but Ivanov and Sullivan. And what happened was Ivanov removed some of the momentum from Sullivan, and Ed Spain picked up 3rd.
So Ed Spain now moving down the inside for 2nd. Ed Spain
just on it now, isn't
back
he?
on the front of this field where he started. He started on the pole alongside Ryan White.
This is the first.
And this is what you were talking about, Nick.
It's the attempt by the 26, Cian Sullivan, came wrong, and he's bouncing off the wheels. Ivanov was also slowed down, so Ryan White has made a little bit of a break, and then we obviously saw immediately after we saw the 72 get past. So it's White from Spain. It's half a second, first and second, and then look at this train of cars. Look at that. There is now 9 carts covered by 1.7 seconds.
I think we're going to see Ed Spain moving on to the rear bumper of Ryan White in the lead of this race before we get anywhere near the checkered flag, with just over 2 minutes remaining. Ryan White has got perhaps the biggest cushion we've seen there in the lead. It's not really a cushion at all. It's about a cart's length, which is not very long indeed. In fact, there he is, Ed Spain, right on the bumper of Ryan White as we go through Chapman. It'll be 9 laps completed this time by, and we've got a 3-car battle again towards the flag with Ryan White, Ed Spain, Kevin Avenoff.
Someone in the grass there. But it doesn't matter. It wasn't someone competitive, but there they go across the line. Now they're going to get this one. I think they've got 3 more.
Yeah, at least that 90
3
seconds.
More. Yeah, 3 more.
They're lapping in 53 seconds.
Be 3 then. So can Ryan White hold off Ed Spain, who's got tremendous pace and was only where he was after a poor first lap? But interestingly, Ivanov is sitting there absolutely waiting to pick up the pieces. Oh, and there's Spain up the inside. No, cut across there. Ryan saying you're not doing that going into Ashby, and of course it's lost a little momentum for Spain, and then through Ivanov gets into 2nd. So Spain thought he was going to get the lead, ended up in 3rd.
Just changed his line, didn't he, Ryan White? He just turned in a bit later because Ed Spain was where he usually turns in, so he just gave him room, kept the momentum, which you can on these cadet karts, because the speed difference in the corners is very dissimilar to the speed on the straights. And here we are. We've now got 6 karts coming together, and it's anybody's race, Nick. Inside the final minute, it'll be the last lap to go board next time by, and Ed Spain just getting onto the rear bumper of Ryan White. Is that Ivanov?
Ivanov got
Ivanov's ahead of Spain.
Got through half a lap ago.
Oh, Ryan White having to defend.
Four wide as they go down the straight. White, I think, is driving superbly. I don't think White's by any moment got the fastest car, and there's still Ivanov in 2nd, up the inside trying to demote Spain from 3rd with Cian Sullivan. Didn't happen. It's still the same. With all this flittering about. They're all in the same order they were as they crossed the line. Well, almost half a minute going up the inside there. Is that Spain? Yes, Spain's got second place again. So Spain gets up the inside of Ivanov. And Ivanov lost momentum. I think Ivanov is going to be bundled back down to about 5th.
And this is allowing Ryan White to break free a little bit and give himself a cushion.
Oh,
going
look at
into
that
the
run up
final
the
lap.
inside. Who was that?
It's not finished yet, is it?
No, there's...
They're going to settle down as they come across the line, Nick, through Pitts Bend now. Please settle down so I have a clue of what's happening in this race.
White's got a big lead.
Ryan White's got a big lead because everybody's tripping over. Ed Spain, Cian Sullivan, Ricky Junior McIntosh
Where's he come
is
from?
the driver that's come up to 4th. And this is playing into the hands of number 1, Ryan White, who's been left alone at the front of this field. In second place, the battle is still on. Ed Spain and Cian Sullivan. It is battling for second.
Back marker.
Back markers coming into play as well. The novice drivers
Reggie
trying
Duffy.
all they can to keep out of the way. But already into Parker, we're running out of corners for things to happen.
I think that kerfuffle, which put Spain through and really ruined Ivanov. He went from 2nd to 6th in 3 corners. Looks over the shoulder, but you've only got about 3 corners to go, Ryan White.
And if anything,
you're gonna
Nick,
win it.
they're actually catching Ryan White, but not enough time to catch fully, as he's not going to be bothered by the back markers. As he sees the checkered flag fly, he punches the air and takes the win in round 1 of the Kart Championship for the Honda Cadet 200s. It'll be Ed Spain who finished 2nd, Cian Sullivan 3rd, Ricky Junior McIntosh 4th, Archie Cannon 5th, Archie Loveridge finished 6th, Magiris Kvek is 7th, Albie Smith was 8th, Ralphie Branscombe 9th, and rounding off the top 10 was Ronnie Smart.
Another great race.
Where did Kevin Ivanov?
Yeah, this is
Ivanov
getting bullied out of the entirety of the whole situation.
Yeah.
This is when he went down to 6th. I think he made a move also on the last lap and got bullied down more. But Ivanov was 2nd with a lap and a half to go and finished 12th.
What a fabulous race there. Absolutely fabulous. Honda Cadet 200 final. You know what, Nick? There's something that is consistently right with Honda Cadets, and that's that kind of racing. All the way to the flag. And you know what? Ryan White won by, just under 3/10, but it wasn't that at all, was it? I've got some sad news, everybody.
What's that, my son?
We've got one more race.
Oh, that is sad.
Yeah, I know. I always find this.
We are virtually an hour late, so I'm less sad.
It doesn't matter. You've got nothing better to do than be at a racetrack.
Leggy, go on, Ollie. I'm not sure where the Ollie was. You've got the West.
Ollie West.
Very proud to see that. Yeah, so.
Was it Ollie West?
Probably.
That was from the previous race.
No, it's just, the message just turned up, so they might watch it on delay.
Right.
Who knows?
All right, true.
One more race to go, as you say.
Yeah, it's Rotax Junior Primo. Now, there is some confusion out there in karting land that the Junior Rotax Primo category is for novices. That's not at all correct. It is basically an age group thing. You are allowed to run in the Junior Primos. It's a Junior Rotax class, exactly the same karts that we've already seen out in the Junior Rotax class. The Junior Primos are catered for the younger drivers who are eligible to run on a Junior Rotax kart. The ages are between 12 and 14. There's a lot of experience out there. It's not a novice category. It's anything but a novice category. I don't know why. Were you waving your hand in front of my face for a reason there?
They were just testing one of the cameras.
What, by waving your face?
No, I wasn't sure it was working. But your face happened to be there between the camera and what I was trying to do.
Okay.
Oh, a sad cone.
Right.
Sad cone.
Sad cone's still there. Daniel Hartley. He's not a novice at all. This is into his
look at the beautiful evening sun.
Absolutely. Into his 3rd season of karting, Daniel, and he's on the pole because he's been the man to beat, the boy to beat in this class.
Oh, someone's facing the wrong way. Straight away. And that is the 16.
That's Ellis Daly. I was about to say Ellis Daly is about to start on the front row alongside Daniel. Maya Simpson and Bella Fairclough. She's a contender for our drive of the day. 2 drives of the day.
She's head of this race
in the superheats. So it's an all-girl second row with Maya and Bella sharing row 2. Row 3 is Alessio Lamalfa and Ethan Bath. Alfie Forrester and Carter Inskip Clarkson on row 4. Jack Johnson and Zach Kane on row 5. Ewan Stevenson, Finlay Hans on row 6. Laurie McVeigh and Eddie Stewart are on row 7. Leighton Kelly and Riley Mason-Lewis are on row 8. Row 9 is Oscar Pitt and Tyler Davis. Thomas Butcher and Sophie Caldwell are on row 10. And the 11-row grid of 22 karts is Dominic Thornton and Riley Till.
Right, so is Ellis allowed to get back in his position, or is that it?
Well, that is Bella Fairclough in the yellow cart,
yes,
who was moved into position of
right.
Ellis Daly, which is not...
No, they're saying he got tagged as well.
Oh,
Here we go. Roundy round, roundy round.
Round again.
Does that mean, though...
No surprise for the junior primos. We're going to see this all season. This is an impetuous age group of 12 to 14-year-olds who are so eager to get on with it.
Have you got the 16 at all in your timing? Is that it? I can't see him at all. So it's like he hasn't actually continued.
There he is, Ellis Daly. He came through in 16th.
16th place, yes, you're right. So now he needs to decide whether he's allowed to move further forward.
He's not, actually.
Come on, Zach and Bella, says Layla Ball Racing.
Because you're effectively under yellow flag conditions, you see. Has he? Yes, he has. Has he? No, he hasn't. I'm going to have to check with Dan Ashton, because that seems to change everywhere I go. We are being led around by Daniel Hartley, who was kind enough to pop in and say hello to us and just let us know a bit of insight as to Daniel. He's into his 3rd season.
Oh, yeah, they're letting him through.
He's from York. You know what? I'm happy to see that. Ellis Daly taking up his position on the front row of the grid. He's earned that. He's earned that all weekend with the heats and then through the super heats. So Ellis Daly, he's going to give Daniel Hartley a run for his money. That's the plan behind there. Bella Fairclough and Maya Simpson, they look like they mean business. All girl power on the second row of the grid there. They're going to come through. Maya on the Tony kart, Bella on the bright yellow kart, not sure what it is.
Oh, 23's had a problem on throwing. They got
23.
They've got a green as well.
They go green. So we are racing, and
so
Bella
Zach Kane is
down to 4th.
Out. Zach Kane out with an all-up plug. Let's go back to the racing. Oh, and straight in the backside. Ellis Daly has...
Yeah, Ellis Daly coming up to the back end of Daniel
Hartley.
Maya Simpson.
It's Maya Simpson.
No, is it Maya Simpson?
Yes, in the 96, the Tony car. Came up and used the back of Daniel Hartley as a brake.
And Bella Fairclough has gone through as well.
So, ladies are 2nd and 3rd.
Maya Simpson right on the bumper of our leader, Daniel Hartley, and Bella Fairclough. We've seen how much pace Bella Fairclough on that yellow kart has had through the superheats. She's been able to come through from 20th. And has gone through into the top 10. She finished 4th in the 2nd superheat. So what is she going to do now that she started at the front?
Well, she is obviously up against people who have similar pace. Both Maya Simpson and Daniel Hartley have looked the fastest throughout this, today, because yesterday was completely different, it was wet. But look at, tell you what, Maya is a rear wheel locker. She was rear wheel locking in the last heat as well. She's obviously very happy to control a cart that's locked up and not necessarily in control.
What's not helping with that, of course, is we are only on lap 2, so those tyres aren't up to their optimum temperature and pressure. So they will lock a little bit easier than what we'll see as this race progresses. I expect Maya to completely prove me wrong now and continue to lock our axle
every single time
up into Christmas corner right the way to the end of this race.
So Dan Hartley's trying to get away, the young man from York. In his 3rd year of racing, even though not the 6 years we surmised earlier.
Well, potentially you could be in this category with 6 years of karting experience if you started when you were 6.
Exactly.
But Daniel's been racing. He's got 2 seasons under his belt, and he's starting off on his 3rd season of karting. And you know what? He's very good at it, isn't he?
He's beginning to gap. He's putting the gap in. The battle now is 2nd and 3rd. It's the ladies affair between Maya and Bella. Oh, actually,
that's Ellis Daly there in 16 on the number 16.
We've got a slight weirdness in the timing. It's all right. Bella's in 3rd, not 4th.
All right, okay. Take no notice of the timing board on the television screen.
Just the 3rd and 4th round the wrong way. You can take notice of the rest of it.
Yes, yeah. The leader is very much so Daniel Hartley. Kart, who is on the move though, as they come through. Fastest lap of the race was Maya Simpson in 2nd. This time through though, it's Ellis Daly. Ellis Daly, purple, 46.9. First of the drivers, not quite the first, as Daniel Hartley put in a 46.985. 46.939 for Ellis Daly. So the pace at the front of this field, very, very hot indeed. And I get the feeling, that Bella Fairclough there on the yellow kart is just playing a waiting game here.
No,
And then she goes.
No,
she's waited
she
no
gave
longer.
Up waiting, because the reason you're not going to wait because Hartley's getting away.
I know, and I think that's what exactly Bella was thinking. I've waited long enough. If you're not going to catch Daniel Hartley, I'm going to go off after him. So it's Daniel Hartley.
Risky.
Let's see what the gap is, Nick. Crossing the line now. It's 0.8 of a second. So we'll keep an eye on that gap.
Yep.
And we'll see if Bella Fairclough, on that bright yellow cart, can catch the white and blue cart.
So it was the dive in to Chapman we've seen a few times, just went for it. It does mean you lose a little bit of momentum down the back straight, but not enough to be repassed. But now the battle really is, can she bridge the gap? And if she does bridge the gap, she is going to drag both Maya and Ellis with her.
Well, she's not, though. Look, she's leaving Maya Simpson behind, and Ellis Daly, who's catching Maya Simpson. That might be a challenge for that third place, the third and final step of the podium. If anything, Bella looks like she's catching Daniel Hartley. We were talking to Daniel, weren't we? And he said, who do you think, where's your competition come from? Well, it's 6/10. He's lost 2/10. And Bella Fairclough, 46.3 for Bella Fairclough. We're not going to need the timing screens very shortly to tell us what the gap is, as she's about to approach the rear bumper of Daniel Hartley.
The question obviously is, can Ellis get past Maya, and in doing so then bridge the gap himself? This is the joy of these 10-minute finals. You've got a bit of extra time. We're not halfway yet by any means.
That's true.
And we've seen a lot of tactics, but the most noticeable thing now is that Fairclough, easily the fastest person on the track at this point, at
Absolutely.
5 minutes through.
And she's caught him. She's caught Daniel Hartley, the leader. He's been the chap to beat, the boy to beat all weekend. Bella Fairclough being the girl to beat, it seems, on pace.
But not in the wet.
And now she gets onto the rear bumper. Look, she's not there because she's over your left shoulder, Daniel. He's going to have to be very wary. The sun beginning to set here at Whilton Mill on round one of the Kart Championship with beautiful lighting here. Gives it that lovely spring feeling.
Hartley's done a lot of leading, Joe, and he hasn't had a lot of passing to be done on him. He's managed to stay ahead. He's managed to be in the right. But no, as I say
down the
he's
inside.
Passed and
The inside.
Fairclough hits the lead, but now will she be able to gap Hartley? Hartley is now getting the advantage of following, and he can sit behind her for a couple of laps at least, see what she can do. But Fairclough, I think to the surprise of no one, given the pace she had certainly in Superheat 2, has found a way to the front.
So she takes the lead, and we'll see if Daniel Hartley can respond. At the moment, she's pulled out about a cart's gap into Christmas Corner then for the 8th time. Into and out of that section there, through the left-hander, now into Winkelman's, using all the curb. Down the hill towards Ashby. Turning right, letting the cart breathe across that exit curbing. And now heading towards the left-hander of Parker. Here is Bella Fairclough. If anything, Nick, I think she is pulling out a bit of a gap.
Yep, she's gone past and she's had the pace. Hartley, if he's got anything left in the tank, this is when it needs to come out. You can't play silly tactics. You just got to go hell for leather. And there's a couple of parts of the track he looks a little bit quicker. So a little bit quicker going into the boot complex, and he's closer than he was half a lap behind. But then I think this, as the carts stretch their legs, that's when Bella has the advantage.
Bella has just put in a purple lap time, 46 dead for Bella Fairclough. She extends the gap to just under half a second. And if anything, that you can visibly see that now on the screens and out here on the track. Bella Fairclough on that bright yellow cart goes away from Daniel Hartley. The battle, if anything, we're going to see change is the battle for the final step of the podium.
Yeah, let's
just drop back to Maya Simpson and Ellis Daly, please, Paul.
I'm not quite sure order they're in, actually, because they were side by side going up towards Christmas Corner.
I think there's been a change.
I think you're right. No, yep, 16 Ellis has got through. Ellis is through from Maya, which finally the timing bar on the right-hand side will be entirely correct, as they will be in the correct rotation. They're 3 seconds back. And Maya has dropped to 4th. Now, I don't think this is necessarily anything more than she can now perhaps catch him back up again. Both orange helmets. It's the full green-white pinstripe Tony card of Maya.
Did you notice she proved me wrong there?
Yeah, of course.
Still locking the rear end up.
There we are, you see.
Blue smoke from the tyres.
I don't think she's very chuffed about losing that position. There's kind of a real aggression in the body language of the cart there. She wants to try and get past. Now, I think we've got back markers playing in ahead, I believe. Not quite sure how.
Well, just under 2.5 minutes.
I think Oscar Pitt and Finley Hands have had a problem and they've rejoined the track.
Just under 2.5 minutes. We're coming up to 2 minutes now. And back markers are going to come into play, certainly for this battle for third place. They're going to catch him, hopefully on the straight, and make short work of getting past, not be delayed too much. And who did you say that Oscar Pitt?
That's
is
Oscar Pitt, yeah, in the
right,
85.
number 85.
But that's not because he and one other car have had an issue and been off the track and come back again, because he went from being 14 seconds off the lead to 46 seconds off the lead in a lap.
Down the inside at Ashby.
Oh, only one. Oh, no, Oscar, you need to be given a little bit more space. Perhaps may have not been aware there were two karts coming. Lead last time round was half a second for Fairclough over Hartley. They'll be crossing the line. We're currently watching these two, but they'll be crossing the line soon for the first two.
Hartley actually lapped quicker than Fairclough that time and pulled back a couple of thousandths. That's not much to write home about, I know. But so Daniel Hartley
lost the 10th that time.
Has lost a bit of time there. Yeah, because the back markers, I think, are. It's how they're getting through the back markers. They've got a back marker in between them, haven't they?
Oh, that's going to be frustrating.
Yeah. Battle for third, looking settled, if anything. Ellis Daly looking very comfortable in that third spot now, with Maya Simpson being unable to respond at all. We're inside the final minute, so it'll be 2 more laps to go when the leader comes underneath us. Bella Fairclough just going into the boot now as we continue to watch that third and fourth place battle. That's kind of settled down in favour of Ellis Daly. So 2 more laps this time. 30 seconds on the clock by the time Bella Fairclough comes through next time. There she is, just going into the...
And is
that
now.
Daniel Hartley still being held up somewhat?
Hartley's lost huge amounts of the last lap because of a back marker. He lost 1.3 seconds. I think there's been
so the blue flag is being shown.
I mean,
Daniel Hartley is not very happy at all.
It's not going to affect the result. I don't think he was going to get... But it's not very frustrating for him because he's just seen the leader just disappear. We're about to get last lap. Let's see, pick our leader up, please. It's about to get the last lap as she goes over the board. It's the bright yellow car. There we go. So we can give her a lap of honour. And I would say, in my opinion, though I'm not the person awarding it, driver of the day.
That's the driver of the day for me. She came from way back on the grid.
Last after the wet heat yesterday.
Yes, from last. She had 2 magnificent drives in the super heats. She came through to the top 5 in the second of the super heats, coming 4th. She came through into the top 10 in the first of the super heats. That put her in 4th place on the grid. And then she played a waiting game. She planned the move on Daniel Hartley, who has been the driver of the Junior Primo class so far this afternoon. Daniel now in second. And here she comes through the boot for the final time of the afternoon, indeed the weekend. And it'll be Bella Fairclough who will take the win on the number 15 and acknowledges the checkered flag. Daniel Hartley through in second. Ellis Daly clinches the third and final step of the podium. Maya Simpson will be disappointed to be just off the podium in 4th. Ethan Bath 5th. 6th is Alessio Lamalfa. Jack Johnson 7th. Alfie Forrester 8th. 9th is Ewan Stevenson. And running off that top 10 is Carter Inskip Clarkson. There's the rest of your runners. All 21 karts coming through to take their checkered flag. And that, I'm afraid, everybody, concludes our racing for today and indeed the weekend, Nick.
Not quite sad. A fantastic weekends of racing. We've had all seasons in one day and then a very pleasant day today. Some absolutely superb racing by all concerned. Just say it's us.
Hello.
Hello. We'll be back in 3 weeks. Well, I won't be back, but Joe will be in 3 weeks with the second round of the Kart Championship, and that's from GYG. We are also, a few weeks after that, we'll be back with the first round of the NKC. But from Whilton Mill, I think it gives us a chance to say thank you so much for spending your Sunday afternoon with us. We've enjoyed it very much. And we will see you very soon on Karting Live TV. And if you want to enjoy any of the races again, just rewind the live. It's really easy.
That's the joy, isn't it?
The joy of rewinding the live. And I'm going to say, now, Paul, give me a beauty shot.
That's me.
That's the